Chapter 1543. Method, God Refinement. Lin Fei seemed to know that it would be useful to him the moment his eyes fell on the jade scroll. This was a very strange feeling. Lin Fei looked at it carefully. The record of the method was very simple, and at the same time, it was a very useless method. I'm lucky to be able to find this method. It might not be useful to others, but to me, there's nothing more suitable than this. God Refinement, a method specially used to refine minds. This was created by a refining god. He felt that mining minds was troublesome and had too many impurities, so he researched the method of God Refinement to reduce the trouble of mining. Unfortunately, this method could not be used to attack. Therefore, it became a special method, which was also a useless existence. I'll see if there are any other methods that are suitable for me. Lin Fei did not choose God Refinement immediately and decided to look around. This won't do. This time is too long. This is too expensive. Barely. One by one, the jade scrolls were ruthlessly eliminated. 2 hours later, Lin Fei returned to the front of God Refinement. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this method was suitable for him. In these 2 hours, it was not that Lin Fei did not find similar methods, but it was a pity that they were all difficult to cultivate. With Lin Fei's current strength, it was very difficult to cultivate, and the success rate was very low. God Refinement was much simpler. Looks like I can only choose this. Lin Fei did not see the little demon appear and wanted to ask what he thought. 500 divinities, it's really not cheap. Seeing the exchange rate, Lin Fei gritted his teeth and exchanged for this method, obtaining God Refinement. Fortunately, I have the divine fire, so I can save one of the steps. Once he got the God Refinement, Lin Fei left the God Tower and returned to the battle fortress, preparing to cultivate God Refinement. They really don't give up. Returning outside, Lin Fei first went to check the battle fortress's energy point. The consumption was quite fast, but at least it could still last for a long time. Sooner or later, you will regret it. Inside the battle fortress, there was an independent space. Lin Fei did not go there, but went to the mine in Hairball's body space. That's the safest place. The mining speed here had reached its limit, but the holy stone that was mined was still not much. Lin Fei threw his senfu. After activating the formation, he went to cultivate the god purification. This technique was not difficult. He needed a divine fire to get started. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei chose to cultivate spirit refinement. All along, Lin Fei's grasp of the divine flame had been very simple, and it could be said to be the outermost level. Right now, the God Refinement technique was a deeper level of usage of the divine flame. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his divine flame to attack. Lin Fei had an idea as well. Once he dealt with the sovereigns outside, he would definitely cultivate a fire-type attack technique. I need to practice the spirit refinement first, and I'll have to reach the greater mastery of the art of fire. This was not difficult for Lin Fei. Don't forget that Lin Fei had a lot of top-grade experience pills on him. The Tao of Fire was not difficult. Success. In the secret room of Senfu. The power of flames was overwhelming. Lin Fei sat cross-legged, and the flames jumped up and down. With the help of the top-grade experience pills, the Tao of Fire also entered the sovereign level, and it took less than 100 years. This was under the condition that time was accelerated. After this step, the rest was simple. The level of the divine flame was higher than the sovereign level. If Lin Fei wanted to control it, he had to cultivate the Tao of Fire himself. Once the Tao of Fire was formed, the rest was the in-depth cultivation of the technique. This was not difficult for him. It took him 50 years. Lin Fei successfully cultivated the spirit refinement technique. Even though he used a trick in the middle, Lin Fei still successfully cultivated it. After collecting the senfu, Lin Fei appeared in the mining area and chose a mining area that no one was mining. Come out. There was a loud boom. Lin Fei grabbed towards the mine. A huge flaming hand appeared, and a blazing heat wave surged. It grabbed the entire mine and fell into the flaming hand, leaving behind a bottomless pit. The huge mineral vein was like a small snake. Refine, refine, refine. Lin Fei's heart stirred. The excess things on the mine were instantly evaporated. Piece after piece of holy stone appeared in front of Lin Fei. This was not the end. If this was the extent of the spirit refinement technique, then the special technique would be too worthless. The holy stone melted piece by piece. In a short period of time, the huge mountain range had its impurities removed, leaving behind a miniature version of the mine, which landed in Lin Fei's hands once again. That's it? Lin Fei returned to the outside and placed the mine into the cauldron. Discovered a pure holy stone mine, obtained 200,000 energy points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Damn, this is still the easiest. Previously, he had worked so hard to obtain a few hundred points at a time, which was already a lot. Now that he had obtained more than 200,000 energy points in one go, how could Lin Fei not be happy and excited? Good stuff, really good stuff. With the addition of these 200,000 energy points, the energy points that were originally being consumed had once again recovered to 350,000 energy points. If Lin Fei was willing to release a war beast, he could already release a war beast. If I make a war beast now, it will definitely be enough to make them drink a lot. Lin Fei did not plan to do that. In this kind of situation, a war beast's effect was negligible. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it big. No matter what, he had to release a war giant or a war roar. Continue to earn energy points. Lin Fei first collected the mines in the mining area. He had collected a total of 3 mines. He had thought that he would be able to obtain 600,000 energy points, but in the end, he only obtained 300,000 energy points. It turned out that 2 of the mines only had 50,000 energy points. Lin Fei also had 600,000 energy points on hand. The people who were originally mining the mines were all free, and the small world was also empty. This is not enough. 1 year. The people brought by the 8 rulers had been besieging the battle fortress for a year. In this 1 year, they had been attacking the battle fortress every day. Recently, they finally showed joy. The originally motionless battle fortress was gradually shaking. This was enough to prove that their method was effective. The battle fortress's energy supply was starting to run out. This was also the reason why it was shaking. They attacked with even more effort. As long as the battle fortress was broken, they would see what they could do. Boom! The originally motionless battle fortress smashed towards the mysterious dark ruler. No one was able to react in time. Bastard! The mysterious dark ruler's face had been gloomy for the past year. Caught off guard, the battle fortress smashed into the mystic Yin sovereign, sending him flying. His subordinates behind him were also sent tumbling. They were the last of his forces. Rip! The heavenly umbrella that was opened up had a hole in it. The battle fortress wobbled and charged out. Quick, chase! The battle fortress can't last much longer. Attack! The blue water ruler, fierce fire ruler, and the others immediately realized that the other party was struggling. This collision seemed to have created a hole. They believed that the battle fortress must have used up a lot of energy to leave this place. They finally saw hope. Thus, such a scene appeared in the sky. The battle fortress wobbled. The densely packed rulers behind used their ruler weapons, secret arts, and divine abilities. All sorts of attacks rained down from the sky. A struggle before death. This was what the rulers saw. They were extremely excited to be able to break through a battle fortress. Even if they couldn't control the battle fortress, it would still be a glorious thing in the future. Come out. Suddenly, a black-robed man appeared on the battle fortress. He grabbed towards a mountain range below, uprooting a huge mine and sending it into the flaming hand. The black-robed man also endured a wave of attacks before disappearing from everyone's sight. What divine ability is that? Who knows what he grabbed just now? It seems to be a mine. It's a saint stone mine. The 8 rulers at the front also saw this scene. They didn't have time to stop him. The other party was too fast. He can actually grab a mine? Damn, what is he trying to do? The fierce fire ruler didn't understand and said angrily. Maybe he's using the saint stone to convert energy? Impossible. The few rulers shook their heads. They didn't know what to do with energy, but they had a feeling that it wasn't a good thing to let the other party keep grabbing the mine. Stop him. We can't let him take it. Damn it, he's taken another vein. Next, this scene happened again and again. Each time the black-robed man appeared, he would take a mine. They couldn't stop him at all. The black-robed man was very cunning. Each time, he would take on the next wave of attacks. Since he didn't leave the battle fortress, they couldn't do anything but watch as the mine was taken away. For the first time, they felt helpless. They knew that this wasn't a good thing, but they couldn't stop him. They could only let him take the mine. In the meantime, they tried to take it, but they realized something unbelievable. They couldn't grab the mine. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread. What was this black-robed man trying to do? Was he going to use the mine to turn the situation around? Although they were worried, fortunately, the battle fortress was still shaking. Some of the attacks could land on the surface of the battle fortress, which made them heave a sigh of relief. The battle fortress wouldn't last much longer. This was the only thing they could be at ease about. The outer defense is broken. Half a month later, the outer defense of the battle fortress was broken. Everyone's attacks landed on the surface of the battle fortress. Now they just had to break into the battle fortress. For the persevering ruler, this was the best piece of news. They were just a step away from entering the inner parts of the battle fortress, and the formation masters were all gathered together to protect them. After chasing for another 3 days, the battle fortress suddenly stopped. Everyone could see that they were about to break into the battle fortress. Run, keep running. The mysterious dark ruler said coldly. Chapter 1544. P.S. I'm going on a long trip in the next few days, so I'm afraid the script won't be stable. I'll probably only be able to update once a day. Sorry. Run. Of course, they didn't want him to run. They wanted to have a battle to the death with them. The Divine General platform's 10 years were almost up. If they continued, they would have worked for nothing. When everyone went to the Divine General platform, they wouldn't be the only ones who wanted to take down the battle fortress. This was not something they wanted to see. Hearing the black-robed man's words, they were happy. It would be best if they fought. Sir, I'll say it again. As long as you hand over the battle fortress, I believe no one here will attack you. The seven-colored ruler smiled. That's right. As long as you give up the battle fortress, we won't kill you. The fierce fire ruler agreed. Kiki, leave behind your treasures, and we can let you go. The mysterious dark ruler smiled sinisterly. It's up to you. The other rulers looked over, their eyes lighting up. In the end, it was the mystic Inhi who had spoken the truth. Everyone knew that the other had powerful treasures that could withstand their combined attacks. If they could get them, it would be equivalent to having an extra life. Hand over your treasures, and we can let bygones be bygones. Your battle fortress shouldn't be able to last for long. This is your best choice. Once we attack, no matter how powerful your treasures are, they won't be able to stop us. At this moment, they seemed to have the other in control. The battle fortress would not be able to unleash a terrifying attack after a heavy collision. Even if it could, its power would be greatly reduced. As long as they were on guard, it wouldn't affect them much. Ha ha ha, you're all bullsh** ting. Suddenly, the person on the battle fortress laughed loudly, his laughter echoing in this world. The 8 rulers' expressions turned ugly. Usually, no one dared to question their words. Who doesn't know what you're thinking? You, Mystic Inhi, do you really think someone like you would let me leave? You probably want to kill me 100 times over. Lin Fei pointed at the mysterious dark ruler and cursed. The mysterious dark ruler was filled with endless resentment towards the black-robed man. He could no longer suppress his anger. You're right. No matter what you do, I'll kill you today. I'll also suppress your primordial spirit in the 9 underworlds and make it suffer day and night. You guys probably have the same idea. Lin Fei ignored their expressions. Didn't you want the battle fort for yourself? Now is your chance. As long as you kill me, you can have the battle fort. What are you waiting for? If you don't come now, you won't have time. You also know that you're about to die. If you had known that this would happen, you wouldn't have acted in the first place. The mystic Inhe Gemin was the one with the most hatred. I'll be the first to attack and kill you. The mysterious dark Gemin was itching to make a move. I can't wait that long. Kill. A white ice palace appeared, emitting an endless amount of cold air. At the same time, there was also a chill in the air, freezing the space around it. The huge ice palace smashed over, and a terrifying chill rushed towards the battle fort. This was the attack of a 6-star dominator. At the same time, it was one of the trump cards of the profound Yin sovereign's consummate techniques. The black Inhe Gemin did not intend to give his opponent any chance to resist. I knew you would be the first to attack. Lin Fei's black hair fluttered in the wind. Standing on the battle fort, he laughed. Come out, war giant. 500,000 energy points evaporated in an instant. Roar heaven and earth began to tremble. The weaker sovereigns exploded like rubber balls, falling into the abyss one by one. Regardless of whether they were powerful rulers or weak rulers, their hearts trembled at this moment. A huge golden figure appeared in their vision. This was a 300 zhang tall golden giant. The golden giant wielded a 3,000 zhang long golden saber as it emerged from the battle fort. Standing on the mountain range, it emitted a terrifying aura. This was a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Kill. The golden saber slashed at the mysterious dark Gemin. A golden light flashed. The white ice palace was slashed apart. The mysterious dark Gemin was instantly scared out of his wits. 7-star dominator. Cracking sounds rang out from the mysterious dark Gemin's body. I can't accept this. The upper half of the mysterious dark Gemin's body fell off, and his entire body was split into 2. Even someone as powerful as him was unable to block this terrifying saber. Even after exhausting all of his defensive treasures, he was still unable to block this saber. The mysterious dark Gemin had fallen. After killing the mysterious dark Gemin with a single saber strike, the golden giant's enormous body moved with astonishing speed. Unaffected by its body, it charged into the mysterious dark Gemin's troops and swept its golden saber. Ah, my body. I don't want to die. Damn it, how can there be such a giant? With this saber strike, countless rulers were either injured or killed. A massacre also began to appear. This is too awesome. On the battle fort, Lin Fei looked at the ever-increasing divinity and sucked in a breath of cold air. The war giant was mighty and awesome. The 500,000 energy points had been well spent. The war giant was like a god of death. With a sweep of its golden saber, its terrifying might could basically kill its enemies with a single strike. Moreover, with its terrifying speed, no one could escape from it. As for the ruler's counterattack, it was as if it was scratching an itch. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood why the battle race was able to conquer one territory after another. With this kind of war giant, they were still able to sweep through everything in their path. Originally, Lin Fei had been prepared to use the war roar. It was just 1,000,000 energy points. But now, it seemed that the war giant was more powerful. At this moment, the war giant was unstoppable. No matter what realm the ruler was at, they couldn't block that golden light. Once the golden light flashed, a large number of rulers would die. This place had already turned into a battlefield. The remaining 7 rulers, it was as if someone had hit them in the head. They couldn't believe this outcome. The battle fort actually had such an attack method? Didn't they say that it had used up most of its energy? Why was this happening? Hua Jingguang light swept across. The 7 rulers' mid-grade ruler battle robes appeared on their bodies. They had a hard time blocking and their battle robes were covered in cracks. We were all tricked. The seven-colored ruler was in a panic and couldn't calm down anymore. His voice was filled with bitterness. The other party had turned the situation around. Facing a war giant with the combat strength of a seven-star ruler, they could only bitterly block. As for their subordinates, they didn't have time to help at all. They could only watch as they were killed by the golden giant. It was a true one-sided massacre. War giant, this is a war giant. Why did it appear here? Why didn't it be used right from the start? The fierce fire ruler's flame empire collapsed from the golden light. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 1545. War Giant. These 4 words were like a terrifying existence that pierced into the hearts of the 7 rulers. Everything about the past appeared in the depths of their memories. Although they did not have the chance to come into contact with it, it was because of their understanding of the war giant. They actually saw a war giant in their lives. A golden war giant. Not to mention attacking, just the war giant's attacks alone were already too much for them to handle. If this dragged on, it would be disastrous. They realized why the other party stopped. They were preparing to start a massacre. We lost. The 7-colored ruler said helplessly. We didn't lose. I heard that the war giant is formed from energy. Once the time runs out, it will disappear. This is our chance. Fiery ruler shook his head. Everyone seemed to have grasped a trace of hope. That's right. The war giant had a time limit. Do you think the 7 of us can hold on? The 7-colored ruler poured cold water on them. Look around first. Everyone was speechless. In a short period of time, the war giant killed countless giants. The original team had already collapsed. Everyone felt uneasy and tried to escape. However, they were unable to escape from the enemy's golden blade. It's over. It's really over. If you want to deal with that guy, go deal with him yourselves. I won't participate anymore. Ruler Greenhill said this and turned to leave. Everyone knew that this defeat was not something they could turn around. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A beam of light shot out from the battle fortress. The beam of light turned into a cage. Ruler Greenhill was trapped in the cage. No matter how he attacked, the cage did not change at all. This is the war cage. Everyone, leave. Fiery ruler said bitterly. He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to run. Although the war cage wasn't a powerful killing move, once they were trapped in the cage, with their current strength, there was no possibility of leaving. If they didn't leave now, when would they? All of you, stay behind. Shio 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 6 beams of light shot out, turning into the war cage and trapping them. The 6-star ruler's attack only caused a slight ripple in the cage. The people who were trapped in the cage became depressed. Who would have thought that this would be the result? In front of the battle fortress, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just the war cage was not something they could deal with. They were like fish on the chopping board. War giant, war cage. The spectating chief hegemon of the Dao was so terrified that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. He immediately turned tail and prepared to flee. The might of the golden light was not something he could withstand. Even if his main body was here, he would have to run away from the war giant. These were originally mine. The Dao hegemon frantically fled, but his final hopes were shattered. The problem was how to survive. As the person who had spread the news, the Dao hegemon knew very well that the Dao hegemon would definitely kill him. You think you can leave? A golden figure chased after him. It was the war giant, and atop the war giant was a black-robed fellow. No. Lin Fei deeply disliked the hegemon of the Dao. The wargent's sword swept out, sweeping across the chief sovereign of the Dao's body. The chief sovereign's armor was shattered, and his body was blasted apart. A clone couldn't even withstand the war giant's powerful attack. Ding. You've received 2 divine movement points. Ding. Obtained 3 divinity points. Ding, get 1000 invincible point. All kinds of notifications made Lin Fei overjoyed. He opened the system and saw that the invincible point and divinity points were rising rapidly. Looking at the chief sovereigns who were still resisting in front of him, Lin Fei suddenly blinked. I seem to have wiped out 80 to 90% of the chief sovereigns in Sky City. Previously, Lin Fei just wanted to let the war giant go on a killing spree, and he really didn't think about anything else. Only now did he think of this problem. Who cares, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Lin Fei threw this problem to the back of his mind. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The war giant had wiped out all the chief sovereigns. Apart from the smell of blood, there was still the smell of blood. Lin Fei obtained 40,000 to 50,000 divinity points. From the previous 3,000 points, he had become a small tycoon. As for the chief sovereign's weapons and battle armor, there were almost none. The war giant's attack was too strong. With a sweep of the sword, the weapons and battle armor were all shattered into pieces. Lin Fei felt regret and pity when he thought about it. Fortunately, the storage ring was still there, which could more or less comfort him. The holy stones inside could be turned into energy points again. This battle had used up almost 1,000,000 energy points. The 7 chief sovereigns were all trapped in the cage. The originally majestic group was now empty. They had long heard of the power of the war fortress, but only when they saw it for the first time did they realize how terrifying it was. You've lost. Lin Fei stood on the war giant and appeared in front of the 7 chief sovereigns. Yes, we've lost. The 7-colored sovereign's beautiful face was pale. The remaining chief sovereigns felt helpless, but they also knew that they had lost. There was no way to turn the situation around. Tens of thousands of chief sovereigns had been killed. This was such a cruel method. Even they might not have seen such a scene before. They had thought that victory was in their grasp, but in the end, they had still fallen into the opponent's trap. They usually killed dozens or hundreds of chief sovereigns, which was already a lot. But now, compared to the opponent, it was like one was an adult and the other was a child. There was no comparison. If you want to kill me, cut me up, don't talk nonsense. Even if you kill me, my clan will still attack you. The chief sovereigns of the endless territories will also attack you. The war fortress will never be something that you can obtain. They seemed to be unafraid of death, but they still showed their unwillingness. These were their true bodies. If their true bodies died, they would lose more than half of their strength. Whether I can obtain it or not is my own business. You don't have to worry about it. The war giant attacked again. Wait. Just as he was about to attack, a wave of power descended from the sky and suppressed the war giant, preventing him from attacking. F***ck, they're finally out. After killing tens of thousands of chief sovereigns, Lin Fei was waiting for the divine servants to attack. He wanted to see what they were going to do to him. The chief sovereigns of Sky City had almost been wiped out. This was not a small matter. 3 black-armored divine servants appeared in the sky. Bang, 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 the war cage was broken. The remaining 7 chief sovereigns sucked in a cold breath. The divine servants were so powerful that they could suppress the war giant and break the war cage. With this kind of strength, it was probably not an exaggeration to say that they were 9 stars chief sovereigns. Greetings, divine servants. The 7 said hurriedly. Lin Fei was a little displeased. He wanted to kill these people. Of course, the 7-colored chief sovereign was an exception. Lin Fei was prepared to use her as a maid to serve tea and water. Lin Fei was excited just thinking about using a 6-star chief sovereign as a maid. Lord Divine Servant, this person is cruel and has killed tens of thousands of chief sovereigns. Lord Divine Servant, please kill him. Is that so? Chapter 1546. Silence. The cave ruler was already a 6-star ruler, and he had obtained a special treasure like the boundless abyss that could divert 1/3 of an attack. He was quite famous amongst the 6-star rulers, but he had died just like that without even being able to resist. Do you have any objections? The black-armored divine attendant turned around and asked coldly. The remaining 6 rulers lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. They had no other thoughts. Objections? Who would dare to have objections? They had not seen the cave ruler die with a cold snort, let alone them. They would most likely suffer the same fate. To be honest, they did have this thought. They hoped to borrow the divine attendant's hands to kill the fellow in front of them. According to their expectations, the divine attendants in charge of Sky City would definitely be enraged when most of the rulers were dead. They might really act, and there might be an opportunity waiting for them. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? They had gone in the opposite direction. At this time, they secretly rejoiced that they had not been in a hurry to speak. Instead, the cave ruler had rushed out to die. Lin Fei did not speak. He was waiting for the divine attendants to speak. You are quite bold. 80 to 90% of Sky City's rulers died at your hands. One of the divine attendants said, "Aren't you afraid that I will be the first to kill you?" Kill me? Are you willing? From the moment they had killed the cave ruler, Lin Fei knew that they would not do anything to him. Why do you want to kill me? Lin Fei laughed, because I killed these useless fellows. I'm afraid that in your eyes, these rulers are dispensable. In any case, they won't be able to return from the divine general dais. Dying now is no different from going to the divine general dais. Lin Fei was just that bold. With his invincible defense, even if they really wanted to attack, Lin Fei was confident that he would be able to return safely. Of course, he wouldn't use this move unless he had no other choice. Ruler Ardent Fire and the others' expressions changed. They would never say such words, especially in front of these divine attendants. They could kill them with a single glance. You are indeed bold. The divine servant's voice didn't change at all. It was still as cold as before. Killing these pieces of trash is killing them. We like your audacious temperament very much. Pack up your things and come to Sky City. It ended just like that. Lin Fei thought that they would at least say something. As for the rest of you, you can go down and accompany them. As soon as the divine servants opened their mouths, they were sentenced to death, even if they had clones. Bang bang bang, just like that, the sovereigns melted like snow in winter. Can we not kill her? Lin Fei said as he pointed at the rainbow ruler. Sure. The 5 sovereigns melted away one after another. They were as dead as could be. The 7-colored sovereign's face was pale. Looking at the black-robed man, he revealed a complicated expression. This guy actually saved him at this time. Was he not afraid of being killed by the divine servants? The 3 divine servants disappeared from the sky. How is it? How do you feel after walking on the road of death? Lin Fei looked at the pale woman. Not good. It was not that the 7-colored sovereign had never experienced death before. However, this was the first time he had been so close to death. He could not resist at all, as weak as an ant. The appearance of the black-robed fellow gave the 7-colored ruler a different kind of ruler. You guys brought this upon yourselves. You had nothing better to do than to steal the battle fortress. Lin Fei said. The 7-colored sovereign rolled his eyes. Isn't this all because of you? Then what do you plan to do with me now? Be my maid. Lin Fei said proudly. Can't you see that I'm missing a maid? I think you're very suitable. Otherwise, why would I save you? You really dare to make me your maid? The 7-colored sovereign said angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? The 7-colored sovereign knew very well how powerless his words were. This guy had the upper hand now. Even the divine servant seemed to look at him differently. A woman's intuition was very sensitive. Don't regret this. The 7-colored sovereign gritted his teeth. In the beginning, the 7-colored sovereign never thought that this guy could do it. Who would dare to make a dignified 6-star sovereign like himself a maid? Yet, it really came true. Just prepare to be my maid. Now, control your temper. If you're not convinced, you can make your move. Let's see what you can do to me. This bastard. Sky City. This originally bustling place had become desolate. Now, it was cold and cheerless. The streets that used to be filled with rulers were now empty. The sovereigns who remained in Sky City were basically all 2-star and 3-star sovereigns. They were all cautious people and did not run out because of the battle fortress. Their rationality allowed them to suppress their greed and desires. Thus, they survived. I wonder how Di Tian is doing. In a restaurant in Sky City. Windrain Sovereign and the others gathered together. Ever since 80 to 90% of the sovereigns had left, the pressure on them had lessened. They did not need to hide inside and could roam around in some restaurants. As for leaving the city, they did not dare. It was too chaotic outside. Who knows? In any case, this has nothing to do with us. Although this was what they said, their impression of Di Tian was very complicated. If not for Di Tian, they would still be hiding in the plaza and would not have come outside. On the other hand, they were worried about getting involved with Di Tian. Fortunately, no one had discovered this, which was why they dared to drink here. Hua, a black figure charged in from outside Sky City. The black figure disappeared as soon as it appeared. This person looks a little familiar. It's Di Tian. He's Di Tian. Windrain Sovereign and Skyen Sovereign both noticed the black figure. Their eyes widened as they recognized who the black figure was. Their expressions changed drastically. Fortunately, no one was around. They did not dare to imagine that Di Tian would return at a time like this. Wasn't he being surrounded and attacked? Could it be that something had happened outside? Logically speaking, Di Tian should not have returned. Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and temporarily placed the 7-colored sovereign on top of it. As for controlling the battle fortress, that was something he did not even need to think about. Lin Fei was very relaxed. After entering Sky City, he swept out with his divine sense. The enormous Sky City was empty. There were not many sovereigns left. What a sin. Lin Fei looked very serious, but no one knew how much he was exaggerating. After entering Sky City, a will came to guide him. He followed the will and flew into the depths of Sky City. The layers of restrictions automatically opened up a path. Lin Fei arrived at the depths of Sky City. He passed through the layers of barriers, which shocked even him. He saw the 3 divine attendants. They sat on their thrones, and their auras caused the surroundings to be terrifyingly quiet. You're here. Chapter 1547. What do you mean you're here? Lin Fei shuddered. I'm not your woman. They could easily kill a 6-star ruler without even lifting a finger. Lin Fei naturally didn't dare to underestimate the 3 giants. Especially since he had entered from the outside, Lin Fei had to be very careful. Perhaps only the battle fortress could break through the layers of restrictions here. For example, right now, Lin Fei seemed to have appeared in a different space. The space was constantly changing. The 3 divine servants seemed to be in front of him, but Lin Fei was very clear that his attacks would fail. Di Tian greets the 3 divine servants. Lin Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. You're not bad. You actually have a way to activate the battle fortress and summon the war giant. The wood divine servant said, however, your methods are too cruel. You killed almost all the rulers here. What do you say? This again? Lin Fei was very clear that they wanted to give him a warning. After all, too many people had died. I didn't expect this either. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. As Lin Fei spoke, he pondered. There's no use for such a weak ruler. My 3 divine servants, if there's anything you need me to do, please let me know. Although I can't guarantee that I'll complete it, as long as there's a chance, I'll definitely do my best. Lin Fei had discussed this with the little fiend. In the end, they came to the conclusion that the divine servants did this on purpose. Their goal was very simple, to find the strongest expert. He was that strongest expert. Although he had won by relying on the battle fortress, in this matter, only the winner takes all. A loss was a loss. The divine servants had to do their own things. You're quite smart. The wood divine servant said, just as you said, those people couldn't withstand a single blow. Even if they died, they would have died in vain. The three divine servants were quite optimistic about this Tion. There were very few people who could emerge victorious from the encirclement of the sovereigns. What they needed was the most powerful person in the world. This was the goal of Sky City. Even if all the rulers died, as long as one person was the strongest, they wouldn't have any objections. Thus, when the war giants started killing, they didn't stop it. It was easy for them to destroy a war giant. In the end, they had all died, but Tion had survived and become the strongest individual in Sky City. Even though his personal strength was only average, he had countless tricks up his sleeves. Even a 6-star ruler might not be able to take him down. They needed such a powerful expert to work for them. How much do you know about the Divine General stage? Here comes the main topic. When it comes to understanding the Divine General platform, I don't know as much as the 3 divine attendants. Lin Fei said. Even if he knew something, he wouldn't say it. On this issue, Lin Fei played a small trick. No matter what he said, the other party had already spoken up. How could he be more familiar with the situation inside than them? Definitely not. Since that was the case, there was no point in saying it. You're very smart. You don't know the situation on the Divine General platform as well as we do. Lin Fei laughed dryly. I'm sure you know a little about the Divine General stage's origins, but you don't know the specifics. I'll tell you about it now. It was created by a divine king. All you need to know is that he was an extremely powerful divine king. The main use of the Divine General stage is to select divine generals. Once you become a divine general, you'll have a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Your mission is very simple. Once you enter the Divine General stage, do your best to distinguish yourself. How do you do your best to distinguish yourself? That's to snatch deity roots. This is a cruel battle. The more deity roots you have, the more precious divine items you can refine, which will greatly increase your strength. After that, you'll have a chance to enter the Divine General Palace. Once you're there, you'll know what your mission is. Lin Fei was completely baffled by this. The meaning of this mission was too great. Wasn't it a little too simple? Had he forgotten about it after such a long time? Is my final mission to enter the Divine General Palace? Lin Fei asked carefully. Yes, it is to enter the Divine General Palace. Lin Fei blinked. I'll know the mission once I'm inside? Yes, as long as you're inside. However, this step is very difficult. You must be mentally prepared. It was Lin Fei's first time encountering this kind of mission. However, their faces were expressionless, and their tones were flat. Lin Fei couldn't see any clues. I want to know what deity roots are. Why do we need to snatch deity roots? Deity roots are a special existence. As long as one refines it into one's body will have divinity. The more divinity there is, the easier it will be for one to master divine arts. Otherwise, without divinity, it'll be difficult for anyone to cultivate. Lin Fei stood inside for a long time. Alright, you can go now. Enjoy the remaining days. I'll inform you when the Divine General stage opens. A wave of fluctuation came, and just like that, Lin Fei appeared in the Sky City. Strange, how strange. Lin Fei murmured in his heart. Isn't it just going to the Divine General Palace? I didn't say that I had to go. Everyone said that it would be difficult and that the competition would be fierce. Hee hee. In a mountain range outside the Sky City. Lin Fei threw out Senfu and prepared to stay here for the rest of the time. Lin Fei really wasn't interested in the Sky City. Moreover, he didn't like the 3 god servants very much. It was more comfortable to live outside. Before that, Lin Fei prepared to properly modify the 7-colored ruler. The 7-colored ruler wasn't a follower. Lin Fei didn't make her swear an oath. He just let her be a maid by his side. Does this maid know how to massage? Are you trying to kill me? By the lake next to the mountain range. Lin Fei crossed his legs and lay on a cloud. Behind him, the seven-colored ruler pinched Lin Fei's shoulder unwillingly, feeling extremely wronged. Ever since this fellow returned that day, the seven-colored ruler's nightmare began. He had to learn everything a maid could do. For example, making tea. For example, cooking. As a high and mighty ruler, the seven-colored ruler hadn't done this in a long time. As for eating, it was already in his memory, and he had almost forgotten about it. That day, the seven-colored ruler exploded. What made the seven-colored ruler tragic was that no matter how she attacked, her attacks were useless against him. However, she didn't dare to underestimate his attacks. What was even more tragic was that the mid-grade ruler battle armor on her body was taken away. Her storage ring was also taken away. It was said that she had kept it for herself. After losing the ruler battle armor, the seven-colored ruler's defense became weaker. She gritted her teeth against Lin Fei, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. The other party was also immersed in such an atmosphere. This made things difficult for the seven-colored ruler. Chapter 1548. In the last few years of the 10 Years' War, Lin Fei's life was quite comfortable. Every day, he would either tease the seven-colored ruler or level up for a short while. No one would disturb him. He had his own time. The three divine servants had put in a lot of effort for Lin Fei to stand out on the divine general platform. First was the Holy Stone Mine. Lin Fei was free to collect these mineral veins. With the help of the divine refinement technique, Lin Fei didn't hold back at all. He collected the holy stone mines one by one and turned them into energy points for the battle fortress. Such a good opportunity didn't come by very often. With the energy points, the formations and restrictions inside the battle fortress were completely repaired in a year. The densely packed formations and restrictions were connected from top to bottom. Even Lin Fei felt his scalp go numb when he saw it. How could he break through this? Of course, during this time, Lin Fei recruited a large number of demon warriors through the demon dimension. He used them to activate the battle fortress and unleash the most ordinary attacks. This was something that couldn't be done before. Ordinary sovereigns wouldn't be able to block even an ordinary attack. The battle fortress could unleash the power of a real fortress. Leisurely times were always short. Di Tian, come to me quickly. On this day, Lin Fei was still sunbathing by the lake. The seven-colored ruler massaged his shoulders with a hateful gaze. The divine servant's voice sounded in his mind. Is it finally starting? Lin Fei signaled for the seven-colored ruler to stop. He knew that his leisurely days were over. It's starting? The seven-colored ruler's life wasn't as bad as he had imagined. All in all, Di Tian wasn't bad. What surprised the seven-colored ruler even more was that after killing so many rulers, Sky City had almost become an empty city. The remaining rulers weren't of much use, but the divine servant didn't punish Di Tian at all. Instead, she tried her best to rope Di Tian in. This was something the seven-colored ruler hadn't expected. This was the first time the seven-colored ruler had seen someone killed to this extent. What will come will come. Lin Fei stood up. Stay by my side and don't talk. It was still the same place as last time. The expressions of the three divine servants didn't change much. If one were to sense it carefully, one would be able to sense a trace of joy in it. If one wasn't an extremely powerful person, one wouldn't be able to tell. The divine general platform is about to begin. Lin Fei listened. Quite a few extremely powerful sovereigns have appeared on the divine general dais, and the competition will be intense. You have to be careful. The three of them were divine servants' instructions. Lin Fei nodded to show that he understood. It's best if you don't use the battle fort in the platform. You can only rely on your own abilities because there are existences you can't afford to offend. They are emissaries that have existed for a very long time. Even if it's just a shadow right now, it's still not something you can handle. You must be mentally prepared. The phantom of a divine general? Lin Fei had never even considered using the battle bastion. This thing couldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. If he used it on the Divine General platform, all the rulers of the Weave would be tempted, and the supreme experts would all appear to hunt him down. Lin Fei didn't like being hunted down all the time. Even though Lin Fei really liked the feeling of killing someone with one shot from the battle bastion, it felt really good, and he would get a large amount of experience and all sorts of benefits. Sirs, you know that I'm quite strong, but I'm afraid I'm just an ordinary existence on the Divine General platform. You can't just let me go empty-handed, right? Lin Fei said, feeling wronged. The seven-colored sovereign didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of the three divine servants. They could kill him with a single finger. After hearing Di Tian's words, he knew the difference between them. The seven-colored sovereign didn't have the guts to ask for benefits openly. I knew you would say that. The three divine servants each took out a celestial talisman that emitted a faint light and flew in front of Lin Fei. These are three celestial talismans. One can protect you from death once, one can unleash the power of an expert like me once, and the last one can help you escape 10 billion kilometers away. Are you satisfied now? Lin Fei was quite satisfied with these three things. These are all one-time consumables. Once they're used up, they'll be gone. Is there nothing else? Lin Fei rubbed his nose and said, I have to risk my life for the Divine General platform. Only with more protection will I have the confidence to complete the mission. If they dared to give him things, Lin Fei didn't mind asking for more. No matter what it was, as long as it was useful, it was fine. He was cheating here. Lin Fei had every reason to believe that the other divine servants of Sky City would also provide some convenience to the people they chose. He wasn't the only one who benefited. If he really thought that he was the only one who benefited, he wouldn't even know how he died. They would definitely give him these things. Lin Fei was very confident. This is the Destruction Spear Phantom. It has the power of an 8-star ruler. It can be used 10 times in a row. After 10 times, the Phantom will return. This is our greatest support for you. A black spear appeared in front of Lin Fei, emitting a faint aura of destruction. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Lin Fei knew that this kind of illusory weapon could only be created by an extremely powerful magic treasure. In other words, the three divine attendants had a real destructive spear in their hands. Moreover, it possessed terrifying power. Thank you for your support, sirs. I will definitely do my best. Lin Fei put away the Destruction Spear Phantom. You can go back now. The Divine General platform will start in the afternoon. Back to his own Senfu. Lin Fei didn't refine the Destruction Spear Phantom. The three divine attendants gave Lin Fei a different feeling. This was especially so for this mission. He kept feeling that there were secrets that no one knew about. Why did he have this thought? Even Lin Fei himself wasn't too clear. Little devil, what do you think of this thing? Lin Fei summoned the little devil. This thing is good for you, but it's not a good thing. Fortunately, you didn't refine it. Otherwise, it would have been a fatal disaster. The little devil glanced at it and said coldly. Fatal disaster? Lin Fei didn't see what was hidden in the spear. He used his divine sense to check it several times. His expression couldn't help but become serious. This is a phantom that was stripped from the weapon. If you refine this phantom, it will be equivalent to establishing a connection with the weapon itself. If the other party wants to kill you, they only need to take out the weapon and they will be able to kill you through the air. *CK, I knew they wouldn't be so kind. They even hid such a trick. Lin Fei's forehead was full of cold sweat. May I know what grade this weapon is? Establishing a connection could kill him from a distance. Lin Fei really hadn't seen this kind of weapon before. Chapter 1549. It can't be. There's a divine weapon in this world? Lin Fei thought he had misheard. This spear phantom actually came from a divine weapon. A divine weapon isn't something amazing. The little devil didn't care at all and even looked down on him. With your current divinity points, you can exchange for a low-grade divine weapon if you earn a little more. Lin Fei thought about it again. A divine weapon really wasn't that amazing. In fact, a divine weapon was still very powerful in this world. Whoever took it out, even the rulers of the 9 stars wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Today was the first time Lin Fei heard of a divine weapon, and it came from the 3 divine servants. From the fact that they took out a divine weapon phantom for you, it seems like they're plotting something big. The little devil analyzed, maybe after it's done, your life will be in danger. Lin Fei cursed the 3 divine servants in his heart. He had almost been tricked. Lin Fei wasn't clear about the characteristics of a divine weapon. If he really refined the phantom and had a connection with the divine weapon, it wouldn't be impossible to kill him from a distance. Should I refine it? If I don't, maybe they'll suspect me. Lin Fei thought, but if I refine it, it'll be equivalent to having a karmic connection. Maybe I'll fall into their trap. This had become a headache to deal with. Lin Fei wasn't willing to put his life in the hands of others. Whether they had this intention or not, Lin Fei had to guard against them. At least, he had to let them believe that he refined the divine weapon phantom. Otherwise, they would suspect him immediately. The divine general platform hadn't been opened yet, so Lin Fei was still in big trouble. Even with the battle fortress, he might not have a chance of winning, especially if they were prepared. The destructive power of the battle fortress would also be greatly limited. That's simple. As long as you're willing to spend some divinity, I can help you condense you to confuse them. When the time comes, if they really want to kill you, they'll only kill your fake body, and you won't have any trouble. Moreover, with this fake body, you can also use the karmic connection to take control of the other party's divine weapon by using deceptive tactics. There's such a cultivation method? The shrine is omnipotent as long as you have enough divinity points. I don't think it's expensive. It's not expensive, only 1,000 divinity points. Under such circumstances, Lin Fei could only learn. 1,000 divinity points was equivalent to 500 juggernauts, which was still barely bearable. After a while, deep inside the battle fort, an exact copy of Lin Fei appeared. His aura and divine sense were exactly the same. Even I can't tell. Lin Fei used his spiritual consciousness to check for a while but did not find any flaws. If you can tell, then this cultivation technique is too worthless. The little devil said, now let the fake body refine it. Lin Fei took out the spear image and handed it to his doppelganger, who easily refined it. I've refined it. You can use it now. Leave this avatar in the battle fort. Don't worry if the divine weapon comes. Just let him out and you'll be safe. Lin Fei put away the spear image and saw his other self sitting cross-legged, seemingly comprehending something. He's using the connection to trace the source and slowly corrode the divine weapon, the spear of destruction. As long as he has enough time, he can take the spear for himself, making them lose their soldiers and their wives. The little devil smirked, when that time comes, their faces will definitely look good. After the important trouble was solved, Lin Fei felt a lot more at ease. Perhaps, the divine servants were also at ease. After all, he refined the spear image, which meant that the power of life and death fell into the hands of the other party. Lin Fei did not like this kind of shameless method. Now that he had no worries, Lin Fei wanted to know what tricks they were playing. In the afternoon, everyone received the notice. The Divine General platform would open today, which was undoubtedly good news for the juggernauts who had been in Sky City. In order to fight for the battle fort, the 10 juggernauts of Sky City had all died. A large number of juggernauts were killed, so they did not dare to go out and had been hiding in Sky City. With the opening of the Divine General platform, they could move to a new place, which was undoubtedly a relief. Boom! In the sky above Sky City, a vortex descended, piercing through the clouds and the void. It was like a giant pillar of light that appeared in Sky City's plaza. This pillar of light was majestic and boundless. Everyone seemed incredibly small in front of this pillar of light. The juggernauts appeared in the plaza, staring at the pillar of light not too far away. This was the moment they had all been looking forward to. about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. A strange power enveloped Sky City. Every juggernaut, regardless of their cultivation level, subconsciously flew toward the pillar of light, unable to control their bodies. After sensing that there was no danger, the juggernauts relaxed. One by one, they entered the pillar of light. Lin Fei was also affected by the power, unable to move. This power is quite strange. It can suppress my power. The divine general platform above should be even more extraordinary. Lin Fei did not resist, allowing himself to enter the pillar of light and fly upward. In the depths of Sky City, the three divine servants also stood up. Their gazes were fixed on the pillar of light. A hint of anticipation appeared on their previously expressionless faces. I hope I'll succeed this time. Lin Fei felt his surroundings change faster and faster. A terrifying tearing force tore at him, as though it wanted to tear him apart. He felt as though he were on the brink of death. This process lasted for a very long time. By the time Lin Fei regained control of his body, he had appeared on a platform. There were many similar platforms around him. Before Lin Fei could take a closer look, the platforms flew away and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Lin Fei noticed that there were 9 towering mountains in the distance. Apart from these 9 mountains, there was nothing else in his field of vision. Divine General Mountain? Lin Fei looked again. One side of the mountain had been shaved off, leaving behind 3 majestic words. Just from these words alone, Lin Fei could tell that they were extraordinary. At this time, the platform beneath him was pulled by some sort of force, directly flying into the distance. It was getting farther and farther away from the 9 mountains, and in the end, it could no longer be seen. Lin Fei estimated that it had flown for at least 10 billion miles, perhaps even more. As for where the platform was flying to, Lin Fei was not in the mood to pay attention. He just let Little Fiend scan this space so that he could have a better understanding. This place is really not ordinary. Even time is messed up. I don't even know how long it has been since I left that place. The platform dissipated, and Lin Fei stopped in midair with a solemn expression. The surrounding space and time were in a state of chaos. This was the first time he had encountered such a place. The divine servant said that I have to obtain as many deity roots as possible in order to have a chance to enter the divine general platform. I wonder what deity roots look like. Lin Fei first used his divine sense to carefully scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he searched in a certain direction. After traveling thousands of miles, a huge bird suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a red bird. The moment the bird appeared, its wings were like 2 blades, slashing towards Lin Fei's direction. Then, it let out a loud cry and spat out a wind blade. The bird's attack speed was extremely fast. It broke through the speed of an ordinary 1 or 2 star dominator and had at least the speed of a 3-star dominator. A stupid bird also dares to come out and show off. Lin Fei really looked down on a bird. He casually flicked its wings twice, and the huge force sent the bird flying, sprinkling feathers down from the sky. The bird was startled and hurriedly fled, not daring to continue fighting. Come down. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and directly stood on the bird's back. He grabbed with his bare hands, and the bird's head exploded. Its huge body fell down. Ding! Killed bird. Obtained 30 divinity points. The system's notification shocked Lin Fei, and he suspected that he had heard wrongly. What the hell? Why did I get 30 divinity points from killing a bird? An ordinary dominator would only get a few points. The stronger one was, the more divinity points they would get. Up until now, Lin Fei only remembered that he had obtained a lot of divinity points from killing young Master Brahman's clone. That was also the only time. But now? Obtaining 30 divinity points from killing a dominator bird was a pleasant surprise for Lin Fei. Let's try again. Not long after, another bird appeared, but its strength was much weaker. In order to check if there was really so much divinity, Lin Fei did not waste time and slashed with his long saber, killing the bird on the spot. This time, Lin Fei did not hear wrongly. He obtained 20 divinity points, 10 less than the previous one. Lin Fei moved around again. He killed a total of 5 ruler birds in total and obtained 20 or so divinity points from each bird. What a strange place. Lin Fei was very surprised that the Divine General Platform was such a place. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that God roots could also be converted into divinity points? As soon as this thought appeared, it filled his mind. There are so many divinity points here. You can collect them. The more divinity points you have, the better it is for you. The little devil could not understand the situation here. When you have enough divinity points, you can exchange for a divine weapon or divine armor. What is there to be afraid of? Lin Fei thought so too. No matter how strange this place was, at least for now, it was the most suitable place to collect divinity points. A dominator bird was better than 10 dominators. Where else could he find such a good thing? Ding! Killed dominator bird. Obtained 20 divinity points. Ding! Killed immortal emperor bird. Obtained 10 divinity points. Others did it for the Divine General Platform, but after Lin Fei discovered the benefits, he had long forgotten about it. Now, he was wholeheartedly collecting divinity points. These dominator immortal beasts were average in strength and easy to kill. After there were fewer birds in the sky, Lin Fei entered the mountains to hunt immortal beasts, big and small, for divinity points. Chapter 1550. It had been a month. Since entering this space, Lin Fei had spent a month's time. During this month, he had been hunting immortal beasts, regardless of whether they were big or small. As long as he encountered them, he would not let them go. Mosquito meat was also meat. This also caused Lin Fei's divinity points to rise rapidly. The harvest was gratifying. The speed was much faster than when he bombarded the ruler, so Lin Fei was excited every day. Ding! Killed Celestial King level giant ape, obtained 5 divinity points. Ding! Congratulations, player obtained 100,000 divinity points. Lin Fei's hand rose and fell, and the behemoth fell down. As for killing these immortal beasts, Lin Fei already had some experience. As long as he was fast and did not give them a chance to attack, he could kill them in the shortest time possible. 100,000 divinity points. The divinity points were increasing every day, and Lin Fei really did not pay attention to the specific number. Ding! Player obtained 100,000 divinity points, can obtain a free cultivation technique in the God Pavilion. In the next second, Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion. Such a good thing. Although Lin Fei had 100,000 divinity points, it was still very difficult to exchange for a good cultivation technique in the God Pavilion. The door of the God Pavilion opened again. This time, the little devil did not appear. As soon as he stepped into the God Pavilion, there were only 10 light balls in front of him, traversing the air, emitting a gray light. This is a random choice. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Did it really think it was a free choice? It turned out that it gave him a choice. When he used his divine sense to check, it bounced back every time. Lin Fei understood that this was intentional by the system. If he wanted to choose a good thing, he probably had to rely on luck. This one in the middle is fine. Lin Fei was very lazy. He could not see through the 10 light balls, so he could only choose randomly. Ding! Congratulations, player obtained Divine Cultivation Technique 1 Blade Slash. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. The remaining 9 light balls dissipated, and a jade slip fell into Lin Fei's hands. He could not wait to check it out, wanting to know the power of the Divine Cultivation Technique 1 Blade Slash. After looking through it, the Divine Level Cultivation Technique, 1 Saber Slash, was indeed very domineering. Lin Fei himself had once practiced an ancient saber technique. The difference between this saber technique and a god-tier cultivation technique was indeed huge. The ancient saber technique was very tyrannical, but the divine grade cultivation technique was even more tyrannical. It directly pushed forward, displaying its tyranny to the fullest. My cultivation technique, I'm currently lacking a domineering cultivation technique. The god-level single-blade chop suits me the best. The more Lin Fei looked at it, the more he liked it. With this thought, Lin Fei prepared to cultivate the deity tier cultivation technique, one-blade chop. Ding! The activation of the divine level space will consume 1,000 divinity points for 1 day. Without waiting for Lin Fei's consent, the scene before him changed once more, and he found himself in another space. F***CK, do you have to scam my divinity points like that? Something new appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It was a godly class technique, single saber slash. He reached out, and a sovereign's blade appeared in his hand. Hua, he slashed out with his saber. A divine light flickered. The void was torn open, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. Ding! Using one blade chop once, plus 1 experience point. Ding! Primary one blade chop. Opening the system, Lin Fei understood that this place was specially for practicing deity tier cultivation techniques. On second thought, deity tier cultivation techniques shouldn't be easy to practice. He had taken a shortcut here. Lin Fei also discovered that this space contained divine light, which was very beneficial for practicing here. Again. Lin Fei's saber slash treated the void as an enemy. With each slash, the power would increase, and the domineering nature of the saber technique would be revealed, revealing an attitude of looking down on the world. Hundreds and thousands of slashes. Gotcha! The sovereign's blade shattered. I did it just like that? Returning to the outside once more, Lin Fei was still savoring the power of the last slash. Domineering. Looking down on the world. This was a true saber technique. Even though Lin Fei had used 10,000 divinity points to execute the saber slash, it had allowed Lin Fei to grasp a powerful saber technique. Now that he was a 5-star ruler, his saber slash could deal with at least a 7-star ruler. After all, this was a deity tier saber technique. One needed to reach a certain realm to use it in order to unleash its perfect power. With this power, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. He continued to kill monsters. After mastering one blade chop, Lin Fei only felt a trace of domineering aura on his body. When killing immortal beasts, a trace of domineering divine might made the other party tremble. This was a strange thing. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. Killing monsters was the most important thing. Another 10 days passed. Lin Fei obtained thousands of divinity points, but he still didn't encounter the god root that the god's servant mentioned. It was as if it had disappeared without a trace. Boom! Another immortal beast died under the saber. There was a gentle aura in front of him, like a gentle spring breeze. At this moment, Lin Fei felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Very real. Very real. Lin Fei's mind shook, and he shattered this aura. He recovered and released his divine senses. It emitted a misty light billions of miles away. At this moment, it was extremely dazzling. This is God light. No, God light isn't like this. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. He seemed to know what it was. Whoosh! He spread his demon wings and flew out. He covered billions of miles in an instant. At this moment, in a mountain range, there was a gentle aura. Lin Fei focused his eyes and saw a young tree sapling swaying in the wind by the lake. This young sapling was completely golden, and the gentle light was released from the sapling. Is this the god root? Lin Fei was sure that he didn't recognize it wrong. This was the god root. The more things that the god's servant mentioned, the more chances he had to enter the divine general platform. Grab it and let me see. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand, appearing above the golden sapling. He only needed to make a light grab, and the sapling would fall into his hand. This isn't something a little sovereign like you can get. An arrogant voice came from the void. Then, a golden light flashed. The other party slashed at Lin Fei's arm. It didn't cut it, but Lin Fei's hand was sent flying. After Lin Fei's hand was sent flying, another hand reached out from the void and grabbed at the god root. He didn't see the attacker. It was a sovereign expert who attacked from afar. Whether or not you can get it is not up to you. Cut. Great Sword Chi's secret art. 5 swords merged into one and cut the hand. A drop of blood fell from the void. This sword didn't end there. It went deep into the void. Ever since he cultivated the divine blade slash, he had a better understanding of cultivation techniques. Lin Fei also improved the Great Sword Chi's secret art, and its power increased. This sword went straight to the source. A muffled groan came from the void. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He grabbed with his other hand and the sapling landed in his hand. The divine light converged and turned into a god root. Ding! Discovered god root. Do you want to exchange for divinity points? Exchange. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. The god root turned into divinity points. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 1,000 divinity points. 1,000 divinity points? Lin Fei was shocked. What kind of joke was this? 1,000 divinity points suddenly appeared. Killing a sovereign immortal beast required 20 to 30 points. Isn't this a little too terrifying? Give me back my god root. Before Lin Fei could digest this news, a fierce aura came from the front. A huge warship came crashing over. The surrounding void was damaged by this collision. A young man stood in the sky above the warship. Black mist pulsed around his body. Lin Fei was quickly locked on by the warship. An invisible pressure surrounded him, causing the surrounding space to become like mud. You're just a 5-star sovereign, and you dare to snatch my god root and injure me? In front of my destruction warship, I want you to die, 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 die. Completely destroy me. His roar caused the young man's face to contort into a sinister expression. He was also a 5-star sovereign. He was very strong. The warship under him was also a sovereign warship. Moreover, it had the power of the great Tao, making it stronger. The young man was very arrogant. Boom! This collision shocked the world. The warship crashed into the other party as promised. The young man was even more proud. Anyone who dared to fight with him would be killed. Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. The young man's expression changed. A cold voice sounded in his ears. A gray light flashed in the young man's eyes, and the 5-star sovereign's body instantly turned into pieces. This saber was a saber slash. God-tier saber technique. It was the first time he used it. No matter how strong his body was, it was not worth mentioning in front of this god-tier saber technique. Not bad. I obtained 100 divinity points. The person he killed this time gave him a lot more divinity points. Lin Fei pondered for a while. It should be because the other party had refined the god root, and the divinity in his body had increased. He obtained more divinity points by killing the other party. The system is really a scam. 1,000 god roots, and after refining, there are only 100 left. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Although he was unhappy, Lin Fei once again saw a shortcut to obtain divinity points. It was either to snatch the god root or to kill the sovereign, especially the sovereign who had refined the god root. Lin Fei also put away the sovereign warship. The god-tier saber slash was too domineering. With this saber slash, everything on the other party's body would be turned into pieces. Nothing could be left. The saber slash consumes too much power of the great Tao. Based on my strength, I can use it 5 times at most before all my power of the great Tao is used up. This is a problem. The power was there. This consumption gave Lin Fei a headache. Great destruction of the heavens, suppress for me. Suddenly, 3 terrifying auras blasted over again. Lin Fei's background changed, and he was in a world full of destructive aura. The sky was full of immortal kings and immortal emperors, densely packed, and they used all kinds of divine abilities to attack. The huge world revolved, and Lin Fei was instantly drowned by divine abilities. At the end of the world, 3 sovereigns stood side by side, their eyes cold. A mere 5-star sovereign really thinks he is something. Things like the god root are only worthy of us, not this guy. The sovereign in the middle said indifferently. Chapter 1551. All three of them were 6-star rulers. On the god general's platform, they came from the same territory and naturally worked together. The moment they found traces of the deity roots, they would immediately chase after them. The three of them worked together and obtained many deity roots. They had never been defeated. At least, not yet. The Great Destruction World was ruler Qin Hong's treasure. It was refined from a great world, and now that the three of them were using it, its power was limitless. They even dared to fight against a 7-star ruler. They didn't care about a 5-star ruler at all. The moment they attacked, they wanted to kill him. Under the attack of the Great Destruction World, they could kill him in less than a few breaths. Then, they could take the deity roots and leave without wasting any time. F***CK, are you done yet? The Great Destruction World pressed down, and Lin Fei couldn't shake off the world's power. When the sky full of attacks came, he activated his invincible defense. He was in a bad mood, and the moment he used the great sword Qi's secret art, the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, sweeping away the densely packed immortals. Under this sword, the immortals were all torn to pieces. There were too many immortals in the Great Destruction World, and those who were killed would be reborn again and again. After attacking a few times, Lin Fei knew how powerful this treasure was and that it couldn't be destroyed easily. For now, it could be said that this was the most powerful treasure Lin Fei had ever encountered. You are quite capable, but it's a pity that you landed in the Great Destruction World and are destined to die. The last thing you should have done was obtain the deity roots. Mocking voices came from the sky. The sky full of immortals attacked again, their aura even more ferocious than before. They were like a black cloud, trying to drown Lin Fei within. Single blade slash. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time talking. If he couldn't kill the immortal army, he would just destroy the Great Destruction World. Let's see who would kill who then. Boom! Lin Fei executed a terrifying blade attack for the second time. This blade attack shone with divine light, and the immortals' attacks were all disintegrated. Everywhere the blade light passed, the immortal army was turned into dust, and countless cities were destroyed. Gotcha! The three rulers didn't care about the other party. They might be able to block the first wave, but they couldn't block the second. In their eyes, this was a deathbed struggle. The other party wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They only needed to wait for a while. However, when that resplendent and tyrannical saber appeared, the army of immortals collapsed. The 3 6-star sovereigns felt a trace of fear in their hearts. It was as if this saber was aimed at them. Not good, my great sky destroyer. Hegemon Qin Hong's heart skipped a beat. He could sense the cracks in the sky destroyer realm, and he felt great heartache. What kind of saber skill is this? We've been locked onto. The saber carrying divine light rushed over, and the remaining 2 sovereigns felt a trace of terror. This saber strike had exceeded their expectations. How could that fellow unleash such an attack? Go! The 3 of them didn't have the confidence to face this attack, so they left the Great Destruction Heaven realm. Boom! The Great Destruction Heaven world shook. In an instant, everything in the world was crushed. The 3 exited the Skydevastator world, which was now covered with cracks and scars. Hegemon Qin Hong was still badly shaken by the terrifying attack his opponent had unleashed. What should we do? This fellow is not easy to deal with. Before Hegemon Qin Hong could say anything, a streak of saber light suddenly cleaved apart the Sky Ruin world, causing it to be heavily damaged. My Skydevastator world. Hegemon Qin Hong's heart was dripping blood when he saw this. This was his most powerful treasure. How could it have been cleaved apart? My apologies, the 3 of you. This thing of yours isn't very tough. It wasn't even able to withstand 2 of my saber strikes. The faces of the 3 twitched as they watched a black-robed youth walk out. His sharp gaze swept past the 3 of them, and it was as though he had slapped them across the face. Previously, they had been certain that their opponent was dead for sure. Now, it's my turn. After unleashing 2 saber strikes in a row and breaking apart the Skydevastator world, Lin Fei had used up half of his Grand Dao energy. He had to admit that this world was very tough. Ordinary sovereigns would die even if they didn't. You destroyed my Skydevastator world because you used a powerful treasure. I refuse to believe that you can still use something like this. He Gemin Xinhong had lost one of his most powerful treasures. The two of them were definitely going to fight to the death. Let's attack. The 3 of them had communicated with their divine sense, and they were certain that their opponent wouldn't be able to produce such a powerful treasure. This was their chance. With 3 6-star sovereigns attacking, they refused to believe that they wouldn't be able to deal with this fellow. Illusory Destruction Spear. Boom! The aura of destruction directly pressed down on the 3 6-star sovereigns. Traces of the aura of destruction pierced through their ruler battle robes. The 3 6-star sovereigns were certain that their opponent didn't have any powerful treasures. They still had the advantage. This piercing attack caused their expressions to turn unsightly once more. The aura of destruction caused their hair to stand on end. Die! The illusory destruction spear pierced forward, and an overwhelming amount of destructive energy surged over like an ocean. The 3 6-star sovereigns felt as though they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. All that was left behind were skeletal corpses. Instant kill. What's the point? After putting away the illusory destruction spear, Lin Fei smiled. The system sent him a message. He had obtained 600 divinity points. This was a good deal. It would be a waste not to use the treasures bestowed by the divine servants. 7-star might was perfect for killing 6-star sovereigns. After experiencing the benefits of the deity root, Lin Fei also began to pay attention. A single deity root was worth 1,000 divinity points. Coupled with the people who came to snatch it, it could be considered a big deal. Lin Fei hunted immortal beasts while searching for deity roots. Perhaps because the location was remote, deity roots didn't appear often. Until now, he had only encountered them 3 times. Each time, Lin Fei had a bountiful harvest. The illusory destruction spear had also been used 5 times. Especially the last time, a 6-star sovereign had withstood the first wave of attacks. Lin Fei had no choice but to use it again and kill the other party with 1 stab. Master, there should be good things in the southeast direction. I discovered more than a dozen energy waves. Among them, the strongest should have the combat power of a 7-star sovereign, and the weakest should have the combat power of a 4-star sovereign. I like this. Lin Fei was worried that he hadn't discovered it. 7-star sovereign? Lin Fei wasn't worried. Killing an expert of this level should give him a lot of divinity points. 1 billion miles away. This was a mountain range. However, it had been razed to the ground. All kinds of great Dao powers filled the place and intertwined with each other. As long as a weaker sovereign entered, he would immediately be killed by these great Dao powers. There was no other possibility. Skirich sovereign, you're already injured. I wonder how much longer you can hold on. In the sky above the mountain range, a burly man with a bare upper body was currently drenched in blood. His body was also in tatters. Ha ha ha, I'm injured. I'll make you pay a huge price. If you don't believe me, you can try. Who would dare doubt my words? The burly man held a black axe in his left hand. With a swing of the axe, a ray of light shot out and shattered an attack. Skirich, you were lucky to escape last time. Today, you'll die without a doubt. Moreover, you've snatched the deity root. Our Windcloud clan won't allow you to break through again. At this moment, more than a dozen sovereigns were attacking. The weakest was a 4-star sovereign, and the strongest was a 6-star sovereign. The burly man on the other side was called Skirich Sovereign. He was a peak 5-star sovereign. Not far away, a white-robed sovereign stared at Skirich Sovereign. A cold aura emanated from his body. Windcloud Howling Wind heaved a sigh of relief. This Skirich sovereign, an enemy of the clan, was finally going to die by his hand. He believed that the clan would be very happy to have gotten rid of one genius sovereign after another. A peak 5-star sovereign could unleash the combat power of a peak 6-star sovereign. If he continued to grow, who knew how much impact he would have on the clan? Windcloud Howling Wind did not expect to meet him here. It was a good opportunity to settle everything in one go. It would also save him a headache. If he did not lead the team today, the people below him would not be able to stop Skirich Sovereign. Soul Shock Spear. Windcloud Howling Moon flipped his hand, and a golden spear appeared. Skirich Sovereign, die. The golden spear stabbed forward. The terrifying power of the Great Tao caused the surrounding time to slow down. The sovereigns who were attacking Skirich Sovereign felt their movements become infinitely slower. Skirich Sovereign's movements also slowed down. Without a doubt, Windcloud Howling Wind was very strong. His spear stabbed Skirich Sovereign's body, shattering one of his arms and opening a large hole in his chest. Fresh blood flowed out. Skirich Sovereign, this is the clan's strength. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than me? Windcloud Howling Wind looked down at Skirich Sovereign from above after heavily injuring him with a single spear strike. If he attacked again, this genius sovereign would die by his hand. I hate you. Skirich Sovereign roared with his head raised. I hate myself for being too weak. I can't continue killing the Windcloud clan's lackeys. I hate, his unwilling voice reverberated in the sky. Windcloud Howling Wind mocked, you asked for it. You should have known this a long time ago since you dared to go against the Windcloud clan. Now, let me send you on your way. Killing a genius dominator like you is such a great achievement, ha ha ha. For a sovereign, killing a genius sovereign was the greatest sense of accomplishment. Moreover, this person was the clan's nemesis. It won't be that easy to kill me. I'll drag someone down with me even if I die. I'm willing to die with a 7-star sovereign like you. Skirich Sovereign was prepared to die. He mobilized the remaining power of the Great Tao in his body and prepared to self-destruct. You can't do it. The mockery on Windcloud Howling Wind's face deepened. He seemed to have expected this. He pointed a finger at Skirich Sovereign's forehead. Skirich Sovereign had just mobilized his power, but it was suppressed mercilessly. He could not mobilize it at all. He could only watch as his opponent pointed a finger at him. The difference in strength between them was too great. Skirich Sovereign would not be able to block it even if time was slowed down. This was the suppression of the realm. He could not break free from the restraints of the Great Tao. Am I going to die just like this? Pfft. A deathly aura enveloped the sky-reaching ruler. However, in the next second, the deathly aura dissipated, and the sky-reaching ruler saw an unimaginable scene. Foam Yunxiafeng's chest had been pierced by a long spear, causing his entire body to be pierced through, and drops of blood dripped down. Who attacked? Skirich Sovereign did not sense anyone around him. Windcloud Howling Wind was a 7-star sovereign. How could he have been ambushed? If it was not an ambush, then how could the situation before him be explained? Someone actually attacked him at this moment and dealt a fatal blow. Who? Ambushed me, Windcloud Howling Wind roared. At such a critical moment, he was actually ambushed, and even suffered a fatal injury. Windcloud Howling Wind could no longer remain calm. The middle-grade sovereign battle armor on his body was pierced. This was a middle-grade sovereign battle armor. Windcloud Howling Wind had paid a huge price to exchange for it from the family treasury. Now, it was pierced by someone. Ha ha ha, Windcloud Howling Wind, to think that you would have such a day. Skirich Sovereign broke free and swung his axe at his opponent. It landed on his opponent's body, causing a large area of light to shine. Scram! The enraged Windcloud Howling Wind pierced Skirich Sovereign's body again and sent him flying. How dare you ambush someone from the Windcloud clan? Come out and face the wrath of the Windcloud clan if you dare. Windcloud Howling Wind's time covered the area. The spear in his hand stabbed out one after another. Large areas of the void were shattered, but the person was not forced out. This was an attack from a furious 7-star sovereign. Windcloud Howling Wind was dumbfounded when the person he expected did not appear. How could he not be here? Whoosh! At this moment, another spear stabbed out from the void. You're finally out. Windcloud Howling Wind's spear stabbed out as well. Time slowed down. The opponent's spear attack slowed down. Come out. Boom! The spear exploded with terrifying might. This might crushed time and slowed down. A ray of light shot out and pierced through Windcloud Howling Wind's sovereign battle armor again. It pierced through him again, and his strong body was torn apart. I was stabbed again. Windcloud Howling Wind looked down at the wound on his body. It was hard to imagine that he was hit again. Time slowed down didn't block the opponent's attack. He was defeated. He was defeated again. He saw the destructive aura explode again and engulfed him. Lord! Oh no, Lord is dead. The sovereigns outside watched this scene with their eyes wide open. A powerful 7-star sovereign was ambushed twice and killed in front of him. This was no less than a nightmare. Windcloud Howling Wind fell down. A black-robed figure walked out with a faint smile on his face. He raised his hand and slashed at them with his sword. Thousands of sword lights were created. The sword lights swept through them one by one, killing the sovereigns one by one. This trip was really worth it. Although I used up 2 destruction spear shadows, this kind of guy needs to be killed in this way. Lin Fei didn't feel it was a pity. After killing Windcloud Howling Wind, he obtained 1,300 divinity points, which exceeded the god root. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. Thank you for your help, Daoist. I've long wanted to kill that old dog, Windcloud Howling Wind. Chapter 1552. The one who attacked was none other than Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei used a trick. He relied on Little Devil to conceal his aura and conceal himself to secretly injure this 7-star dominator. 2 consecutive destruction pike phantoms were enough to take a 7-star dominator's life. He obtained a large number of divinity points. Lin Fei was very satisfied. As for saving him, it was a piece of cake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care about the clan at all. Even if they came, he could kill them with his own methods. He didn't need any honorable methods to deal with such people. He just needed to achieve his goal. Lin Fei was very open-minded, especially when he was facing a 7-star dominator. He would be an idiot to fight head-on, especially when he saw that time had slowed down. Any attack would be mercilessly suppressed. Sneak attack seemed to be the best method. Only Lin Fei could do such a close-range sneak attack. Of course, there were some dominators who were especially skilled in this aspect. You don't need to thank me. You can leave before they arrive. Lin Fei didn't want to say anything more to this person. After plundering nearly 2,000 divinity points, Lin Fei wasn't interested in a 5-star dominator. What was important was that he wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. One more or one less did not make much difference. If such a person were to remain, perhaps the Windcloud clan that they spoke of would be a huge headache. When Skirich Dominator saw the black-robed person, who was as young as he was and exuded the aura of a 5-star dominator, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had encountered a genius dominator so soon. His combat power was above his, especially in the art of concealment. He couldn't compare. Skirich Dominator was very confident in his own strength. Fortunately, Skirich Dominator's Daoist heart was stable, and he quickly returned to normal. You've killed someone from the Windcloud clan. Please be careful from now on. The Windcloud clan has many tricks up their sleeves. They even sent 3 8-star dominators to the Divine General platform this time. Skirich Dominator felt the need to remind the other party. It didn't matter if the other party attacked to save him. 3 8-star sovereigns? Lin Fei hadn't thought too much about killing a 7-star sovereign. He hadn't expected this person to have such a powerful background. Aside from a 7-star sovereign, he also had 3 8-star sovereigns backing him. Yes, the Windcloud clan is the #1 clan in the Yellow Springs Weave. They have a 9-star ruler in their clan. This time, they've arranged for 3 8-star rulers to enter the Divine General Platform to help young Master Windcloud ascend the Divine General Platform. Got it? Lin Fei said simply. As long as he didn't go looking for the 8-star sovereigns, they wouldn't come looking for him for no reason. Lin Fei was quite calm. After killing Feng Yunxiao Feng, Lin Fei naturally wanted to collect the spoils of war. Who knows, Feng Yunxiao Feng might even have a deity root. True enough. In Feng Yunxiaofeng's storage ring, Lin Fei found 10 god roots neatly placed in a jade box with an immortal talisman sealed on it. 10,000 divinity points. He didn't expect to catch a big fish after killing a 7-star sovereign. Up until now, Lin Fei had obtained pitifully few god roots. This was his first time encountering a ready-made god root. Now that it was in Lin Fei's hands, Lin Fei wouldn't take it out. He immediately exchanged it for divinity points. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 13,000 divinity points. Lin Fei was delighted once again. It was more than expected. Lin Fei's thoughts wandered as he thought to himself, this Windcloud clan isn't simple. A 7-star sovereign actually has 10 god roots. I couldn't find many god roots even after searching everywhere. However, why didn't he refine so many god roots? It doesn't make sense, I understand now. Skirich seemed to have mentioned that these sovereigns serve the young master. Doesn't that mean that the Windcloud clan has many ready-made god roots? Lin Fei had always been very courageous. If he killed some people from the Windcloud clan, he might reap great rewards. He could even look further and not focus on the Windcloud clan. Sir, I also have 3 god roots here. I hope you will accept them. Without waiting for Lin Fei to continue thinking, Skirich Hegemon took out a jade box. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face before he gritted his teeth and spoke. For the clan. So what if he had to pay some god roots? Skirich Hegemon felt that although the person in front of him was of the same realm as him, his combat strength was much more terrifying. A 7-star sovereign, Windcloud Howling Wind, had died in his hands just like that. Skirich Hegemon didn't care about the methods used. As long as he won, any method was fine. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. Lin Fei scanned the jade box with his divine sense. There were 3 god roots in it. He wanted to curse in his heart. Why did these people get god roots so easily? He had searched so hard and yet didn't gain much. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. If you have a request, say it. Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. His lazy voice fell into Skirich Hegemon's ears. Lin Fei didn't think that someone was giving something to him to thank him. Judging by the long hesitation on the other party's face, there must be a reason. If it wasn't something troublesome, Lin Fei didn't mind helping him out. This was called accepting with a clear conscience. Lin Fei could actually steal it. However, the other party was already so pitiful. Wouldn't it be too shameless to steal from him? Skirich Hegemon took a deep breath. A cold glint shot out of his eyes. I want you to help me kill someone. If you want me to kill the young master of the Windcloud clan, then forget it. Although he didn't know what kind of bitter feud this guy had with the Windcloud clan, Lin Fei didn't need to know. He just needed to speak to cut off the other party's thoughts. With 3 8-star dominators supporting a young master, killing him would be no easy task. Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to do so. Skirich Hegemon did want him to help him kill the young master of the Windcloud clan. The young master was a super prodigy with extremely powerful combat strength. If he stood out in the Divine General Platform, he would become a stabilizing force for the Windcloud clan in the future. If he killed him, it would be a huge blow to the Windcloud clan. The death of any super prodigy would have a huge impact on the clan. Skirich Hegemon didn't expect the other party to cut off his thoughts so easily. He didn't want to attack the young master, but he did have a sliver of hope that the other party would agree. Feng Yunxiaofeng would kill him on a whim. They might even be friends. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was just passing by. Then help me kill a 7-star dominator. That person will have deity roots. I'm sure you'll like it. Skirich Hegemon said in a low voice. They collect deity roots to support the young master. Almost all the great clans in the Divine General Platform are like this. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1553. My lord, Xiao Feng is dead. The cold voice glinted with cold light, and it came from the mouth of a sovereign who bore a striking resemblance to him. This was a rocky area of the Divine General Stage. There were tall rocks of different sizes everywhere. At this moment, a 7-star sovereign hurriedly rushed over, holding a broken piece of jade in his hand that contained the words, Wind and Cloud Howl and Wind. This was the Wind Cloud clan's soul stone, and it contained a trace of the sovereign's soul. Who killed him? There were many sovereigns standing in the rocky area. There were many layers of security. It was very tight. I'm not sure yet. A hegemon with thick eyebrows and large eyes shot out waves of cold light, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, causing the surrounding hegemons to secretly tremble. This was one of the 3 8-star hegemons, and his name was Hegemon Feng Yunsha. The 7-star sovereign who came to report was sweating profusely when he glanced at him. The Wind Cloud Slaughter sovereign had been a notorious sovereign since a chaos year ago. Once his name was mentioned, everyone retreated, not daring to offend him. Back then, the Wind Cloud Slaughter sovereign had killed an entire world in one battle. He had completely destroyed an entire world. Even now, there were still remnants of the sovereign's Dao there. In the Wind Cloud clan, everyone was wary of this sovereign. Go and find out who has the guts to kill a member of the Wind Cloud clan. The Wind Cloud Slaughter sovereign did not want to ask too many questions. I want to kill his entire clan. This was the Wind Cloud Slaughter sovereign's temper. After sending the sovereign away, the Wind Cloud Slaughter sovereign returned. In the center of the rocky area, 2 people stood on each side. They were like 2 ferocious door gods, each emitting a sovereign aura. They covered the sky above this area, forming an inescapable net. Slaughter sovereign, what happened? The one who spoke was the Wind Cloud Minor Saint. He was known as a saint since birth. He cultivated quickly, and it was rumored that he was the reincarnation of a sovereign. Xiao Feng is dead. What? He's dead? Where's the deity root? The Wind Cloud Minor Saint frowned slightly. The Wind Cloud Minor Saint did not care about the death of a 7-star sovereign. He was more concerned about the deity root. That was the most important thing. His gaze landed on a young man in embroidered clothes. Traces of divine light shone from the young man's body. The 3 8-star sovereigns also looked at the young man. Someone stole it. Feng Yunsha's eyes flashed fiercely. Young master, you're a genius. You're progressing at lightning speed. Perhaps it won't be long before you can completely refine all the deity roots. When that time comes, you'll have the opportunity to cultivate a deity-level cultivation technique and become the strongest person in the Fengyun clan, surpassing the old ancestor. Their main mission was to protect the young master. As a large family with a long history, they were well aware of the benefits of the Divine General Platform. For example, they were old. His potential was gone. Even if he went to the Divine General Platform, it would be useless. Young master is different. The incident with Xiao Feng must be caused by someone targeting our Wind Cloud clan. Inform the people outside to be careful. No matter what, we can't let them snatch away the deity roots. Young master still needs a large amount of deity roots. Wind Cloud Minor Sage was very clear about the actions of those people. Why don't I go out for a while? If they dare to do anything, then we'll do the same. Feng Yunsha's eyes flashed fiercely. It's a good opportunity for me to go out and take care of some opponents as well. I'll let them know that the Fengyun clan is not a clan that anyone can deal with. Fengyun Little Saint and the other 8-star sovereign exchanged a glance. Then you must be careful. Fengyun Little Saint was good at controlling everything. Ever since he entered the Divine General platform, he had been controlling everything. Fengyun Samsara was different. He was a battle maniac. Even though he had disappeared for many years, his desire to kill was still very strong. This situation was very suitable for Fengyun Samsara. The competition this time was more intense than before. Arranging for Fengyun Samsara to go out was undoubtedly a good choice. He could intimidate the other party. All right, leave this matter to us. Fengyun Samsara was very assured. He was not as good as the other two when it came to planning. Fighting and killing was more suitable for him. You said that those people are nearby? The Skirich ruler's face fell. Why did he say so much? Great, now he had been dragged into this matter. He had originally wanted to rely on the other party to kill the Windcloud clan members. Who would have thought that the other party would be so bold as to ask him to lead the way? Only then did the Skirich ruler realize what kind of person he had encountered. A person filled with murderous intent. Yes, they are in front. The Skirich ruler pointed ahead. When I passed by last time, I saw their family gathering deity roots. I just don't know if they are still there. Lin Fei was indeed very bold. Ever since he knew that many large families and sects were gathering deity roots, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. These deity roots would be very beneficial to him. As long as you follow me, I will help you kill a few of the Windcloud clan members. Lin Fei did not know much about the Divine General platform, but the Skirich ruler knew a lot. The Wu clan. They had set up a base in a mountain valley. At this time, rulers were coming and going. You have done well. After a few more days, we can change locations. The ruler of Dark Mountain looked at the deity roots that had been handed over and stroked his white beard. He was very satisfied. The Wu clan had worked very hard for their young master. Every time they arrived at a new area, they would arrange for people to occupy that area. When they encountered other rulers, they would either chase them away or kill them. Their methods were tyrannical, and they did not show any mercy. This was the way of the clan. They had collected many deity roots over the past few days, and today was the day to hand them over. Boom! The aura of a 5-star ruler descended. In the air above the mountain valley, 2 rulers suddenly appeared. The aura of one of them was coming from one of them. Wu clan members, listen up. I am from the Windcloud clan. If you know what's good for you, hand over the deity roots obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The moment Lin Fei appeared, the 5-star ruler was released to threaten the other party. When the Skirich ruler heard this, he felt a strange sense of excitement. This guy was really daring. He even dared to say such things, but he liked to hear it. Why didn't he think of such a method in the past? The Windcloud clan. The ruler of Dark Mountain had heard of this clan. It was said that this clan was the #1 clan in the Yellow Springs Weave, and they had a 9-stars ruler. He did not expect them to come to the Wu clan. Your Windcloud clan is really arrogant. Do you really think this is the Yellow Springs Weave? The ruler of Dark Mountain met the other party's gaze. The Wu clan was also a large clan in the Weave, and they were not afraid of the Windcloud clan. After all, they were not from the same clan. Even if the Windcloud clan came, they would have to think twice. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. So you are not handing it over? Chapter 1554. The Wu family's ruler was enraged. They were a large clan in their own territory. Now, they were being threatened by the Windcloud clan from another territory. Furthermore, they were being threatened by 2 5-star sovereigns, and their tone was extraordinarily arrogant. If they really handed over the deity root today, it wouldn't be long before other clans came knocking on their doors. This wind must not rise. At once, a juggernaut jumped out and glared at the 2 of them. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to stab holes into the 2 of them before he would be satisfied. The Skirich dominator pointed at them and said sternly, "Good, very good. How dare a mere Wu family like you act so insolently before the Windcloud clan? Don't blame the Windcloud clan for being impolite. Originally, the Skirich dominator was filled with resentment towards the Windcloud clan. He could not wait to slander the Windcloud clan, and the most effective way was to kill them. My lord, let's make our move. We'll show them just how powerful the Windcloud clan is. The Heavenspan hegemon now wielded a sovereign hatchet, and it radiated the might of a sovereign. He chopped out with it, and the sovereign who had just appeared was nothing more than a peak 4-star sovereign. The hatchet slammed into him and sent him flying, leaving behind a trail of blood and gore. The Wu family can't withstand a single blow. The Heavenspan hegemon's axe was filled with the power of an all-out attack. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy the Windcloud clan's overlord. We'll show them the power of the Wu family. The Dark Mountain hegemon was a 7-star hegemon. Upon seeing hegemon Windcloud's men attack, hegemon Windcloud gave the order to surround and attack them, wanting to keep them here. Did the Wu family think they were afraid of the Windcloud clan just because they didn't make a move? If the Windcloud clan found out about it, they would not dare to do anything without concrete evidence. The Skyspan Juggernaut was the first to attack, but he was immediately surrounded and attacked by the other Juggernauts. He thought to himself that he had been too excited just now. How could he have charged forward so carelessly and become their target? In less than a moment, the Skyspan Juggernaut was injured. Lin Fei did not make a move at all, which was quite amusing. The Skirich dominator's temper was truly impatient. This was good as well. If they did not reveal the Windcloud clan's tyranny, no one would believe that they were from the Windcloud clan. Just a mere Wu family. I gave you face but you don't want it. Then don't blame me for being rude. Lin Fei didn't mind killing some people. If he was going to kill someone, he naturally had to kill the strongest. In the gorge, only the 7-star hegemon, the Dark Mountain hegemon, was interested. Whoosh! Lin Fei disappeared into the void just like that. The Dusk Mountain ruler did not make a move. A 7-star ruler had his pride, and the 2 5-star rulers did not need to make a move. However, they were still on their guard. After all, the Windcloud clan was still very famous. Where is he? I can't sense him at all. The Dark Mountain sovereign subconsciously used his divine sense to search, but he could not find any trace of the other party. He thought to himself, this is bad. The other party must be an expert in concealment who has evaded his divine sense search. Hua! All of a sudden, a saber light flashed. This blade was unbelievably fast, and it came out so suddenly. The Dark Mountain hegemon saw the black-robed man. Then, he was plunged into darkness. A 7-star dominator killed with a single slash. What Wu family? How dare they put on airs in front of the Windcloud clan? This is the end of it. Lin Fei took the storage ring from the other party and stood in his original position. The hegemons of the Wu clan, who had been attacking, were all shocked. Lord Dark Mountain is dead. The Windcloud clan killed the Dark Mountain ruler. Everyone, run. He must be a 7-star dominator. Those who attacked were scared out of their wits. Anger aside, they might not be a match for the black-robed man from the Windcloud clan even if they joined forces. Let's go. With the death of a 7-star dominator, they fled in panic as if they had lost their heads. Stay here. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and flew out. One slash was all it took to kill a dominator. Their powerful strength was so weak in front of this black-robed man that they could not even withstand a single blow. The Skirich hegemon was shocked, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Well done, my lord. A family like the Wu clan doesn't appreciate our kindness. It's best to kill them all. Lin Fei and the Skirich hegemon attacked a few times and killed 7 to 8 dominators. The remaining dominators ran for their lives. No need to chase. If we really kill them all, who will help us promote the Windcloud clan? Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Just now, this 7-star dominator had obtained 500 divinity points. More importantly, he had obtained 12 god roots, which was another 10,000 divinity points. Take these things with you. Lin Fei was not interested in anything else, so he tossed them to the Skirich hegemon. He was flattered. He really could not see through this guy's true combat strength, but one thing was for sure, he was stronger than him. I know a few more places that probably have families or sects guarding them. The Xianxia asked carefully. Do you think I'll be afraid when they've already killed them? Could it be that you're afraid? Lin Fei laughed. The Xianxia twisted his neck. Who's afraid? I'm not. Someone's going to be the unlucky one. Ha ha ha. They're all dead. A few dominators met cautiously far away. These were all 4- and 5-star dominators. They were all furious. They did not expect the Windcloud clan to play dumb and almost annihilate them. The Windcloud clan. The Wu clan will never let this go. The remaining dominators roared angrily. Let's go, my lord. Let them help us vent our anger. We'll be right there. The Wu clan had sent 2 8-star dominators to the Divine General platform. They could not take this lying down. They had to make the Windcloud clan pay the price. Yet another mountain range. This place was controlled by the Mu clan. They had taken over the nearby mountain range, which was about 1 billion miles in size, and chased away all unrelated people. Everyone had put in a lot of effort to obtain the deity roots. Today, someone broke into the Mu clan's territory. 2 people claiming to be from the Windcloud clan killed their way in. I don't care who you are. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over the deity roots, you're going against the Windcloud clan. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill you. Another battle began. The Xianxia led the charge, and at the crucial moment, it was Lin Fei's turn to attack. Lin Fei's first move was to deal with the strongest one. As the saying went, to capture all his followers, one had to capture the leader first. He had to kill the strongest to destroy their confidence. As expected, the Mu clan's 7-star dominators were killed in a few exchanges. The remaining dominators fled pathetically. This time, Lin Fei had obtained 20 deity roots. The Xianxia had also obtained many ruler weapons. In the past, he had to go through a lot of trouble to obtain a ruler weapon. Today, he could easily obtain one. It was 2 extremes. Chapter 1555. Phew, this is so satisfying. In the sky, 2 silhouettes flew past quickly and landed on a mountain. The Xianxia dominator was very excited. This was the happiest day of his life. He had never felt so good before. Ever since the Windcloud clan destroyed his clan and made it a thing of the past, the Xianxia dominator had always wanted revenge. Unfortunately, he could only kill some unimportant people. He had finally reached the dominator realm, but he was hunted down by the Windcloud clan. His days were very sullen. Ever since he met Di Tian, he finally had a place to vent the pent-up anger in his heart. As long as the Windcloud clan was unhappy, the Xianxia dominator would be happy. These days, the Xianxia dominator did not know how many deity roots they had plundered. There were at least a dozen, and they were all quite famous. The Xianxia dominator believed that as long as the Windcloud clan's elites were left alone, they would definitely be surrounded and attacked. He believed that this day would come soon, and he would be able to vent his anger again. Brother Di Tian, there shouldn't be any clan or sect that we can deal with within a radius of tens of billions of miles. Lin Fei had been sitting cross-legged on a boulder. These days of plundering, his divinity points had broken through rapidly and kept increasing. From the previous 100,000 divinity points, it had broken through 300,000 divinity points and was rushing towards 400,000 divinity points. This was much faster than Lin Fei working himself to death. Lin Fei felt that it was still not enough. Let's find a place to rest. We've plundered so many deity roots, I believe most of their troops have already moved out. If we continue to wander around, we might run into them soon. Lin Fei said, the Windcloud clan might have already come out to look for us. They might run into us soon. I'm sure you understand what I mean. I also think that we should rest for a while. The Xianxia dominator did not understand what he meant. It looked like they were safe now, but they might run into danger in the next moment. When that time came, they would run into at least a 7-star dominator. Then let's change places. Lin Fei and the Skirich dominator got up and left. They flew all the way away from this area, changing directions several times along the way. Finally, they hid in a mountain range, opened a cave abode, and set up layers of formations. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. The clans and sects that were robbed were enraged when they heard that their god roots had been stolen, especially when the culprits were the Windcloud clan. It was like a slap to their faces. This anger must be vented. The clan began to arrange for the 7-star dominators of the clan to form teams of 3 to search for the members of the Windcloud clan. They wanted to teach them a lesson they would never forget. Only then did they realize that the Windcloud clan had not only robbed them. They had even robbed quite a number of famous clans in the territory. Once they heard about this, everyone set aside whatever they were doing and prepared to find trouble with the Windcloud clan. They died here. Fengyun Xianxia had brought 3 7-star rulers and 10 6-star rulers to search for someone. Since they dared to provoke the Windcloud clan, they had to be taught a harsh lesson. Fengyun Xianxia's thinking was very simple. Anyone who dared to make a move against their people and snatch away their young master's important deity root was definitely an enemy clan within the weave or an enemy from the nearby weaves. The growth of a clan involved many benefits. Moreover, the growth of a clan was achieved by stepping on countless other clans, so the competition was very intense. In the Netherworld weave, no one dared to make a move openly. However, in a place like the Divine General Platform, as long as it was done cleanly, no one would know who did it. Fengyun Xianxia found the place where the incident happened. Space-time reversal. Fengyun Xianxia immediately took out a treasure. It was a mirror-like treasure with a resounding name, the reflective mirror. It could be used for playback. This kind of space-time reversal could only be performed by an 8-star ruler. Space-time in the area in front of Fengyun Xianxia began to reverse. Wave after wave of scenes began to appear, from people appearing at the beginning to days and nights. After a moment, the scene from that day replayed. I know this person. He's the Skirich ruler, the one the clan is after. A 6-star ruler spoke up. He recently killed quite a number of our Windcloud clan disciples, and quite a few of them had great potential. The Skirich ruler was heavily injured. The scenes replayed one after another. Next, it was the scene of Fengyun and Xiao Feng being ambushed and killed. What a brilliant concealment technique. It's actually unaffected by the time Dao. Fengyun Xianxia was expressionless, but his killing intent intensified. The 6-star rulers and 7-star rulers behind him felt the pressure, but they could not say it out loud. They could only endure it. This person deserves to die. The Skirich ruler deserves to die too. Fengyun Xianxia put away his treasure. It was fine as long as he knew who did it. When he used space-time reversal, his subordinates had already recorded the 2 of them. They would chase them to the ends of the earth. They went to the east. Let's chase them. Fengyun Xianxia determined the direction and flew out. The rulers behind him followed one after another. Half a day later, Fengyun Xianxia encountered a group of people. The 2 7-star rulers in the lead attacked them the moment they heard that they were from the Windcloud clan. Several of the Windcloud clan's 6-star rulers died. Windcloud clan, you killed someone from the Wu family. Today, you will pay with your blood. The Wu family's 7-star rulers attacked wildly. Wuxia resplendent firework exploded in the sky. It was the Wu family's transmission signal. Kill them. Fengyun Xianxia had just found the person behind the scenes. Although he did not know the background of the black-robed man, it did not matter. When the time came, someone would naturally kill him. However, someone attacked them at this time, and the reason was ridiculous. In his opinion, they were just 2 7-star rulers. If they were killed, then so be it. The Windcloud clan was not that easy to bully. The Wu family's people immediately rushed over after receiving the message. They joined the battle without saying a word. Only a few of the people brought by Fengyun Xianxia were left. This time, Wuxia Xianxia was finally angered. Once he used his 8-star ruler strength, he crushed everything in his way and killed all the enemies. This was not the end. Lin Fei did not know that Wuxia Xianxia did not explain and started killing just because of his killing intent. This caused an endless battle. Now, Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion once again. With more than 300,000 divinity points, Lin Fei set his sights on a God-tier cultivation technique. A God-tier saber technique was not enough. Although his attack was strong, it was still not enough. It was still difficult to face a 7-star ruler head-on. Lin Fei set his sights on a God-tier cultivation technique. Previously, he did not have enough divinity points, so he could only endure it. Now, he no longer needed to endure. In any case, he had to exchange for 1 or 2 God-tier cultivation techniques. What cultivation technique should I learn this time? Chapter 1556. The first time he entered the God Pavilion, Lin Fei had just broken through 100,000 divinity points. This time, Lin Fei's divinity points were almost 400,000. This increase was very fast. 400,000 divinity points was just the beginning, and it would soon break through 500,000, 1 million, or even more. This was not a dream, but an inevitable thing. For example, recently, Lin Fei had gained at least 200,000 divinity points. Lin Fei believed that as long as he had a few more God-tier cultivation techniques, his harvest would be even greater. As for refining the God root, forget it. The system could learn God-tier cultivation techniques, but it would just consume divinity points. There was a big difference between refining and not refining. I am now a 5-star dominator, and I still need some time to reach 6-star dominator. To deal with powerful dominators, the God-tier cultivation technique 1 blade slash is not bad, but black is not enough. I need a supplementary cultivation technique. Killing 7-star dominators is already my limit. I need to find a cultivation technique that can conceal me. It can avoid the search of 8-star dominators and 9-star dominators. Coupled with the 1 blade slash cultivation technique, I believe it will be much easier to deal with them. After thinking it through, Lin Fei had a choice. In the meantime, he also asked the little devil, but the little devil said that it was his own choice. Forget it, it was the same as not saying anything. Lin Fei went to the place with special cultivation techniques and prepared to choose one related to concealment. This was the only shortcut he could take at the moment. If he was not afraid of bringing out the battle fortress, Lin Fei was willing to bring it out. At that time, no matter who it was, as long as they made him unhappy, he would blast them. With the divine servant's reminder, Lin Fei did not dare to bring out the battle fortress. From the moment he entered the space of the divine general platform, Lin Fei felt that this space was extraordinary and hid unknown secrets. The matter of the battle fortress would spread soon. Lin Fei would face them sooner or later, so he had to improve his strength. Learning a God-tier cultivation technique was a must. Cultivation technique, stealth, can sneak in the dark, requires 10,000 divinity points to exchange. God-tier cultivation technique, unfettered escape, unfettered breeze, escapes billions of miles in one go, requires 50,000 divinity points to exchange. God-tier cultivation technique, 1 flash away. There were many special concealment techniques. It was several times stronger than Lin Fei's current movement technique. Along the way, Lin Fei was not satisfied with anything. It was not that there were flaws in this area, but there were flaws in that area. Overall, he was not satisfied. After looking through a few hundred jade slips, Lin Fei was a little anxious. Could it be that he couldn't find a concealment technique? Search again. After flipping through the first jade slip, Lin Fei's heart sank. God-tier art, void concealment art. At this moment, a God-tier cultivation technique entered Lin Fei's vision. He first looked at the price. It required 180,000 divinity points. It wasn't cheap. Look again. Activating the void stealth technique required the support of divine power. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. It actually needs the support of divine power. I don't even have a trace of divine power on me. I was happy for nothing. The void stealth technique was the most suitable technique that Lin Fei had seen so far. He did not know what grade this technique was. The only thing he knew was that once this technique was activated, it would not leave any fluctuations and no traces could be found. Even 8 stars and 9 stars rulers might not be able to find his traces. Since he needed divine power, he stopped Lin Fei. Little devil, come out. Can divinity points be used as divine power? For some reason, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. He summoned the little devil and asked about this matter. The little devil put her hands on her hips and said, I thought you would only ask about this when I finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Why did this expression look so despicable? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. You said it can be used? Divinity points themselves are a special existence. They can also be transformed into divine power. When used in conjunction with divine power to activate techniques, the power will suddenly increase. Do you think that divinity points are simply used to exchange for techniques and equipment? The little devil laughed happily. It was not easy to see Lin Fei being defeated. Lin Fei stomped his feet on the spot. Why didn't you say so earlier? As for whether divinity points could be used as an energy source, Lin Fei had always had this idea, but he had never put it into practice. I can't say that. You can only say that you didn't look carefully. The little devil said. If you don't believe me, you can open the technique page. There is a note at the end. Lin Fei immediately opened one of the pages where the system was located. As soon as he saw it, his face fell. God tier technique, 1 blade slash, great success realm. Can be activated using divinity points. Each activation will consume 100 divinity points. There is no limit to the number of times. Seeing this, Lin Fei wished he could give himself a slap. If he had known this earlier, he would not have been so careful. It was just 100 divinity points. It was not like he could not afford it. Undoubtedly, this time, Lin Fei did not look carefully. Now you know. The god floor quietened down again, and the little devil ran back. Exchange for the void escape technique. Lin Fei's face was a little red. He did not notice the situation the first time. After recovering, he exchanged for the void escape technique. 180,000 divinity points were gone, and Lin Fei was left with only 170,000 divinity points. Cultivating the void escape technique requires 10,000 divinity points. Do you want to cultivate? After spending 180,000 divinity points, spending another 10,000 divinity points did not make Lin Fei's heart ache. 190,000 divinity points were spent just like that. Lin Fei finally came to the cultivation space and began to cultivate the void escape technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the cave abode in the mountains. The Skirich overlord sat cross-legged on a rock. His gaze fell on Di Tian in the distance from time to time. He did not know what Di Tian was doing. Seclusion? It did not seem like it. If it was not seclusion, then what was it? He really could not figure it out. Suddenly, figures flew past in the sky above the mountains outside. The Skirich overlord thought that it was the Windcloud clan. Fortunately, it was not. He went straight ahead. He thought that was it. There were people flying past the mountains. The Skirich overlord was puzzled. Could something have happened? Otherwise, how could dozens of overlords pass by in such a short time? The Skirich overlord deliberately counted. Those who passed by were not weak. Almost all of them were 4-star overlords and above. Seeing that Di Tian did not wake up, the Skirich overlord sneaked out. He was very curious about what had happened. After a while, he came back from outside with a hint of excitement on his face. Should I tell Di Tian about this? The Skirich overlord pondered. If he had not gone out just now, he would not have known about this. What are you thinking about? Look at you. Did you see someone from the Windcloud clan? While the Skirich overlord was hesitating, Lin Fei woke up and naturally saw the Skirich overlord's expression. Ah, you're awake. If I don't wake up, am I supposed to go into seclusion? Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 1557. As soon as he successfully cultivated the void evasion technique, Lin Fei knew that it would be of great help to him. If he could kill a 7-star sovereign now, it would be much easier. Most importantly, he could use the God Tier 1/ continuously. 160,000 divinity points were equivalent to divine power. It was even more terrifying when activated. 3 to 5 slashes would kill a 7-star dominator. It's not the Windcloud clan. The Skyrend Hegemon said. Rather, it's something you wouldn't expect. Not too long ago, quite a few people passed by this area. I snuck out to investigate, and found out that a platform had appeared 1 billion kilometers away from them, and on that platform was a godly class technique. Lin Fei was not that surprised by the God Tier skill, but his expression changed. A God Tier skill? What was going on? No, Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration. He immediately thought of something. Are you sure it's a God Tier skill? I'm sure. The juggernauts there are locked in a fierce battle. They're all fighting over the divine tier cultivation technique. The Skyspan juggernaut couldn't help but feel excited at the mention of this word. This was also something the Skirich Dominator was hesitant to say. That place was not safe now. If someone recognized it, it would not end well for him. The Dominators would definitely hunt him down. After confirming that it was a God Tier skill, Lin Fei understood why the God Servant wanted him to collect God roots. The goal was to cultivate a God Tier skill. Before this, Lin Fei had always wondered about the specific purpose of God roots. Now he understood. Completely understood. God roots were to make it easier to cultivate God Tier skills. Why did 7-star dominators, 8-star dominators, and even 9-star dominators come? Everyone was here for the God Tier skill. Questions arose. Who left the God Tier skill? What were God roots? Are you afraid that I'll be in danger if I go? Lin Fei also understood why the Skirich Dominator was frowning. Yes. He readily admitted it. I'll definitely help you with what I said. Lin Fei said seriously. Stay here for now. I'll be back soon. Fighting for the God Tier skill? The Dominators were fighting? For Lin Fei, this was great news, great news. His divinity points would depend on them. In the end, the Skyspan Hegemon chose to stay behind. That was not a place he could go. Even if his combat power was not bad, it would be useless to go there. Void Escape Technique. After leaving the mountain range, Lin Fei used the Void Escape Technique. There were no fluctuations in the void at all. Several sovereigns had flown past him, but none of them had noticed him. It's good. Consuming 10 divinity points for one breath isn't cheap either. After an hour, it's 70 to 80,000 divinity points. His heart ached, but the void escape technique would be of great help to him. After appearing in the sky, Lin Fei's cloak covered his entire body, revealing only his eyes. Spreading his demonic wings, he turned into a beam of light and flew away. A distance of 1 billion miles was covered in just a few breaths. Boom, boom, boom. They had yet to approach the place. Off in the distance, the shockwaves of a sovereign's attack radiated out like a tidal wave. It was a huge commotion. Lin Fei flew forward for another few tens of millions of miles before stopping. There was already a battle ahead. At least 100 sovereigns were fighting. A stone platform floated quietly in midair, and a jade slip lay on the stone platform. If this was still fine. But there were a few words left beside the stone platform, as if someone had specially come down. They were full of energy and wrote, Divine Cultivation Technique, Heaven Severing Palm. The words left behind were not simple. Lin Fei focused his gaze and sensed a terrifying divine might from the ancient characters. Fortunately, the divine might was completely restrained, and only a trace of it was revealed. No one dared to question it. If the divine might was unleashed, no ruler in this region would feel good. Their strength would be suppressed by at least a third. The Jade Scroll should really be a divine cultivation technique. Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The divine general platform had a god root, and now there was a divine cultivation technique. It was undoubtedly a path to the heavens. Anyone who obtained a divine cultivation technique would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step as long as they had some achievements in their cultivation. It's really strange that such things kept appearing in this place. Could it be that this place has become a free place? Lin Fei pondered for a long time but could not come up with a reasonable explanation. The competition in the distance was getting more and more intense, and sovereigns kept falling. In order to fight for the divine cultivation technique, everyone was putting their lives on the line, hoping to obtain it themselves. Fortunately, I have the God Pavilion, so I don't need to fight for the divine cultivation technique. But it's different for them. No one can control their desire. Who knows how many people will die? Lin Fei shook his head violently. Since when am I being sentimental? If someone wants to fight for it, then they have to pay the price. Don't get killed. These are all divinity. In any case, it's either you die or he dies in the fight for the divine cultivation technique. Why don't they die by their own hands? At least they can contribute divinity points to me. Lin Fei quickly found an excuse for himself. It wasn't that he wanted to kill them, but that they were going to die themselves. It didn't matter who killed them. There are so many people around who want to be the fisherman. Lin Fei used his divine senses to sense that there were many sovereigns hidden in the surrounding void. They were not in a hurry to make a move, as if they were waiting for more sovereigns to die. Coincidentally, the remaining sovereigns had also used up a large amount of great Dao power. Their strength was not as good as before, so it was easy to deal with them. Lin Fei had never thought of being the fisherman. At that time, if everyone died, where would he find his divinity points? He had to make a move. As for the divine cultivation technique heaven-severing palm on the stone platform, Lin Fei was not interested. He spread his demon's wings and rushed in. Windcloud clan, Windcloud Wuhan is here. I'll kill whoever dares to take the divine cultivation technique. Lin Fei's shout was like a clap of thunder in the clear sky. Hundreds of sovereigns looked in his direction instinctively. This guy was too arrogant. What Windcloud clan? Divine cultivation techniques are not something your clan can take. Lin Fei's words undoubtedly agitated some people. They looked back and saw a 5-star sovereign with a disdainful look. How dare he come with such strength? Windcloud clan son of AB*TCH, you're finally here. I've been waiting for your Windcloud clan for a long time. Today, I'll kill you first, then I'll settle the score with your Windcloud clan. Among the hundreds of sovereigns, there were some who had suffered at the hands of the Windcloud clan. They immediately gave up on attacking their opponents and charged at Windcloud Wuhan. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and laughed in his heart. The Windcloud clan didn't seem to be well liked now. That was good. Chapter 1559. Who's Windcloud Traceless? How dare that guy brag so shamelessly at a time like this? He must be tired of living. I think he's from the Windcloud clan. The Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave. Since when did they have the guts to interfere in the fight for the god-tier skill? Aren't they afraid of being attacked by angry rulers? You've never heard of the Windcloud clan? The Windcloud clan was famous in the Netherworld Weave. Their reputation in the Outer Weaves was average. Only the ancestor of the 9 Stars ruler was well known. Almost no one in the lower ranks knew of them. But recently, the Windcloud clan had become famous, almost inciting public outrage. The first-rate clans of several weaves were looking for trouble with the Windcloud clan. The matter was very simple. The Windcloud clan stole food from the tiger's mouth. Not only did they kill people, but they also stole deity roots. Many rulers did not know about this. With the arrival of Windcloud Traceless, it was hard not to know about it. In a short time, the news spread. As a 5-star ruler, he dared to say that he would kill anyone who stole the god-tier skill. They really admired this guy. Maybe he was the vanguard. The Windcloud clan's powerhouses were right behind him. If the Windcloud clan dared to steal the deity roots of first-rate clans, it would be terrible if they interfered in the fight for the god-tier skill. Many rulers secretly pondered about this Windcloud clan. Good. Lin Fei did not think as much as they did. Seeing the rulers charging at him, he was in a good mood. They were either 4-star or 5-star rulers. These were pulsating divinity points. Divinity points that belonged to him. There were over 100 rulers, but in Lin Fei's eyes, only a handful in the middle could threaten him. The rest were useless. Great Sword Chi's secret technique. 5 great sword chis crushed over, like a gust of wind sweeping over them. Bam bam bam. The 4-star ruler who bore the brunt was immediately minced by the sword will. The 5-star sovereigns weren't any better. Before the grand sword energy secret art could reach them, Lin Fei pulled out a sovereign saber and slashed it toward one of the sovereigns. This 5-star ruler was a ruler from a second-rate family. He wasn't weak, and he was a 5-star ruler after all. Even so, when he was struck by the great sword chi, his mid-grade ruler battle robes were left with sword marks. The sharp sword chi constantly sliced through the void. Little brat, I'm going to kill you. The 5-star overlord roared. He aggressively and domineeringly slashed at the 5-star dominator. As the 5-star dominator's voice fell, a tyrannical power came crashing over, and his entire body exploded like popcorn. Everyone could only hear a boom, and this 5-star dominator's corpse did not remain. He was directly turned into dust. Awesome. Lin Fei had obtained 300 divinity points after killing a 5-star ruler with a single slash. Compared to using the divinity points to activate the single slash, he had not suffered a loss at all. Instead, he had earned quite a bit. Again. Lin Fei locked onto the other 5-star sovereign, he drew his blade, the 5-star sovereign was turned into dust again. Since divinity points were useful, Lin Fei no longer hesitated. After all, he had earned them. Not only that, but he could also obtain experience and invincibility points. The Windcloud clan's people are actually so strong. A 5-star sovereign killed with a single slash. What kind of technique is this? Whether it was the onlookers or the people plotting in secret, everyone's expression changed at this moment. That Windcloud clan's Windless Traceless actually killed a sovereign with a single slash. Moreover, it was not a low-level sovereign, but a mid-level sovereign. Anyone who was targeted by Windcloud Traceless killed a 5-star sovereign with a single slash. The onlookers sucked in a cold breath. The Windcloud clan actually produced such a super genius. The most terrifying thing was that they could not see through the slash's traces. If they could not see through the traces, they naturally could not block it. It was not that they could not block it, but they could only block it head-on. However, seeing that a mid-grade ruler battle robes were destroyed with a single slash, they could only use their physical bodies to block it. To hell with it. Wasn't that just sending themselves to death? Everyone, let's attack together. He can't use this kind of saber technique for long. Kill him, and this technique will belong to everyone. The sovereigns who hated the Windcloud clan felt their scalps go numb. In less than a moment, a total of 8 sovereigns were killed. Among them, 4 were 5-star sovereigns. They were killed with a single slash. This was an instant kill, and a single slash at that. Since when were 5-star sovereigns so strong? The more it was like this, the more intense the killing intent of the remaining people became. No matter what, they could not let this monster Windcloud Traceless go. If he advanced to 7 or 8-star sovereigns, perhaps only 9-star sovereigns could suppress him. 3 6-star sovereigns attacked. 5-star sovereigns were killed in a single slash. They did not believe that they could be killed in a single slash. As long as they could suppress the opponent's attack, there was no need to fear Windcloud Traceless. The Windcloud clan is taking this god-tier technique. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Lin Fei ignored the attacks coming from behind and attacked a 6-star sovereign with white eyebrows. Such arrogance. Instant arrow. The white-eyebrowed sovereign was also furious. The Windcloud clan was truly arrogant. 5-star sovereigns were easy to kill. Did they want to kill him? A dozen black shadows shot at Lin Fei's face. As the black shadows attacked, Lin Fei felt as if the void around him had sunk into mud. His movements slowed as he was affected by the power of the Great Tao. Break! Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed. This slash came crashing down like a huge wave. One slash was not enough. The second slash came. The space in the mud collapsed. Lin Fei rushed up and slashed a third time. The white-eyebrowed sovereign instantly felt the sky full of killing intent and an indescribable pressure. He was cut into pieces by the slash. The other 2 6-star sovereigns also attacked. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei did not dodge, nor did he activate invincible defense. He swung his hand and slashed twice. The 2 6-star sovereigns were cut into pieces. Did you see that? This is the consequence of going against the Windcloud clan. Lin Fei laughed. He was overjoyed. A lot of divinity points landed on him, not to mention the invincibility points. As for the abundant EXP, Lin Fei could not be bothered to look at it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword light flashed. Lin Fei was like a terrifying demon king, taking care of 5-star sovereigns with a single move. So fierce. Even 6-star sovereigns can't block a single slash. What a monster. If his saber technique was mine, I could be just as impressive. That Windcloud Traceless won't be able to maintain such an overbearing saber technique for long. Once the 7-star sovereigns attack, that guy will die. Windcloud Traceless is already so overbearing. If the Windcloud clan comes later, we won't get any benefits. Why don't we snatch it now? The sovereigns changed their minds. Chapter 1560. Who wouldn't change their minds? No matter how tough a 5-star dominator was, he couldn't be that tough. A 6-star dominator could kill a 5-star dominator with a wave of his hand. He couldn't even leave a wound on his opponent. If they couldn't see this, then there was no need to continue cultivating. The Windcloud clan guy was overbearing. Those who had been hoping for death began to secretly calculate whether it was the best time to make a move now, or to make a move later and observe the situation. Previously, there were at most a dozen dominators attacking. Now, there were more than a dozen dominators surrounding him. Each of them could tell that Traceless Windcloud was not easy to deal with. Most of the spectators in the void nearby were 6-star dominators and 7-star dominators. They planned to observe and wait for the best time to attack. It would be best if they could search his soul to obtain his saber technique. Whoosh! The saber light was dazzling. A 5-star dominator was blown to pieces. Lin Fei also had wounds on his body, but they were all intentional. He was afraid that he would be too tough and scare everyone away. As long as he pretended to be injured, the divinity points would still be his. Both 6-star dominators and 5-star dominators couldn't help but attack. If they couldn't get the god-tier cultivation technique, they could get their hands on this guy's saber technique. They lowered their target. If they still couldn't see how overbearing this saber technique was, then they could go back to sleep. There was no need to come out to fight for the god-tier cultivation technique. Surround him. He's already injured. He can't hold out for long. More than a dozen 6-star dominators surrounded him. Their scarlet eyes were fixed on this guy who called himself Traceless Windcloud. Palm techniques, fist techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, and all sorts of secret techniques were dazzling. These dominators used their trump cards. They had no hope of getting the god-tier cultivation technique. There were still 7-star dominators present. They couldn't cross this mountain, but they could attack Traceless Windcloud saber technique. Lin Fei was instantly drowned. The moment he was drowned, the void escape technique came into play. In that one breath's time, Lin Fei escaped the attack range and appeared behind the 6-star dominators. He raised his saber and swung it down. He used double the amount of divinity points. His surging divine power turned into a terrifying saber light that swept over them. Bam bam bam! The group of 6-star dominators who were secretly pleased were instantly plunged into endless darkness. Before they lost consciousness, they were probably wondering why he was behind them. Unfortunately, they would never know the answer. More than 10 6-star martial sovereigns were instantly killed. This kind of brutal saber technique shocked them quite a bit. If he had thought of him as valiant before, then at this moment, he was savage. He had killed over 10 6-star hegemons with a single saber strike. Even a 7-star hegemon might not be able to do it, but Traceless Windcloud had done it. Too monstrous. That was insane. The entire place was silent. They were all scared out of their wits. The sovereigns who were still fighting also subconsciously pulled away from each other and stopped. This was a fierce man who could threaten them. Who was the one who said that he would kill me just now? Speak if you have the guts, but don't have the guts to attack. With this slash, Lin Fei's ruler long saber shattered into pieces. Another ruler long saber fell into his hands. Looking around, the people who were about to charge forward stopped in their tracks. If he went up again, he would be courting death. These juggernauts weren't stupid, either. More than 10 6-star juggernauts had been killed with a single slash. If they went up, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. As for the 5-star martial sovereigns, their faces were pale. After stopping, they began to retreat quietly. They did not want the god-tier cultivation technique anymore. With this guy here, they had to consider whether they could survive. They retreated. Among the hundreds of sovereigns, their overall strength was not high. The strongest was only a 7-star martial sovereign. This was also because the divine general stage was vast, and no powerhouses would appear for a while. It was easy to become a 7-star martial sovereign, but difficult to become an 8-star martial sovereign. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it myself. The Windcloud clan's belongings are not for you to covet. Lin Fei threw out another sentence and attacked. Run. Would it work? Lin Fei disappeared in front of everyone. Be careful, he disappeared. Divine consciousness can't catch him. Damn it. The sovereigns who had stopped could not stay calm. Would the Windcloud clan dare to keep them here? Not only were there 6-star martial sovereigns here, but there were also 7-star martial sovereigns. The 7-star martial sovereigns who had not attacked stopped now. Their eyes flashed as they searched with their divine consciousness. Then, their expressions changed. There was no trace of him. Did he leave? Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Fei's figure appeared in the center of their battle circle. He slashed with his saber. This slash turned into a golden saber river. It was 1,000,000 feet long, and the saber was extremely sharp. With a gentle sweep, more than 20 sovereigns fell into the saber river. The crowd only saw them struggling for a while before they stopped breathing and turned into pieces. The golden saber river swept toward them again. Even the 7-star martial sovereigns became targets. What a Windcloud clan, what a Windcloud Traceless. I didn't expect them to hide so much. I've seen it all. A white-haired 7-star martial sovereign's face twitched. The martial sovereign's armor was almost on the verge of collapse. He had only exchanged a blow with the golden saber river. As long as we don't die today, the Windcloud clan can forget about monopolizing the god-tier technique. Another 7-star martial sovereign roared. Everyone, run. His saber technique is too domineering. It's not something we can defend against. Lin Fei mobilized his divinity points. His divinity burned. In this area, the golden saber radiance was like a nightmare. One slash and a martial sovereign's life was taken away. Anyone below 7-star martial sovereign level who was not wearing a mid-grade martial sovereign battle armor could not withstand a single slash from the god-tier saber slash. Its power was far more terrifying than the power of the Great Path. Whether it was those who had been watching or those who had attacked, all of them fled. Were they not going to fight for the god-tier technique? Who would dare to fight for it? With Windcloud traceless of the Windcloud clan around, they would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went up. Did they not see that a few 7-star martial sovereigns had been killed? The rest were all vomiting blood. There was no way to fight at all. His opponent's saber technique was domineering and terrifying. One slash could break all of their attacks. When their lives were in danger, who would dare to fight for the god-tier technique? They wished their parents had given them a few more legs so they could leave. 7-star martial sovereigns were very arrogant. Before they could attack, they were already injured by the saber radiance. They turned and ran, not even thinking about the people they had brought with them. When they saw the golden radiance, their hearts trembled. If not now, then when? It had not even been 10 minutes. There's no one left. Lin Fei stood in the empty air. There was no one around him. The original mountain range had been razed to the ground. The remnant saber intent cut through the void ceaselessly. I didn't expect to use up 50,000 divinity points in such a short time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I've gained more than 40,000 divinity points. It's not a loss. The god-tier saber slash was too useful. The power unleashed by divinity points was terrifying. And this was with Lin Fei controlling his strength. Otherwise, no one present would have been able to leave. The Windcloud clan should be happy now. Lin Fei turned to look at the stone platform. With a wave of his hand, a long saber radiance blasted on the stone platform. Crash. The outer layer of energy was broken. Chapter 1561. Lin Fei attacked aggressively. The hundreds of juggernauts who were fighting for the god-tier skill were either killed or injured in an instant. In less than a moment, the place was cleared. There was no one else around the stone platform except for Lin Fei. Lin Fei also broke the restriction on the stone platform. If it was someone else who did not know about the connection between divinity points and power of divinity, Lin Fei would not be able to break it in a short time. Lin Fei felt the presence of divinity the moment he got the jade scroll. This was really a god-tier skill. Little devil, what do you think? Lin Fei was very excited to get the god-tier skill. This was the first time he got his hands on a god-tier skill, and it was easier than expected. All he had to do was pay some divinity points. Once Little Devil came out, he used the system to scan the jade scroll and nodded. Yes, it's a god-tier skill. Even though it's the lowest level, it's very suitable for you. How much is it worth if I exchange it? About 3,000 to 5,000 divinity points. Lin Fei squinted. This god-tier skill came at the right time. You scanned the jade scroll just now. Are you sure it's safe? Lin Fei had some doubts about the divine general platform, especially now that god roots and god-tier skills had appeared. Lin Fei had to be careful. I've scanned it. There's nothing wrong with the god-tier skill inside. Lin Fei was relieved. He sent Little Devil back and kept all the storage rings nearby. There were dozens of storage rings, and a few of them belonged to 7-star dominators. Lin Fei obtained another 20 god roots from the dozens of storage rings, which was an extra income. As for the holy stones, he used them to exchange for energy points. This was another big income. Windcloud clan, just you wait to be the scapegoat. Lin Fei laughed heartily and left the place. Not long after Lin Fei left, people returned. These dominators were all 7-star dominators. They were all scared away by traceless Windcloud. When they returned, they saw that the stone platform was broken and the god-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, had disappeared. Traceless Windcloud has obtained the deity tier art, Heaven's End Palm. Lin Fei returned to his cave abode. The Skyspan Hegemon was still waiting anxiously. Just now, when the Skyspan Hegemon had sensed that terrifying aura in the distance, even though it was still quite a distance away, he had felt his heart palpitate. Did something big happen? The Skyspan Hegemon asked. You'll know in a few days. Lin Fei didn't intend to make it so clear. It's best not to go out for the next few days if it's not necessary. If you want to go out, you'd better wait for 10 days. The skyspan hegemon wanted to ask further, but Lin Fei had entered the cave abode next door and activated the restrictions. It was too late even if he wanted to ask. It can't be. He did something big again. The skyspan hegemon retracted his gaze, his heart no longer calm and collected. Even after spending some time with D. Tian, I still can't see through him. His cultivation isn't high, but his combat prowess is abnormally high. I wonder how he cultivates. Listening to him is definitely the right thing to do. I'd better endure for a few more days. The Windcloud clan had produced a monster, Windcloud Traceless, who was able to fight against hundreds of sovereigns. Traceless Windcloud had stolen the deity tier cultivation technique, Heaven Extinguishing Palm. These two pieces of news spread like wildfire. Who was the Windcloud clan? The Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave? They had stolen the god tier skill, Heaven Severing Palm? Since when had the Windcloud clan become so awesome? All the sovereigns in the area received a message from their good friend, describing what had happened that day, proving with certainty that the god tier skill was in the hands of the Windcloud clan. The appearance of a god tier skill caused a huge commotion. Originally, many sovereigns headed to the area after hearing that a god tier skill had appeared. A clan in a weave only had one 9-star sovereign. How dare they monopolize a god tier skill? The god tier skill had to be handed over. Or shared. Windcloud Killer had been in a bad mood for the past few days. The person who killed the Windcloud clan was nowhere to be found. If that was all, Windcloud Killer would not be so angry. However, sovereigns from 5 stars to 7 stars sovereigns attacked them from time to time. They would ask if they were from the Windcloud clan when they saw them, and attack immediately as soon as they nodded, not giving them a chance to speak. More than 10 7-star sovereigns had died in the hands of Windcloud Killer these days. The sovereigns who attacked them were getting stronger and stronger. Windcloud Killer looked at the 5 injured sovereigns behind him. He felt very uncomfortable. Let's go back. They were attacked for no reason, and only 5 sovereigns were left. It would be strange if Windcloud Killer had a good temper. Since when did the Windcloud clan offend so many clans? Windcloud Killer recognized that a few of them were forces from other weaves. Their overall strength was only slightly weaker than the Windcloud clan, but they treated them like enemies. He was puzzled. Hearing that they were going back, the remaining 5 sovereigns heaved a sigh of relief. They did not want to live like this anymore. Whoosh! Just as they were getting excited, a black shadow flashed by, and a cold snicker could be heard. Windcloud Killer, he, the 5 sovereigns had a green wound on their bodies. Following that, they let out miserable cries as white smoke came out of their bodies. They turned into puddles of blood in no time. Who? Windcloud Killer was in a bad mood. Now that the last 5 sovereigns were dead, and right in front of him, his veins were popping. Windcloud Killer, your Windcloud clan really hid such an expert well. What a pity. A chilling voice came from the void, like a gust of chilly wind blowing past. You're the poison sovereign. Windcloud Killer revealed a hint of fear. Why was this old geezer here? You can even recognize me. The voice was still in the void. Since you can recognize me, I won't waste time with you. As long as the Windcloud clan hands over the item, I won't attack. Windcloud Killer was confused. What item? And what do you want to attack? The Poison Sovereign had been famous for a long time. He was now a peak 7-star sovereign. Although his realm was not as high as an 8-star sovereign, he had a poison technique. Even 8-star sovereigns had to be careful and were not willing to fight with the Poison Sovereign. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. The Poison Sovereign said, there's a limit to my patience. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't agree, I don't mind taking you down and searching your soul. When that time comes, it won't be as simple as a few deaths. Windcloud Killer was very wary of the Poison Sovereign. He had come to bully him, and his words were vague, which made Windcloud Killer furious. Old geezer, don't go too far. I don't even know what you want. How do you want me to take it out? He, then I'll do it myself. Chapter 1562. God-tier cultivation methods appeared in more than one place on the Divine General platform. God-tier cultivation methods appeared in many places. Each God-tier cultivation method's appearance led to a bloodbath. Within a month, 6 God-tier cultivation methods appeared on the Divine General platform. All the powerhouses fought for them. The 6 and 7-star dominators who were originally participating withdrew from the competition. All the participants were 8-star dominators. Each 8-star dominator could suppress a 7-star dominator. Any 7-star dominator who tried were killed by the 8-star dominators. There were also terrifying supreme 8-star dominators among the 8-star dominators. 3 of the God-tier cultivation methods were snatched by the 8-star dominators. Once they mastered the God-tier cultivation methods, these 8-star dominators' strength would soar. At the same time, the Windcloud clan's God-tier cultivation method spread. We found the Windcloud clan's base. On a mountain. A dominator landed on the mountain. There were already 3 dominators waiting here. All 3 dominators emitted the aura of an 8-star dominator. The Windcloud clan is in a valley hundreds of millions of miles away. If not for Windcloud murderous leaving traces, we might not have found them. The 8-star dominator, Windblade Dominator, said. These 3 8-star dominators were here for the God-tier cultivation method, Heaven's Severing Palm. They were from the major clans in their own weaves. The temptation of a God-tier cultivation method was enough to tempt these 8-star dominators. Well done. As long as we know the Windcloud clan's base, there's hope for a God-tier cultivation method. Who would have thought that a clan in the Netherworld weave would have such a powerhouse? Come to think of it, why would the Windcloud clan expose such a peerless prodigy? If they kept it hidden for another 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, the Windcloud clan might have another terrifying 9-star dominator. Who knows? Maybe the Windcloud clan released that prodigy. Other than the God-tier cultivation method, we also want that saber technique. If we get it, our combat strength will increase by at least 4 or 5 levels. The 4 8-star dominators were in a frenzy. Even if they cultivated for a few chaos years, it was impossible to increase their combat strength by 4 or 5 levels in a short period of time. In another part of the void, someone had opened up a temporary space here. A dominator with long hair stood quietly in the space. The howling astral wind stopped before it even got close. Young master, Windcloud Killer has returned. A spatial ripple spread out, followed by a black shadow appearing and half-kneeling in front of the long-haired hegemon. The infamous Windcloud Killer is now like a rat on the street that everyone wants to kill. Interesting, truly interesting. The long-haired hegemon said calmly. Traceless Windcloud, heh. The long-haired hegemon took a single step forward, leaving the dimension behind him. The space behind him instantly collapsed, and an astral wind howled past, destroying everything. Say, Windcloud Killer, a veteran 8-star martial emperor, is being chased by someone for billions of miles, and he's in such a miserable state? Lin Fei smiled when he heard the Skirich hegemon's words. Lin Fei had been hiding ever since he snatched the god-level cultivation technique, Sky's Severing Palm. He completely isolated his own aura. He hid for more than 10 days. There were countless sovereigns in this area, all searching for traceless Windcloud's whereabouts. 3 days ago, Lin Fei had taken the Skyspan hegemon with him and left his estate. In the meantime, the Skyspan hegemon had asked around about Windcloud Killer. He had never heard such good news before. That old man is really tenacious. He's been chased all the way, and he's been poisoned by the Poison Lord hegemon, but he can still persevere. The Skyspan hegemon could not wait for Windcloud Killer to die in someone else's hands. The Windcloud clan had sent 3 8-star martial emperors this time. Every death was equivalent to cutting off one of the Windcloud clan's arms. You're still the best, brother. You've put the Windcloud clan in danger in just a few moves. The Skyspan hegemon was full of admiration for Di Tian's abilities. Lin Fei had long guessed this would happen. The only thing he did not expect was that Windcloud Killer of the Windcloud clan was so tenacious that he was still alive. Don't you want to know about the god-level cultivation technique? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Nope. The Skyspan Hegemon shook his head. It won't do me any good. Ever since he heard the news, the Skyspan Hegemon knew that the god-level cultivation technique was definitely in Di Tian's hands. He was neither jealous nor envious. It was enough that Di Tian had helped him vent his anger. According to what you said, Windcloud Killer is a veteran 8-star martial emperor. He's being hunted down, so he'll definitely return to his base camp. Once he does, you'll be able to avenge yourself. It was not difficult for Lin Fei to guess that this was one of their tricks. They would use Windcloud Killer to find their base camp. Once the 8-star martial emperors surrounded them, even the 3 8-star martial emperors of the Windcloud clan would not be able to hold out for too long. The outcome was set in stone. Lin Fei did not mind making the Windcloud clan a scapegoat. With them around, he would not stand out so much. Explain? No one would explain at a time like this. Alright, you can go now. It's best if you leave this area. After all, there are some martial emperors who know about you. Lin Fei said. Aren't you coming with me to take a look? Lin Fei smirked. If I go, I'll be hunted down by them. The Skirich Dominator did not know what Di Tian was thinking. He also felt that it was very dangerous for Di Tian to go there, especially at a time when all 8-star Dominators were gathered to deal with the Windcloud clan. It would not be a good thing for Di Tian to go there. Thank you, fellow cultivator. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to avenge myself. The Windcloud clan has lost a young master. I believe that elder ancestor will go completely mad. Ha ha ha. When Hegemon Skyspan thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh uproariously. This place is different from the outside. Be careful. I hope we will meet again. Lin Fei said. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Fei tossed a storage ring to the Skyspan Hegemon. This is for you, take it. The Skyspan Hegemon accepted it without standing on ceremony. After the Skirich Dominator left, Lin Fei did not leave. Instead, he used the void evasion technique and headed straight for the Windcloud clan's base camp. How could he miss out on such a good show? What Lin Fei cared about was that young Master Feng Yun. After refining the god roots and killing him, he would definitely be able to obtain a sum of divinity points. Danger? Lin Fei had no such thoughts. As for why he didn't go with the Skyspan Juggernaut, it was because it wasn't convenient for him to act. It would not be good to drag others into this. Lin Fei used the void evasion technique along the way and wasted some divinity points, but he did not mind. After all, he would gain something later. So many 7-star martial emperors. Arriving from the void, Lin Fei saw many 7-star martial emperors. There was a faint energy fluctuation in front that was even stronger than the 7-star martial emperors. Without a doubt, these were all 8-star martial emperors. Chapter 1563. Miserable. Never before had it been so miserable. In a valley on the Divine General platform, Windcloud Killer spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was not blood red, but dark green with an intense rancid stench. The green blood landed on the grassland, turning the surrounding 10,000 miles into a poisonous land. There was no sign of life. Cough cough cough. Windcloud Killer spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. Half of his originally murderous face had turned green. His face was almost unrecognizable. He had lost his left arm completely. His chest and back were filled with wounds. Some of them were even horrifying. The residual power of the Great Tao kept colliding in Windcloud Killer's body. Why is this happening? Since when did our Windcloud clan offend so many forces? Ever since the battle with Sovereign Poison Master, although Windcloud Killer had repelled Sovereign Poison Master, he had been poisoned and could not resolve it immediately. If Windcloud Killer was given enough time to heal, he could definitely resolve it. That was what Windcloud Killer planned to do. Unexpectedly, just as Windcloud Killer was about to heal, 8-star Sovereign came out and told him to hand over the item. Then, he attacked Windcloud Killer. Windcloud Killer was already in a rage and attacked immediately. He used his strength to suppress his opponent, leaving another wound on his body. After repelling the first wave of enemies, the second wave came. There were 7-star Sovereigns and 8-star Sovereigns. Windcloud Killer was initially able to resist, but after being forced to retreat, he was being chased. The most despicable thing was that the poisoned Sovereign had been secretly poisoning them this entire time. Windcloud Killer had no idea how he survived these days. Especially with 8-star Sovereigns appearing and disappearing, he had no time to resolve his wounds and poison. At this moment, Windcloud Killer seemed to know something. Someone wanted to attack the Windcloud clan. Windcloud Killer had been fleeing, using a few secret techniques and expending a large portion of his strength to shake off his enemies and return to his temporary base. Cough cough cough. Once Windcloud Killer entered the valley, the huge valley turned into a land of poison. The first few who came were poisoned. The poison spread everywhere. Killer, how did you end up like this? Windcloud Killer coughed out blood. Affected by the poison, Windcloud Little Saint and Windcloud Autumn, the two 8-star Sovereigns rushed up and were shocked when they saw Windcloud Killer's appearance. Seal. Little Saint Fengyun pointed his finger at Fengyun Sha's forehead. A stream of energy entered Fengyun Sha's body, temporarily sealing up the chaotic energy within his body. Following that, Fengyun Sha's complexion was no longer as pale as before, recovering a trace of color. Let's go, someone's trying to attack the Windcloud clan. This place isn't safe anymore. Suppressing the chaotic energy, Windcloud Killer urged. Little Sage Fengyun's calm face revealed a hint of doubt. Killing? Didn't you go out for a while? How did you end up like this? Not only do you have a powerful poison on you, but you also have several great Tao forces on you. I don't know. I really don't know. Windcloud Killer shook his head. We need to escort the young master away right now. Otherwise, there won't be any time left. They'll be here soon. Windcloud Killer felt a tinge of fear. After being chased for millions of miles and almost dying, no one could remain calm. Take the young master away immediately. As long as we leave this place, we'll have a chance to find out who's behind all this. Little Saint Fengyun knew Fengyun Sha's strength very well. To be able to come back with such severe injuries, the attacker must be an 8-star dominator, and it wasn't just one. Boom boom boom. Little Saint Fengyun prepared to leave with his men. A violent tremor came from the outside. Layers of barriers were broken, and more than 28-star dominators barged in. Windcloud Killer, thank you for bringing us here. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have known that you're in your base camp. Now is the perfect time to capture all of you. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm. Hand over the God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, and we'll leave your corpses intact. Hand over Traceless Windcloud, hand over the Saber Technique. Boom boom boom. More than 28-star dominators appeared, and their terrifying aura locked onto everyone from the Windcloud clan. Windcloud Killer and the other two 8-star dominators became the focus of attention. Even though the three of them were 8-star dominators, they still felt immense pressure. More than 28-star dominators, were they trying to take their lives? The words God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, made them understand what was going on. Our Windcloud clan obtained a God-tier skill? The three 8-star dominators did not smile. Instead, they had a sudden realization and unease. Especially Windcloud Killer, who finally understood what was going on. Why were they being hunted down? So it was because their clan obtained a God-tier skill. Following that, another question arose. Who was Traceless Windcloud, and when did their clan have such a person? Little Saint Windcloud realized that things had gone south. These people were coming at him aggressively, and he could not hold them off. If he could not explain himself, he said, "Everyone, are you mistaken? There's no one called Traceless Windcloud among the people from our Windcloud clan who came in this time. We didn't obtain a god-tier skill either. More than 28 star dominators came for the god-tier skill. They found the Windcloud clan's base camp. Naturally, they did not believe the Windcloud clan's words. What did they mean by they didn't obtain it? Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Your Windcloud clan only has one 9-star dominator. A god-tier skill isn't something you can take for yourself. Since you won't hand it over, we'll look for it ourselves. It's in your hands. Worst comes to worst, we'll take it. The 8-star dominators were impatient. If they could not come to an agreement, they would attack. As soon as the 8-star dominators attacked, the people brought by the Windcloud clan were destroyed. The 7-star dominators could not withstand a few moves from the 8-star dominators and were killed. Windcloud Killer, Little Saint Windcloud, and Autumn Windcloud were given special attention. Little Saint, take the young master and leave first. I'll fight them. Windcloud Killer yelled and burned his great Dao energy. His strength increased greatly, and he held up 7 or 8 8-star dominators. Little Saint Windcloud and Autumn Windcloud rushed into the formation, wrapped the young master up, and broke out of the encirclement. You can't escape. You must hand over the god-tier skill. Little Saint Windcloud and Little Saint Windcloud used all kinds of treasures without mercy. They barely managed to carve out a bloody path and rushed out with the young master. Behind them, 8 or 9 dominators caught up. With the strength of 8-star dominators, Little Saint Windcloud and Autumn Windcloud could not shake each other off. The 8-star dominators behind used all kinds of treasures, vaguely trying to surround them. Once they were surrounded, they would have no way out. Young master, I'll send you off. Little Saint Windcloud knew that he had been tricked. The only thing he could do now was to send the young master away. As long as the young master could enter the godly general platform, it was not impossible to take revenge today. Holy Light Passage. Little Saint Windcloud punched the void and forcefully opened a passage, sending the young master in. Chapter 1564. After sending off the young master, the 2 8-star sovereigns from the Windcloud clan were besieged and eventually self-destructed. This was destined. There were only 10 8-star sovereigns attacking. Even if they joined forces, the two could not withstand their combined attacks. In the final attack, the two chose to self-destruct. This was the only thing they could do. They knew very well that if they were captured, they would inevitably be soul-searched, so they chose to self-destruct. This gave the besieging sovereigns a headache. The result of self-destruction was not what they wanted to see. Unfortunately, the two walked all the way to the end, not giving them a chance to soul-search. What a waste of effort. They actually chose to self-destruct. Their storage rings were also destroyed by self-destruction. I wonder if the god-tier cultivation method is still there. Search. After a search. Apart from some saint stones and tattered sovereign weapons, there was nothing else. The god-tier cultivation method jade scroll was nowhere to be found. It must be with the young master. Could it be that the young master is Feng Yunwan? The young master couldn't have run far. He must be nearby. Let's see who's lucky enough to catch up. These sovereigns were very disappointed. Since the god-tier cultivation method was not found, it must have landed with the young master. Some sovereigns even thought that Feng Yunwan was the young master. The sovereigns did not stop, choosing a direction to pursue. Uncle Little Saint, Uncle Killer, Uncle Chiu, I will definitely avenge you and find the mastermind. Feng Xiaohuang came out of the passage, his face twisted. Feng Xiaohuang saw the pursuit of more than 28-star sovereigns, but he could do nothing. This was a huge blow to Feng Xiaohuang in the Yellow Springs weave. Feng Xiaohuang panicked for a while before returning to normal. Without the protection of the 8-star sovereigns, Feng Xiaohuang immediately changed into a black robe, covering his face. His divine sense ripples also began to change. If someone passed by now, they would definitely not know that this person was Feng Xiaohuang. After a series of changes, Feng Xiaohuang headed east. He traveled tens of billions of kilometers, eventually landing in a mountain range. After observing for a while, he carved out an immortal's cave and set up a restrictive spell formation. He didn't stay there, but rather, carved out an immortal's cave in a corner of the mountain range. He was being very careful. As long as I refine the remaining god roots and the divinity in my body reaches a certain level, I will be able to find a god-tier cultivation technique. At that time, I will make them die without a burial ground. After setting up the restriction array, Feng Xiaohuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He entered the cave abode. This was Feng Xiaohuang's goal. He knew more secrets than others, and the only way to increase his strength now was to obtain a god-tier cultivation technique. He believed that this place would be very safe. He took out the deity root and began to refine it. This fellow is quite smart. He changed the fluctuation of his divine sense, changed the location, and set up an illusion. It won't be easy for them to find this young master. In the cave abode, Lin Fei was hiding in the void. At this time, he was using the void escape technique. Since the 8-star rulers besieged the Fengyan clan, Lin Fei had already been there, but he didn't show himself. More than 28-star rulers weren't that easy to deal with. Lin Fei was concerned about this young master. The moment little Saint Fengyan opened the passageway, Lin Fei entered the passageway. He had been following behind this young master silently until now. Lin Fei was quite impressed by this fellow. He still had the mood to refine the deity root under such circumstances. What a waste of a deity root. Lin Fei felt his heart ache. At this time, Lin Fei was already sure that this fellow had a lot of divinity points. He might even be a big fat pig. Eternal Instant. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he executed an eternal instant. Just a breath's time was enough. Who? Feng Xiaohuang was shocked. He had escaped, but why was he targeted again? His refinement was interrupted, and when he woke up, he was enveloped by a force. Lin Fei had already attacked. God-tier blade slash. He didn't give his opponent a chance to resist. At this time, a piece of jade on Feng Xiaohuang's neck erupted with a terrifying aura. It propped up an energy shield and blocked the blade. The defense of 9 stars ruler. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. This fellow had hidden such a top-notch treasure. You, a 5-star ruler, actually want to kill me? Feng Xiaohuang was caught unprepared. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the radiance propped up. His sharp eyes swept across and revealed a cold smile. You are very powerful. You have been hiding by my side. Unfortunately, I have the skylight jade bestowed to me by my old ancestor. Don't even think of killing me. Feng Xiaohuang couldn't keep his face after being ambushed at such a close distance. So that's how it is. Let's continue. Lin Fei didn't care. He slashed again, blasting on the outer layer of radiance. The originally flourishing radiance suddenly dimmed. Break for me. The third slash. Feng Xiaohuang was shocked again. Cracks appeared on the jade on his neck, one after another, and they immediately shattered. This 5-star ruler in front of him could threaten his life. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Die for me. Feng Xiaohuang was already a frightened bird. If the jade was shattered, it definitely wouldn't be able to block this saber art. He took out an immortal talisman and tore it apart, blasting it at his opponent. Instantly, a terrifying radiance soared into the sky. This mountain range was instantly flattened. This is the trump card that my old ancestor left for me. I was originally prepared to use it against an 8-star ruler. Now, it's yours. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately. Feng Xiaohuang turned to leave. You don't have to leave. It's better if you stay. As soon as the voice came, Feng Xiaohuang saw a saber light slashing at him. The jade on the neck of that smiling black-robed fellow shattered into countless pieces. The saber light also completely minced him into pieces. A young master of a large clan really has some trump cards. Lin Fei sighed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 80,000 divinity points. As soon as the voice came, Lin Fei revealed an expression of, I knew it. This really was a big fat pig. Not bad at all. It seems like these young masters of large clans have refined a large number of god roots and are waiting to soar into the sky. Compared to the ruler's few hundred divinity points, the current young master was a big fat sheep. The original 100,000 divinity points had returned to 200,000 divinity points. I'm going to look for the young master and make a move. Lin Fei put away the storage ring. There were actually hundreds of god roots inside, a total of 100,000 divinity points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up at this kind of harvest. Although he knew that there were god roots in the storage ring, he didn't expect there to be so many. Lin Fei had underestimated them. Chapter 1565. Upon seeing the flickering red dot, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Hee, when you see me, you definitely won't be able to be happy. Lin Fei put away the item and used void opening to leave. This was also to prevent others from discovering him and following him. For example, Lin Fei had something he wanted to do right now. He didn't mind spending a few divinity points, as he had just obtained a few 100,000 divinity points. The commotion here was too great. Sweeping through the mountain range and the might of a 9-star sovereign had appeared. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would know what had happened. Whoosh! I'm still one step too late. About 10 minutes after Lin Fei left, a bald sovereign appeared in the sky. He emitted the aura of an 8-star sovereign, and his sharp eyes constantly scanned the ground below. This was one of the 8-star sovereigns who had been pursuing young Master Feng Yun. It's this aura. This sovereign grabbed at the air, and specks of something fell into his hand. This was a strand of divine sense. The Sky Sovereign grabbed it with his unparalleled strength and used his divine sense to confirm who it was. It was the target he had been pursuing. In the eyes of an 8-star sovereign, anyone who had seen it would remember it. Although this place had been razed to the ground, there was still divine sense present. Only 8-star sovereigns like them could barely collect it. This young Master Feng Yun definitely has that old ancestor's protective treasure on him. How could he be killed in such a situation? Could it be a 9-star sovereign? No, the Divine General Platform doesn't allow 9-star sovereigns to enter. Could it be an 8-star sovereign? But this 8-star sovereign has hidden himself too deeply. To be able to kill young Master Feng Yun in such a short time and leave so calmly. The Sky Sovereign was puzzled. This matter didn't feel right. Fellow Daoist Sky Sovereign, you're not slow. What did you gain? The Poison Sovereign stealthily appeared, his small eyes scanning the scene. He's already dead. What can I gain? The Sky Sovereign's tone was cold. Someone beat me to it. The Sky Ruler did not speak kindly to the Poison Sovereign Ruler, who used lethal poison. Although the Poison Sovereign's strength was a whole realm lower than his, he did not dare to underestimate the Poison Sovereign's lethal poison. So that's how it is. I wonder if fellow Daoist has seen what that person looks like. The Poison Sovereign narrowed his eyes. For a 7-star hegemon to ask an 8-star hegemon such a question was something only the Poison Sovereign hegemon would do. What do you think? After saying this, the Sky Dominator turned and left. Humph. You're just an 8-star sovereign. The Poison Sovereign Ruler coveted the deity rank cultivation technique very much. He originally thought that he would be able to catch up to young Master Feng Yun, but someone else beat him to it. Sooner or later, I will become an 8-star ruler. At that time, let's see who dares to ignore me. Young Master Feng Yun's death is not a good thing. What a waste of a deity rank cultivation technique. The Poison Sovereign shook his head and left as well. He had worked so hard for nothing. The commotion caused a few 8-star rulers to rush over, but when they saw the situation, they left one after another. When they left, their expressions were more or less filled with disappointment. Lin Fei left the scene and flew toward the east. With the void evasion technique, Lin Fei did not leave behind many traces. Although he left behind some aura fluctuations at the scene, after using the void evasion technique, his aura disappeared. This was also why Lin Fei was willing to use the void evasion technique. This flight lasted for half a month. He was getting closer and closer to the red dot. During this time, Lin Fei also discovered a few deity roots, which he unceremoniously collected. Those ignorant rulers also contributed quite a few divinity points to him. As he wished, Lin Fei's divinity point diagram broke through to 500,000 points. He was also close to leveling up. In just a few days, he would be able to break through to the 6-star ruler rank. In the air above a mountain range. This place had almost been razed to the ground, and there were remnants of energy fluctuations left behind by the battle. Fellow Daoist Rainbow, this is your share. On a flat area not far from the mountain range, 5 rulers were dividing up the spoils. A young hegemon placed one of the spoils in front of a female hegemon. If it weren't for fellow Daoist Rainbow's illusions successfully holding them back, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to take them down, said the young ruler. The rainbow ruler was wearing a rainbow-colored dress. Her cultivation had increased by a level, and she had broken through from the 6-star ruler rank to the 7-star ruler rank. Her aura fluctuations were also exceptionally stable. This meant that she had completely stabilized her strength. We're teammates. This is what I should do, said the rainbow ruler with a smile. She habitually put away the spoils. The 5 rulers present were all 7-star rulers. They all had one thing in common, they were all young. Big Brother Feiyun has good foresight. With the help of fellow Daoist Rainbow's illusions, it'll be much easier for us to deal with them, said another female 7-star ruler in the group. The one called Big Brother Feiyun was a tall and sturdy silver-armored ruler. He was also the leader of the group. He was a peak 7-star ruler, and he specialized in close combat. That's because everyone cooperated well. Hegemon Feiyun smiled as he looked at the rainbow ruler. Of course, fellow Daoist Rainbow's illusions are extremely powerful as well. The moment you use them, you'll be able to affect a 7-star ruler. You're fully deserving of the title of hero. The rainbow ruler felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have broken through to the 7-star ruler rank. In addition, I also have to thank Big Brother Feiyun, said the rainbow ruler with a smile. The surrounding people all laughed. Damn, are they flirting with each other? At this moment, Lin Fei appeared in the air above this area. Using his void evasion technique, Lin Fei was able to stealthily and smoothly find this place. Then, he saw this laughing scene. This made Lin Fei uncomfortable. The rainbow ruler was his maid. Who would be so bold as to steal her from him? Lin Fei had come all this way to find the rainbow ruler. Even though he hadn't made the rainbow ruler swear an oath to become a rainbow ruler, Lin Fei had still secretly stored a strand of his aura on the appropriate tool. As long as it was within a certain range, Lin Fei would be able to use it to find the rainbow ruler. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Lin Fei would come all this way to see this. It seemed that someone was interested in his maid. That person was quite good-looking and somewhat handsome. Should I show myself, or keep following them? Lin Fei wondered. If it were before, Lin Fei might have considered how to appear. After cultivating a divine tier technique and learning about the connection between divine power and divine power, he had nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just a peak 7-star ruler? Everyone should have rested enough. We can set off now. Hegemon Feiyun stood up. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Sumra Mountains have yet to appear and collect as many deity roots as we can. The resting hegemons all rose to their feet. The rainbow ruler stood up as well. After joining this group, she had collected many more deity roots than she had when she was alone. She had also learned a few secrets. Chapter 1566. Ruler Feiyun thought highly of Rainbow Ruler's potential. Rainbow Ruler's strength might be average, but there was one thing he couldn't compare to, his illusory skills. Rainbow Ruler's illusory skills had reached an extremely profound level. According to him, he had improved in this space. Once he used it, it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Not only did ruler Fei Yun think highly of Rainbow Ruler, but she also had some ideas. Rainbow Ruler was beautiful, and her illusory skills were extraordinary. If she reached the 9 stars ruler level, her illusory skills would be even more terrifying. She would be a powerful existence among the 9 stars rulers, although she wouldn't be as powerful as the super overlords. Along the way, ruler Fei Yun took special care of Rainbow Ruler. This was one of the reasons why Rainbow Ruler could break through to 7 stars ruler so quickly. Ruler Fei Yun was very confident in taking down Rainbow Ruler with her family's influence and her own strength. For example, ruler Fei Yun had purposely revealed some of the things that had happened on God Mountain to show off her abilities. Only some of the big families would know these secrets. Lin Fei was a domineering person. He didn't notice this. He just felt uncomfortable that a descendant was seducing his maid. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei felt that it was better to show himself. He believed that Rainbow Ruler's expression would be quite pleasant. Now that Lin Fei had found the 7-colored ruler, he would not leave her be. After all, she was his maidservant. With the 8-star rulers continuously appearing, their small team really did not have the ability to protect themselves. The people from the Windcloud clan were the best example. As long as an 8-star ruler attacked, their team would immediately fall apart. No one could block an 8-star ruler's attack. Lin Fei felt that it was better to keep her by his side. She had a god-tier technique and godly power to support her. Lin Fei was confident he could kill an 8-star ruler. Let's see how many god-tier slashes he could take. Kakik, just as they were about to leave, the sky suddenly darkened. A chilly wind blew. The area instantly darkened. It was as if night had fallen. Who killed my nephew just now? A cold voice caused the surrounding temperature to drop. The 5 rulers couldn't help but shiver as the wind blew past them. Ruler Fei Yun and the other rulers were shocked. The area became chaotic. Only an 8-star ruler could use such a technique. Senior, you must be mistaken. How could we kill your nephew? Fei Yun braced himself and said. In the darkness, a huge foot appeared. This foot was like a mountain. It stretched out from the void, followed by another foot. Until the other party was like a towering mountain. Sovereign Night King. Hegemon Fei Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized this hegemon and was scared out of his wits. Not bad, you actually recognize me. The towering mountain giant shrunk to 90 feet tall. Since you know my name, then you should know my temper. Did you kill my nephew? My mouth has become a crow's mouth. An 8-star dominator has really appeared. Lin Fei, who was in the void, did not know what to say. Lin Fei knew very well that they had just killed a few sovereigns. They were most likely fighting over the deity roots, or they had met a person who was trying to rob them of their deity roots. Lin Fei had encountered this situation more than a dozen times. It wasn't the other party who killed him. If you didn't kill me, I killed you. It seemed like their luck was pretty bad. Among the dead, one of them had a backer. One of them actually had a backer. He must have spread the news before he died. This 8-star ruler had rushed over. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was very accurate. Hegemon Fei Yun had indeed been surrounded by a group of sovereigns. She had relied on the 7-colored ruler's illusion to hold them back, and the 5 of them had killed them all. They knew that they were in big trouble now. Apart from the 7-colored ruler, who did not know the name Sovereign Night King, the other 4 sovereigns had ugly expressions. Sovereign Night King was a powerful sovereign in the Dark Territory. He was also one of the 8 great generals under the Dark Ruler. He was extremely powerful. Countless people wanted to kill Sovereign Night King, but no one dared to do so. Even the 9 stars sovereigns could only bear with it. This was because Sovereign Night King's backer was the Dark Ruler. The Dark Ruler was an overlord in the Endless Territory, and had the power to kill 9 stars sovereigns. This was the main reason why Hegemon Fei Yun's expression had changed so many times. Sovereign Night King was too famous. Even though Hejem and Feiyan's family had 3 9-star sovereigns and was considered a top-notch family in the Endless Territory, they did not dare to face Sovereign Night King's anger. Hejem and Feiyan could not understand why one of the sovereigns who had killed and stolen was Sovereign Night King's nephew. "You're purposely setting a trap for me." Sovereign Night King did not care too much about his nephew. If he died, so be it. He had to pay the price for killing his nephew. This was Sovereign Night King's thought process. "Senior Night King, I really did not kill your nephew." Hejem and Feiyan hurriedly said, "I can swear on the Fei family's character." Sovereign Night King was expressionless. "You are from the Fei family." Hejem and Feiyan was delighted. "I am indeed from the Fei family. If I dare lie, you can come to the Fei family to settle the score." "So the person who killed my nephew wasn't you?" "Who was it?" Sovereign Night King knew of the Fei family. They had 3 9-star sovereigns. Everyone knew that they were quite famous in the Endless Territory. She was the one who killed him. Senior Night King's nephew was killed by her. She specializes in illusions. Without her help, we would not have been able to win. Hejem and Feiyan's words caused the remaining 3 sovereigns to pin the crime on the 7-colored sovereign. They knew how powerful Sovereign Night King was. The family behind him could not afford to offend him. The Darkness Sovereign was an overlord who controlled a battle fortress. He could easily destroy a sect or a territory. When the 7-colored sovereign saw the other party appear, he cursed inwardly. The other party's aura was tyrannical, and he had a murderous aura like an endless ocean. Just the murderous aura alone made the 7-colored sovereign uncomfortable. What worried the 7-colored sovereign even more happened. They were pinning the crime on him. They were asking him to die. "You're all lying. I used an illusion. You killed him." The 7-colored sovereign tried to defend himself. His face turned pale. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was also furious. "I knew that person was up to no good. If the other party had only wanted to seduce his servant girl, Lin Fei would at most be unhappy." Chapter 1567. Lin Fei was furious. Sovereign Night Sovereign said calmly, "You know what to do." Feiyan knew that she would survive just from this sentence. As for the 7-colored dominator, she was just a pretty dominator. If she died, so be it. It was better than dying herself. Pfft. Feiyan's left arm exploded. "Thank you for not killing me, Senior." The arm would not be able to recover for a long time at least. Unless she left this place and returned to her Fei family. "Don't kill us. We didn't kill your nephew." Sovereign Night Sovereign moved his fingers slightly, and the remaining man and woman exploded. A 7-star dominator could not last more than a night against an 8-star dominator. Wind illusion. The 7-colored dominator's face was pale, but she knew to resist. The 8-star dominator's terrifying power attacked and shattered the 7-colored dominator. However, this was just an illusion. Her real body appeared millions of miles away. Boom! Boom! As the wind blew past, illusions appeared, densely packed together. However, the power of an 8-star sovereign was crushing everything in its path, shattering all the illusions in the area. Pfft! The 7-colored dominator spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Her rainbow-colored dominator battle robe was full of cracks. If you were an 8-star dominator, I might be a little afraid of using this level of illusion. You can't even withstand a single blow. Sovereign Night Sovereign said disapprovingly. "Senior, this woman killed your nephew. Leave this small matter to me." "Why do you need to do it?" "I'll cut off her head myself." Feiyan said flatteringly. Feiyan was nothing in front of this 8-star dominator, Sovereign Night Sovereign. Interesting. Feiyan understood what Sovereign Night Sovereign meant. Die, bitch. Feiyan's power was not affected much after losing an arm. It might be a problem to take down others, but it was much easier to deal with the 7-colored dominator. Boom! A domineering fist art turned into a black shadow and shot forward. You shameless bee *starred. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The seven-colored dominator had been injured long ago. Most of her power was used to resist Sovereign Night Sovereign's great Dao power. A seven-colored bridge blocked in front of her. Who told you to kill Senior's nephew? If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Fei Yun had to kill this guy himself. There was no one else around anyway. The seven-colored bridge shook, and cracks appeared on it. You can't stop it. The rainbow bridge shook again, and more cracks appeared. Wind illusion. Water illusion. The seven-colored dominator used the seven-colored bridge to attack while casting illusions in an attempt to affect Dominator Fei Yun. However, the results were minimal. The illusions were broken one by one. It's useless. I have the heart tranquility bead on me. I won't be affected by illusions. Another fist landed on the seven-colored bridge, causing it to explode into pieces. Hegemon Fei Yun, a peak seven-colored hegemon, was far more powerful than the seven-colored hegemon. The seven-colored hegemon wept. Hegemon Fei Yun, you won't be happy for long even if you kill me. My master will definitely avenge me. An ant like you will die 100 times over in front of my master with a single finger. At this moment, the seven-colored ruler thought of that mischievous fellow. He loved to torture himself when he had nothing better to do. He loved to go out and bask in the sun when he had nothing to do. He made him cook and eat when he had nothing better to do. Even though he had never thought that the other party could become his master, the moment he threw caution to the wind, the seven-colored ruler finally said the word master. Perhaps even if he became a seven-star ruler, he still wouldn't be a match for that mischievous fellow. Not to mention Hegemon Fei Yun. He could kill 90% of the rulers in Sky City. Who could do that? Who could obtain a battle fortress? And you, Night Sovereign, my master will settle the score with you sooner or later. In front of my master, you are as weak as an ant. Just wait to live in a nightmare. The seven-colored ruler stared coldly at Night Sovereign. Hegemon Fei Yun's heart shook. She couldn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? This B**TCH has a master. Could she be a follower? If that's the case, things will be bad. To have a 6-star ruler as a follower, that master must be at least an 8-star ruler. Hegemon Fei Yun clenched her teeth in regret. How did this happen to her? This B**TCH had hidden herself too well. If her master really came looking for her, she might not dare to attack Night Sovereign. However, she was different. She would definitely be hunted down. Hegemon Fei Yun didn't want to live in a nightmare of being hunted down. Before Hegemon Fei Yun could digest this information, she heard even more overbearing words. She almost fell from the sky. Wasn't this too arrogant? Was this B**TCH's master really that powerful? B**TCH, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. If that **T master of yours really dares to appear, I'll blow him up with one punch. I'll let him have a taste of my sure-kill fist. Hegemon Fei Yun threw caution to the wind. Right now, she could only kill the seven-colored ruler. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to survive. Sure-kill fist. Hegemon Fei Yun's movements suddenly slowed down. A murderous aura filled the sky and earth. Hegemon Fei Yun's fist shot out slowly. It actually contained a trace of the time Great Dao. The fist intent turned into a dot and went straight for the seven-colored ruler's forehead. Fist intent. Sure-kill fist. Facing this fist, the seven-colored ruler seemed to have fallen into an endless murderous intent. No matter how she moved, she would be killed. The power of this fist exceeded the limit that the seven-colored ruler could withstand. The illusions couldn't hold on for long. The densely packed illusions were destroyed, and the seven-colored ruler kept coughing up blood. Hegemon Fei Yun felt that she could finally heave a sigh of relief. Not many seven-star rulers could withstand her fist, let alone a seven-star ruler who had only recently advanced. There was no way she could survive. Boom! A murderous aura filled the air. You say this is your Shirkill fist? I don't think it's much. Don't brag too much. Be careful that you might explode. A mocking voice could be heard. Hegeman Feiyun's eyes widened. At that moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of the seven-colored ruler. He just stood there with a faint smile on his face. However, this smile, along with the voice from before, was extremely irritating to Hegeman Feiyun's ears. Could it be that he had helped this B*TCH block her Shirkill fist? Who are you? Stop putting on an act. The seven-colored ruler thought that he would definitely die. He couldn't block that fist. He didn't feel the pain of his body collapsing. Instead, he heard a familiar voice. Then, he saw a familiar black style and a head of long hair that fluttered in the wind. That's it. Chapter 1568. The seven-colored ruler was mesmerized. At the critical moment of life and death, the seven-colored ruler had never thought that the guy with the evil smile would save him and block ruler Fei Yun's Shirkill punch for him so easily. He was even stronger than when he had entered. In the battle that day, the seven-colored ruler was the only one who hadn't died. The others were all dead. In such a short time, Di Tian's strength had become unfathomable. Ruler Fei Yun's Shirkill punch couldn't break through Di Tian's defense. I'll always be your servant. This time, the seven-colored ruler spoke from the bottom of his heart. The seven-colored ruler felt that he was fated to have a master who could protect him. You're his master. Ruler Fei Yun was shocked. He was indeed shocked by the person in front of him. Meanwhile, the seven-colored ruler's words kept echoing in his ears. This was his master. This was like a blow to the head. His most powerful Shirkill punch had been blocked. Was he a match for him? Ruler Fei Yun's gaze suddenly landed on him. He couldn't help but laugh as if he had understood something. Bitch, this is your master. I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a 5-star ruler. Ha ha ha, is this what you're relying on? It turned out that ruler Fei Yun had seen through his opponent's realm. 5-star ruler realm. That was 2 realms lower than him. Feiyun Hegeman wanted nothing more than to slap that B*TCH. She had almost been scared to death. As for the fact that she had blocked his punch, Feiyun Hegeman had long since forgotten about it. Perhaps she had used some powerful treasures and wouldn't be able to do much. Ruler Fei Yun was completely calm now. A 5-star ruler and a 7-star ruler were not easy to kill. A pair of despicable men and women. Let me send you to hell. Fei Yun unleashed the Shirkill fist once again. This time, he wanted to kill them in one blow. He also pushed his power to the limit. Lin Fei turned around and didn't even look at him. How dare you touch my servant? I'll give you a quick death. A domineering saber slashed through the air. This saber was extremely domineering. Hegeman Feiyun laughed coldly and thought to himself, this guy dares to say that he'll kill me? He doesn't even know how strong he is. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a domineering saber slashed over. Even he was unable to dodge and could only watch as the saber landed on his body. The treasure left behind by the patriarch was also activated, but it was still slashed apart by the saber. Next, he watched as his body was shattered into pieces. I'm dead. Lin Fei's slash consumed more divinity points. Just one slash was enough to take the other party's life. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything more. This kind of person should be killed with a single slash. Off to the side, the 7-colored sovereign's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her jade-like lips were parted. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. This was a peak 7-star sovereign. Are you happy now? Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Master, you're amazing. The 7-colored sovereign smiled. The 7-colored ruler had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen anyone improve so quickly. Even Feiyun, who was a peak 7-star ruler, could not escape death after activating his protective treasure. Stand to the side and watch as your master takes revenge for you. Lin Fei pointed with his saber, and the blade flashed. Fellow Daoist Knight Sovereign, I heard that you wanted to kill my maidservant just now. Now that I, the master, am here, what do you think I should do? The seven-colored sovereign was mesmerized by this point. After cultivating for so long, the seven-colored sovereign had never seen a 5-star ruler reprimand an 8-star ruler, much less an extremely powerful 8-star ruler. Most importantly, this was to take revenge for him. The seven-colored sovereign had never thought that someone would take revenge for him in front of a major figure. Perhaps this was something that only happened in dreams. The seven-colored sovereign felt a sense of bliss, even if she was just a maidservant. Sovereign Knight Sovereign acted as if he was watching a show. Jianghu Knight King knew exactly how his nephew had died. The Fei family was powerful, and some of the generals under the Lord's command were on good terms with the Fei family. This was why Jianghu Knight King had cut off one of Jianghu Fei Yun's arms. Logically speaking, everything should have developed according to plan. When Sovereign Knight Sovereign heard the seven-colored sovereign's threat, he didn't take it to heart at all. It wasn't that he had never heard someone say something like this before. Master? Wasn't it just a 7-star ruler or an 8-star ruler? If an ordinary 8-star ruler came, he could easily deal with him. Even an 8-star ruler would have to think twice before making things difficult for himself for the sake of a follower. Jianghu Knight King hadn't expected that this woman's master would actually show up. She'd blocked a killing blow and easily killed Jianghu Feiyan. This wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was that this guy was only a 5-star ruler. The saber technique that had killed Feiyan was extremely domineering, and he had even threatened Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Sovereign Knight Sovereign couldn't help but laugh. This was really interesting. Your saber technique just now wasn't bad. It looked simple, but it contained unparalleled power. This shouldn't be your power. The Knight Sovereign looked down from above. I'm quite interested in your saber technique. If you take the initiative to hand it over, I can leave both of your corpses intact. If I do it myself, you won't have a chance. As one of the 8 great generals, Sovereign Knight Sovereign had seen all kinds of cultivation techniques. The only thing that interested him was a god-tier cultivation technique. Right now, this saber technique piqued his interest. He could see its potential. If he used it himself, perhaps no 8-star ruler would be a match for him anymore. Lin Fei turned and smiled at the seven-colored sovereign. Come, help me massage my shoulders. If I don't massage them, I'll feel uncomfortable. The seven-colored sovereign was shocked. She hesitated for a moment, but still came forward. She placed her jade-like hands on his shoulders and gently massaged them. You're too weak. It seems like you forgot to ask for more. Lin Fei ignored Sovereign Knight Sovereign's words. Sovereign Knight Sovereign raised his eyebrows. You're quite daring. You actually dare to reject me? Then I'll do it myself. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you act in front of me? Whoosh! Sovereign Knight Sovereign exhaled, and 2 terrifying black saber lights swept toward him like soft willow leaves. The power of this saber strike had the power of an 8-star ruler. With 2 saber strikes, he could easily kill an early-stage 8-star ruler. Humph, a junior like you dares to make a move. Lin Fei laughed loudly. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he swung his saber. I'll show you what a real saber technique is. Bang! Bang! The black saber light was shattered. Lin Fei's saber strike wasn't over yet. Burn your divinity points. Boom! 50,000 divinity points instantly evaporated. Surging divine power poured in. The long and narrow saber light blasted out. The ruler saber in Lin Fei's hand exploded into dust. Chapter 1570. The aura of this saber had reached its limit. In this space, the 8-star sovereigns all sensed the powerful aura erupting out of them. Their hearts palpitated. The aura affected them. No matter what they were doing, they all stopped and looked into the distance, trying to see where the aura was coming from. Their divine senses swept across the sky. Whoosh! 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 As their divine senses approached, they were met with wave after wave of terrifying pressure, which directly crushed their divine senses and caused them to explode under this pressure. Who is so powerful? Did someone break through from the 8-star ruler realm to the 9-star ruler realm? Is it a divine tier cultivation technique? Echoes reverberated in the sky. No one dared to check. This terrifying aura was enough to kill them. The 8-star rulers who looked in one direction subconsciously felt their hearts palpitate. Ruler Knight Sovereign did not care about a 5-star ruler. As long as he was on guard, the other party's saber technique would not be able to unleash its true power. The moment the saber technique unleashed its terrifying aura, Ruler Knight Sovereign cursed. You're shameless. The surging saber light crushed Ruler Knight Sovereign's body. There was no time to react. There was no treasure that could block this saber strike. I'll be back. Fragments filled the sky, leaving behind Ruler Knight Sovereign's voice. It's actually a clone. Lin Fei curled his lips, not very satisfied. 8-star sovereigns weren't that easy to kill, so it was normal. Fortunately, I obtained more than 3,000 divinity points. Lin Fei did not care about the divinity points consumed. He had to be ruthless when dealing with an 8-star ruler. You killed Ruler Knight Sovereign, an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler felt uneasy. That was an 8-star ruler. And one of the 8 great generals under the darkness ruler. Hee, you are my maid. Since he bullied you, he had to accept the punishment. Don't you like it? Lin Fei looked at the 7-colored ruler. The 7-colored ruler hurriedly shook his head. I like it very much. I just haven't accepted this news yet. Darkness Dominion. This was a huge dominion that controlled 8 dominion regions. Every territory had a general under it. At this moment, a roar came from a grand palace in the Night Monarch Dominion, and it shook the space apart. The entire Night Monarch Dominion was in an uproar. Who had offended Hegemon Night King? My doppelganger. Hegemon Night King coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened significantly. My doppelganger was actually killed by someone with a single slash. That was a doppelganger that had 80% of my battle power. That hateful guy is really hateful. Sooner or later, I will tear him into pieces. The Knight Sovereign was connected to his clone. Hegemon Knight Sovereign knew everything about the clone. To be able to kill my doppelganger in a single slash, that saber art must be a deity-grade art. That fellow is too shameless. He used a deity-grade art as a 5-star sovereign. How can there be such a shameless fellow? Hegemon Night King continued to howl in his private room. That was a god-tier cultivation technique. Even he didn't have a god-tier cultivation technique, yet this little fellow had used it to scam him. He had always been the one killing people. This time, someone had destroyed a doppelganger that Hegemon Night King had paid a huge price to refine. It could be said that he had lost a large piece of flesh. This loss of flesh was heart-wrenching. Men, pass down my order. Put a bounty on this person's head. I want him to become a street rat that everyone in the Endless Dominion wants to kill. You killed Hegemon Night King's clone. Given his temper, he will definitely put a bounty on your head. The 7-colored ruler was roasting meat, and her pretty face was filled with worry. The 7-colored ruler was a sentimental woman. The 7-colored ruler had heard of Hegemon Night King's reputation. After all, he was one of the generals under a supreme overlord. Hegemon Night King definitely wouldn't take this lying down. The 7-colored ruler couldn't help but worry. Roast the meat in peace. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Fei didn't mind. He refined everything in Hegemon Night King's storage ring, such as god roots and holy stones. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about killing the subordinate of a supreme overlord. Hegemon Night King was a supreme overlord. If he angered him, he would also activate the battle fortress. At that time, let's see who would be afraid of whom. Moreover, he had invincible defense and a large number of divinity points. Lin Fei had many ways to fight back. Using the fire, the 7-colored ruler peeked out of the corner of his eye. Hegemon Night King was still so calm after killing an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler really hadn't seen many people who could do this. Soon, the roast meat was done. Lin Fei hadn't eaten roast meat in a long time. The familiar taste of roast meat was very satisfying. An immortal beast was quickly eaten. What level are your illusions at? Lin Fei casually asked after eating. I can affect a 7-star ruler, but not an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler answered truthfully, appearing weak. Lin Fei didn't know much about illusions. To be able to affect a 7-star ruler, illusions were quite extraordinary. After today's matter, Lin Fei felt that he had to help the maid a little. Try this and see if it's helpful to your illusions. Lin Fei took out a supreme-grade experience pill. These things were piled up like a mountain and were of no use to Lin Fei. After you consume the elixir, you can try to practice illusion techniques. Lin Fei added. The 7-colored ruler didn't ask what pill it was. She cultivated illusions according to the requirements. After this cultivation, her originally stagnant illusions actually loosened a little. This wasn't usually the case. However, this loosening was short-lived. The 7-colored ruler revealed an excited expression. Master, this pill of yours is too magical. As long as I have enough pills, my illusions should be able to break through again. It was good that it was useful. Lin Fei threw out a storage ring. Take it and use it. I'll wait for you to break through. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, the 7-colored ruler knew that this maid of hers was too weak. She hoped that her strength could break through. This feeling was especially strong after Lin Fei killed the Night King's ruler avatar. In the territory, there were rulers who attached themselves to powerful rulers. This was especially true for someone like her who wasn't very strong. Master, I won't disappoint you. That day, the 7-colored ruler used a treasure and began to cultivate illusions in seclusion. However, Lin Fei's casual behavior had nurtured a powerful illusion ruler. Her might shook the territory, and no one in the territory could compare to her. The 7-colored ruler cultivated illusions in seclusion. Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He was busy fighting monsters and leveling up. 1 month later, Lin Fei broke through from the 5-star ruler realm to the 6-star ruler realm. He could be considered a mid-level ruler. 3 months later, the 7-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Using the supreme grade experience pill, he raised his illusions to the 8-star ruler level. Once he used it, layers of illusions would appear. It was enough to affect the judgment of an 8-star ruler. At this moment, if the 7-colored ruler encountered the Night King again, she could easily escape by relying on illusions. She wouldn't be broken by the Night King's attack. Boom boom boom. The 7-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Not long after, a huge golden mountain appeared between the heavens and the earth, towering between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1571. A golden mountain. Everyone in the area stopped moving. Their gazes all fell on the golden mountain. The golden mountain emitted a faint golden light. The huge golden mountain was enveloped in the golden light. Occasionally, a golden immortal beast would rush out and look at the world. Then, it would return to the mountain. All kinds of golden immortal beasts that had never been seen before appeared on the mountain. This was the divine mountain they had been waiting for. The divine general platform was on the golden divine mountain. The divine mountain has finally appeared. The craziest moment is here. I wonder who can enter the divine general platform and obtain the supreme inheritance. There's no need to think about the inheritance. If we can obtain a divine grade cultivation technique on the divine mountain, we will have a great harvest. Everyone was eager to move. Master, that's the divine mountain. The 7-colored overlord looked at the golden mountain. When his divine sense reached the mountain's periphery, it was blocked by the golden light. He couldn't see what was inside. Is this the divine mountain? At this time, Lin Fei wasn't shocked. Instead, he was excited. Lin Fei didn't know much about the divine mountain. However, he knew one thing. At the peak of the Divine Mountain was the goal of this trip, the Divine General Platform. The Divine General Platform is at the peak of this mountain. Rumor has it that all kinds of good things come from the Divine Mountain, and the Divine Mountain is more dangerous than the outside world. The seven-colored overlord was also very excited. He was lucky enough to see the Divine Mountain. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the Divine General Platform. As for the Divine Servant's mission, Lin Fei didn't want to care about it for now. Because just now, Little Fiend had sent him a message. Those golden immortal beasts that rode on the clouds were filled with a lot of divinity points. This was what made Lin Fei excited. Let's go up the mountain and see what good things there are. The sovereigns from all directions were all heading towards the Divine Mountain. Rulers with powerful auras rushed toward the Divine Mountain. At this time, the 4-star to 6-star rulers had to stand aside. Even the 7-star rulers had to be careful. More and more 8-star rulers appeared. The Divine Mountain is open. I'll go in first. Ha ha ha. A ball of flame soared into the sky and entered the Divine Mountain, leaving behind a loud sound that echoed. That's the Fire God ruler. The rumored 8-star ruler. I didn't expect him to come too. This was just the beginning. The 8-star sovereigns charged straight into the Divine Mountain. Anyone who got in front of them was suppressed by the pressure of the 8-star sovereigns. If they were unlucky, they were instantly killed. In just half a day's time, quite a few sovereigns had died on the outskirts of the Divine Mountains. The most powerful hegemons all entered one after the other. Even some of the famous 8-star hegemons made their appearance this time, entering this long-awaited Divine Mountain. Lin Fei was just as fast as the 7-colored sovereign. Lin Fei didn't even consider the idea of being the first to enter. The 8-star sovereigns were famous for their ferocity. To Lin Fei, being the first or second made no difference. The most important thing was what they could gain from it. In Lin Fei's subconscious mind, the thing inside shouldn't disappoint him. When the golden Divine Mountain gradually appeared in front of him, Lin Fei could feel how big the Divine Mountain was. Big. It was extremely huge. It was as if he was facing a huge monster. Right now, Lin Fei was at most 50 million kilometers away from the God Mountain, but it felt as if the God Mountain was right in front of him. Whoosh! At this time, hundreds of treasures suddenly flew out of the sky above the Divine Mountain, whistling in all directions. It's a treasure. A ruler's treasure. That long saber just now is even more powerful than the ruler weapon I have. It must be a high-grade ruler weapon. Good stuff, really good stuff. The hundreds of treasures immediately whetted everyone's appetite. Those who were preparing to enter all chased after the treasures. If they could obtain one, their combat strength would increase. Master, a treasure is coming towards us. The 7-colored sovereign sensed a beam of light coming in their direction. Her pretty face revealed excitement and eagerness. We're quite lucky. We have to accept the gift no matter what. Master, I'll go and accept it. The 7-colored sovereign went up to meet it. An illusion. Layer after layer of illusions blocked in front of the treasure. The 7-colored sovereign was smart. He created a large group of immortals to attack the treasure and slow it down. This illusion is pretty good. This method of collecting treasures was very novel. Lin Fei was full of praise. These illusions were very realistic, making it hard to tell if they were real or fake. In Lin Fei's eyes, this level of illusion was still lacking. The 7-colored sovereign put away the treasure. A high-grade ruler treasure. And it seems to be a defensive treasure. Lin Fei nodded. You're quite lucky. It should be able to defend against a 7-star sovereign's attack. If you have time to refine it, you'll have another layer of protection. Lin Fei didn't care about this kind of thing. With an invincible defense, he indeed didn't care about ordinary defensive treasures. The 7-colored sovereign was very happy to be able to obtain a treasure so easily. As for handing it over to Lin Fei, he wouldn't want it at all. She knew very well that her master had countless treasures on him. I want this treasure. Hand it over. Boom. A long spear pierced through the void, and an arrogant and despotic voice could be heard. Over 100 treasures were fighting over. For the sovereigns who were rushing toward the God Mountain, there was simply too little. Some sovereigns who couldn't get anything turned their attention to others. For example, this person. Dream on. The seven-colored sovereign left behind an illusion clone. His real body had already left. A terrifying illusion enveloped him, especially since his opponent was also a seven-star sovereign. Lin Fei didn't make a move. The seven-colored sovereign was too weak now. There was no point in killing him. This was a good chance for him to train. The seven-star sovereign's combat strength wasn't bad. Seeing that the seven-colored sovereign's cultivation level wasn't any lower than his, he thought that he was easy to bully. However, his attack failed and he was trapped in an illusion. Just a mere illusion, break for me. Boom boom boom. The seven-star sovereign was very confident. He kept breaking the illusion. After consuming a supreme-grade experience pill, the seven-colored sovereign's illusion had reached an extremely high level. It wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Kill yourself. Layers of illusions were cast. The seven-star sovereign's sea of consciousness was broken. A faint voice rang out. The seven-star sovereign shattered himself with a palm strike, and a large pile of items fell out. Chapter 1572. Not bad, not bad. That's the effect I want. The outer region of God Mountain was not peaceful. Hundreds of ruler treasures flew out, and everyone fought for them. The rulers who could not get the treasures chose to attack the weaker rulers. Another bloody battle ensued. The combination of Lin Fei and the seven-colored ruler was naturally not taken seriously by anyone. When one person attacked, a second person would attack. The ones who attacked were all seven-star rulers. The seven-colored ruler was becoming more and more familiar with illusions. He used illusions to trap people while Lin Fei attacked from the side. He revealed a bit of the combat power of a seven-star ruler. After killing more than 20 seven-star rulers, the nearby seven-star rulers did not dare to attack again. One had tyrannical attacks, while the other was good at illusions. They had no chance of winning, so they could only give up. A bunch of cowards. The seven-colored ruler showed a rare girlish side. Lin Fei smiled. They can't break your illusions. Once they get entangled, they will die. Who would dare to come? The seven-colored ruler looked very proud. Without the medicinal pills that Lin Fei had given him, it would have been unrealistic for him to improve his illusions. Without being harassed by outsiders, Lin Fei and the seven-colored ruler entered God Mountain. Hua! They entered God Mountain. Divine light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surged toward their bodies. There's so much divine light. Lin Fei was shocked. He looked at the seven-colored ruler beside him and revealed a satisfied expression. Lin Fei sealed his pores to prevent the divine light from entering. Master, I feel so good. The seven-colored ruler moaned. Lin Fei had always been suspicious of this space. He was afraid of the divine light. Open your pores and let the divine light enter. The system will help you convert it into divinity points. The little devil's voice sounded in his ear. Divine light can be exchanged for divinity points? The little devil said, why not? Lin Fei had nothing to say. Lin Fei was very satisfied that the system had helped him solve this problem. As for whether or not the divine light was really harmful, Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it now. For the time being, he could only take one step at a time. Large amounts of divine light poured into Lin Fei's body. Divinity points would be converted into whatever went in. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one divinity point. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one divinity point. The voice kept reminding him. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the seven-colored sovereign came back to his senses, and his entire body released a trace of divinity. Master, what a freak! You actually formed a vortex. At that moment, a massive vortex had appeared in front of Lin Fei. Divine light kept pouring into it, It was like a bottomless pit. The seven-colored overlord didn't know what to say. This vortex was quickly suppressed by Lin Fei, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. The amount of divinity points converted was not high, so Lin Fei controlled the pores on his body. He originally wanted to ask the seven-colored ruler if he felt uncomfortable, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After entering the sacred mountain for a while, Lin Fei suspected that he had arrived at a paradise. This place was filled with a large amount of divine light that spread everywhere. From time to time, a jingguang mist would appear and blow out. The immortal herbs that lived here basically all had a trace of divinity. Their quality surpassed that of ordinary immortal herbs, and their effects were also exceptionally good. Master, look! That's a 10,000-year-old greenwood grass. This is a 100,000-year-old three-leaf sky blue flower. The sky above the sacred mountain was restricted by restrictions. Lin Fei and the seven-colored ruler could only move in the forest or fly at low altitudes. The resources here were beyond imagination. The seven-colored ruler's eyesight was better than Lin Fei's. He had collected many immortal herbs, and even some rare immortal herbs could be found here. Lin Fei didn't care too much about these immortal herbs. However, these immortal herbs had a trace of divinity and could be exchanged for divinity points. This made Lin Fei happy again. The two of them plundered the immortal herbs wantonly. As long as they weren't too good, Lin Fei would exchange them for divinity points. He didn't know if he could come to this place again. Lin Fei didn't hold back and directly swept through the place. Everywhere he passed was a mess. Lin Fei's divinity points were also rapidly breaking through. Golden snake fruit. The two of them continued to move and didn't encounter any rulers for now. At this moment, the seven-colored ruler's eyes lit up. He discovered that there were a few golden fruits hanging on a towering tree not far away. They were already close to ripening. Roar! The seven-colored ruler wanted to harvest them even more. A golden immortal beast leaped out from behind the towering tree. It looked like a leopard. Heaven-burning beast. The seven-colored ruler cried out. Crash! The heaven-burning beast turned into an afterimage, and the seven-colored ruler was sent flying by a huge force. A tear appeared on the mid-grade ruler battle robot war. Roar! The heaven-burning beast pounced over again, its two claws as sharp as knives. The seven-colored ruler created a large illusory realm and barely managed to escape from its claws. Even so, it still felt a lingering fear. The illusory realm it created was broken by the heaven-burning beast in a few moves. Roar, roar, roar. A golden shockwave swept toward the two of them like a wave. Lin Fei had been on guard. He felt that this divine mountain wasn't ordinary. The seven-colored ruler was in danger in the blink of an eye. The sound wave attacked. Lin Fei rushed over, grabbed the seven-colored ruler, and retreated. The place where the two of them had been turned into a black hole. What a powerful heaven-burning beast. Lin Fei could see clearly that this beast's attack power was terrifying. The seven-colored ruler's illusory technique was ineffective against it. After its first attack failed, it charged over again. Lie down. Lin Fei released the Great Sword Qi secret technique. 5 great sword qi wrapped around the beast's body. Only a cracking sound could be heard. The Great Sword Qi secret technique was unable to cut the heaven-burning beast. Its defense is so strong. Lin Fei was shocked. Even his Great Sword Qi secret technique couldn't do anything to this beast. Master, this is a race that disappeared. Its physical body is invincible. Boom! Boom! The heaven-burning beast suddenly roared. The great sword qi on its body was completely shattered. The heaven-burning beast once again turned into a stream of light and shot out more than 10 sharp lights. Lin Fei had just moved when the attacks landed on his chest. Whoosh! 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 The ruler battle armor on Lin Fei's chest was cut open, leaving traces of blood. F***ck, so fierce. This was the first time Lin Fei's defense had been broken by a beast. Even if it was just a trace of blood, it was enough to make his expression change. There was such a terrifying existence on the divine mountain. Roar! Roar! Roars came from all directions in the forest. Another 5 golden heaven-burning beasts emerged. One of them was even larger, and it shot a cold light at Lin Fei. Master, be careful. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cold light turned into a physical attack, leaving 2 bloody wounds in front of Lin Fei. The smell of blood filled the air. The heaven-burning beasts became especially bloodthirsty. Chapter 1573. The heaven-burning beasts' actions infuriated Lin Fei. So what if it's a rare race? What's so great about having an invincible body? Lin Fei felt very disdainful. However, there was one thing that he could not deny: the heaven-burning beast's strength. Even the Rainbow Ruler, whose illusions had improved by leaps and bounds, was no match for it. These heaven-burning beasts were enough to make him lose a few pots. Invincible defense, activate. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and faced the largest heaven-burning beast. The opponent's attack came at the same time. Its claws were like sharp blades, and Lin Fei clashed head-on with its claws. Bang! With this clash, a bottomless black hole appeared behind Lin Fei. The 7-color dominator dodged quickly, and her beautiful eyes kept twitching. The recorded history is right. The heaven-burning beasts are truly a terrifying race. If it wasn't for Di Tian, the 7-color dominator could imagine what would have happened to her. As soon as Lin Fei clashed with the heaven-burning beast, he could feel its terrifying attack power. If he hadn't activated his invincible defense, he would have lost a piece of flesh. Slash! The terrifying saber light turned into a saber river that swept forward. The heaven-burning beast roared into the sky. The sound waves were like a storm roaring on the saber river, but the saber river didn't move at all. Hua! The saber river wrapped around the heaven-burning beast. Roar! Damn, its defense is so strong. This attack was enough to kill a 7-star dominator, but it didn't cause any damage to the heaven-burning beast. Lin Fei's heart was moved. The sacred mountain was really mysterious. There was actually such a race that existed. With such a strong defense, ordinary dominators would probably be in big trouble if they encountered it. I wonder how many divinity points I'll get from killing this heaven-burning beast. I think it'll be more than the dominators. Lin Fei thought. Again. Lin Fei slashed at the largest heaven-burning beast again. Boom, boom, boom. Every slash released a terrifying aura. If I can't kill you with 1 slash, I'll use 2 slashes. I don't believe I can't kill you. As for the attacks from the lesser heaven-burning beasts, Lin Fei chose to ignore them. Furthermore, they were very close to each other. Thus, every one of Lin Fei's attacks landed on the heaven-burning beasts. From afar, Lin Fei looked like he was surrounded and attacked by a group of golden beasts. Terrifying auras soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds as if they were trying to shake off the golden light. Roar! 10 consecutive strikes. Lin Fei finally blasted open the powerful defense. Drops of golden blood dripped down. Die! Another stab followed the wound. Lin Fei was very good at grasping opportunities, as the wound actually showed signs of healing in that instant. He used void evasion and appeared above the heaven-burning beast, taking advantage of this opportunity to execute this saber strike. The heaven-burning beast let out a cry of despair. Its huge body exploded, leaving behind a shining golden crystal. Ding! Killed the heaven-burning beast, obtained 5,000 divinity points. Ding! Obtained divinity crystal. The golden crystal fell. The surrounding heaven-burning beasts gave up on attacking and rushed toward the golden crystal, revealing greed. They seemed to be fighting over it. This is mine. The 5 rays of sword chi blocked in front of the heaven-burning beasts, and Lin Fei put away the crystals. He then used a god-tier saber slash, sending them flying. Again. It was much easier to kill them. Lin Fei used 4 slashes to kill them all. 5 crystals were left. Similarly, he obtained 10,000 divinity points, although it was not as much as the 5,000 divinity points he got from one heaven-burning beast. I've guessed it right. Ordinary rulers only got a few hundred divinity points, far less than these heaven-burning beasts. In terms of difficulty, the heaven-burning beasts were much harder to kill. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. As long as he didn't lose money, it was fine. Can these divinity crystals be exchanged for divinity points? Ever since he entered the God Mountain, Lin Fei would subconsciously associate everything on the mountain with divinity points. For example, the divinity crystals looked extraordinary. Master, are you okay? The 7-colored ruler flew over. My heart aches. Lin Fei laughed. The 7-colored ruler immediately revealed a shy expression. We have to be careful from now on. There seems to be a lot of heaven-burning beasts here. Let's change places first. Lin Fei was surrounded by black holes. The two of them changed directions and flew toward the mountain peak. At the same time, they were even more vigilant than before. There are no more heaven-burning beasts outside our territory. This is the first time I've seen one. Their attacks are indeed very overbearing. My illusions are useless against them unless I have a high-quality ruler's battle armor to protect me. The 7-colored ruler still had lingering fears. Do you know about divinity crystals? Lin Fei asked the 7-colored ruler. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the specific origins of the heaven-burning beasts. For them to appear on the God Mountain, they must be related to the person who created this space. Lin Fei wasn't concerned about this, but about divinity crystals. Not long ago, Lin Fei learned from the system that each divinity crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 divinity points. Each divinity crystal had a different quality. It could be exchanged for different divinity points. Just from this, Lin Fei realized that divinity crystals weren't simple. In a short time, these heaven-burning beasts had contributed about 100,000 divinity points to Lin Fei. That shiny thing just now was a divinity crystal. The 7-colored ruler's body trembled slightly, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. He almost suspected that he had heard wrong. Looks like you know about divinity crystals. Tell me about them. The 7-colored ruler hurriedly shook his head. Actually, I'm not too sure either. I actually heard about divinity crystals from ruler Fei Yun by accident because they accidentally let it slip. They know about it too. On second thought, they were all major families in the territory. Divinity crystals were a secret among the lower levels, but it might not be a secret among their circle. They said that apart from the Divine General platform, the other goal of this trip was to collect divinity crystals. It seems like this thing can help them stabilize their positions. Lin Fei touched his chin and roughly guessed what they were thinking. Perhaps they were currying favor with someone. This was because divinity crystals contained divinity power. Divinity power could be used to activate divine-grade cultivation techniques. This was the most important thing. Lin Fei started to suspect that the rulers of the 9 stars might have cultivated divine-grade cultivation techniques, which was why they were stronger than the other rulers. If they wanted to activate it, they probably needed the help of divinity crystals. Perhaps I'll be the one who gains the most from this trip. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Roar. A roar suddenly came from ahead. Heaven-burning beasts. Lin Fei released his divine senses and saw that tens of millions of miles away, 2 heaven-burning beasts were attacking a 6-star sovereign. A sound wave attack tore through the sovereign's battle clothes, while the other heaven-burning beast sliced the sovereign into several pieces and devoured them, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a ferocious glint flashed in Lin Fei's direction. Roar. They charged forward. Chapter 1574. Was the taste strong? Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. What was important was that the sky-burning beast could be said to be tailor-made for him. As long as he had enough god crystals, it would be of great help to him. Lin Fei was still hoping to learn a few more divine-grade cultivation techniques and grasp stronger combat strength. Good timing. Lin Fei went up to meet them. Resplendent blade light enveloped the sky-burning beast. These two weren't very strong. They were dealt with in a few moves. After obtaining 2 god crystals, Lin Fei directly put them away and converted them into divinity points. The more divinity points he had, the better. The sacred mountain was huge. Ever since the two of them encountered the sky-burning beasts, they would appear from time to time in the dense forest, either one or several at once. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed on the sacred mountain. They didn't know how far they had advanced. Their focus was on hunting the sky-burning beasts. Whenever a sky-burning beast appeared, Lin Fei would be the one to attack. He would end the battle cleanly and collect the god crystals. Ding! Obtained god crystals. Ding! Obtained 5,000 divinity points. Ding! Obtained 3,000 divinity points. His divinity points kept increasing. Lin Fei's total divinity points quickly broke through 1 million. Now that Lin Fei was the nemesis of the sky-burning beasts, they would become his divinity points. The sky-burning beasts that appeared were also getting stronger and stronger. Every time they fought, the 7-colored ruler's scalp would go numb. After his divinity points broke through 1 million and he killed 3 more sky-burning beasts, Lin Fei set up camp by a creek. The 7-colored ruler took out an immortal beast to roast. Every once in a while, Lin Fei would have a barbecued meat. Seeing the spices sprinkled on the roast meat and bringing out the hidden fragrance, Lin Fei couldn't help but praise, "The seasoning that grows on the sacred mountain is really good. It's very easy to release the flavor perfectly." Of course, his stomach also began to protest. Not only were there medicinal herbs, but there were also all kinds of seasonings that contained traces of divinity. Lin Fei impolitely collected a lot of them and used them as spices for the barbecued meat. The taste of the barbecued meat was as delicious as he had imagined, and Lin Fei ate it to his heart's content. "Your skills are getting better and better." The 7-colored ruler enjoyed it very much, but he also knew that the reason why the roasted meat was so delicious was because of the spices he had gathered. What a fragrant smell! While the two of them were immersed in the delicious food, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard from the dense forest. Following that, an old man with a head of white hair and a ruddy complexion leapt out. He stared at the roasted meat over the fire and drooled. "Kiddo, you guys roasted this." The 7-colored sovereign was somewhat unhappy. This old man was also at the ruler realm, but it was not clear how strong he was. He had appeared out of nowhere, making the 7-colored ruler feel quite uncomfortable. This was a time that belonged to the two of them. "If we didn't roast it, could it have appeared on its own?" The 7-colored ruler retorted. The old man was not embarrassed at all. "I won't stand on ceremony with such delicious food. This is for you." A sparkling crystal flew out of it. A piece of roasted meat was missing from the fire. The 7-colored ruler did not even react. He did not even look at it and said unhappily, "How can you be like this?" The old man opened his mouth and bit the roasted meat. He mumbled, "Kiddo, I gave you something. Don't speak nonsense." Following that, he buried his head into the roasted meat. The 7-colored ruler wanted to say more, but Lin Fei pulled him back. "Forget it. We can't finish it anyway." From the moment the other party threw out the god crystal, Lin Fei knew that this person was not weak. No matter what, he had the combat power of an 8-star ruler. As for a 7-star ruler realm, he would not be able to kill the heaven-burning beast no matter what. Moreover, this heaven-burning beast was quite strong, which was even more proof of his strength. Although the 7-colored ruler did not say anything, he looked at the old man with an unfriendly gaze. "Kiddo, do you have any good wine?" Lin Fei did not drink much, but he brought some. "It's not very good. Do you want it?" "Yes, why not?" Lin Fei took out a jar of celestial brew and threw it to the strange old man. Eating roasted meat was just one of Lin Fei's hobbies. He did not eat much every time. Today, the remaining half was eaten by the old man. The jar of celestial brew was also finished. He patted his stomach with satisfaction and looked satisfied. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "Kiddo, I think you are a good person. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go up again, or you will lose your life. Everyone can go up. Why can't we go up? The seven-colored ruler did not think too much. I can't say. The old man shook his head and said mysteriously, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm leaving. The old man left as soon as he said that, rushing into a forest in the distance. The god crystal from before landed in Lin Fei's hand. He played with it, eating a piece of roasted meat and leaving a god crystal. How generous. That person did not respect us. Who cares about his god crystal? The seven-colored ruler was unhappy. In the eyes of others, she might be very excited. However, in her eyes, her master could be easily obtained. She really did not care about it. Ha ha ha, you. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Little did he know, on a towering tree with lush branches and leaves in the distance. Did you hear that, old man? He doesn't care about your god crystal. If this gets out, those people will laugh. They might even become a joke after a meal. Two rulers stood on the towering tree. They were both very old. One of them, a black-robed ruler, was laughing at the other. The other ruler, the old man who had been eating the roasted meat, revealed a bitter smile. Kiddos nowadays are really, when did you, a great ruler, become so kind to remind them? The black-robed ruler asked with a smile. You are not that kind of person. Can't I be happy? I just can't stand what those people do. Every time the Divine General platform opens, they will divide the Divine Mountain and take the God Crystal for themselves. All the rulers who enter will be killed without mercy. I just hope that they don't go up. Ha ha ha, even a murderous demon king like you can sigh like that. I thought you were someone else. Forget it. Who asked me to be kind? As for whether to listen or not, it's not up to this old man to decide. By the way, I heard that the night ruler under the great dark ruler was killed? Yes. I heard that the great dark ruler's clone was furious. Unfortunately, he has not been able to find him. Ha ha ha, to think that the great dark ruler would have such a day. Those people are almost at the upper levels. We can't be slower than them. Master, do you think something has happened on the path up the mountain? Are we still going up? The seven-colored ruler was also worried. Isn't it just that someone has reserved the area in front? Lin Fei did not need to think to know that it was definitely a large Weaves faction that had reserved the area in front and shared the God Crystal. Chapter 1575. Lin Fei was not making random guesses. Based on the information the seven-colored ruler had obtained from ruler Zhang Feiyun, one thing was certain, God crystals were very important to them. Lin Fei also knew the importance of these things. For those peak experts, the divine power contained in God crystals was the key to activating a divine-grade cultivation technique. Everyone would place great importance on it. Thus, the areas of the God Mountain were destined to be taken over by others. To put it bluntly, it would be reserved by others. Any outsider who entered would either die or become cannon fodder. This was why that person had warned the two of them. That old man's status was not low and he knew many things. If it was someone else, Lin Fei would definitely leave. Just collecting medicinal herbs containing divinity would bring unimaginable benefits. There was no need to pay the price for things like God crystals. Being too greedy would not end well. Unfortunately, this did not have any effect on Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very bold. God crystals were very important to him. If someone wanted to reserve the area, he had to kill his way in and kill those heaven-burning beasts. Of course, obtaining God crystals from those people was also a good thing. There was no need to think about it. Lin Fei would definitely go in. When the time comes, you can stay in my senfu and don't come out. To be able to reserve the entire God Mountain was not something the other families could compare to. Lin Fei would be fine by himself. Can I not go in? Wait until your illusion technique reaches the large success stage. This is for your own good. The seven-colored ruler felt a sense of helplessness. She secretly swore that she would definitely reach the large success stage in her illusion technique. She knew that Lin Fei was doing this for her own good. Before entering, Lin Fei gave the seven-colored ruler a large pile of top-grade experience pills. Apart from that, he also obtained a few cultivation techniques related to illusion techniques. Lin Fei did not lack divinity points after breaking through to 1 million. Moreover, these techniques were not expensive. The seven-colored ruler was so moved that she could not speak. Anyone who was not an idiot could see that these cultivation techniques were tailor-made for her. They were not things that ordinary people could obtain, but she had obtained them. I will definitely cultivate properly. This was the seven-colored ruler's last thought before entering the Senfu. Lin Fei was not idle either. He was prepared to cultivate a few more deity tier cultivation techniques so that he would have the confidence to enter. After all, this time, he would no longer be dealing with clans like the Mu clan. Perhaps he would encounter the truly great sects of the Weave. Snatching divine crystals was tantamount to snatching food from the owner. It was inevitable that the other party would send out 8-star sovereigns, and they might even send out several of them at once. Even though Lin Fei was now very powerful, with the ability to convert divine power and his invincible defense, ordinary 8-star sovereigns wouldn't need to worry about him. There were always all kinds of accidents in this world. Lin Fei had to think for himself. Divine crystals were needed. How to easily obtain the divine crystals was also something that needed to be considered. Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion once again. This time, Lin Fei decided to switch to a suitable weapon. Low and mid-grade ruler weapons would shatter after a few hits. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. For the time being, there was no hope of obtaining a divine artifact. Lin Fei's target was a supreme-grade ruler weapon. Soul Extinguishing Saber, Supreme-grade ruler battle saber. It has an additional soul fright attribute. 100,000 divinity points. This was the supreme-grade ruler weapon that Lin Fei had his eyes on. It was also one of the more expensive supreme-grade ruler weapons. Lin Fei had his eyes on the soul fright attribute. Ordinary ruler weapons had almost no additional effects and their power was limited. After all, in front of a true expert, they could be said to be vulnerable. I wonder how many times I can use this soul extinguishing saber. Lin Fei calculated according to the previous algorithm. He should be able to use it within the range of 50 times. It was still acceptable. If he used it properly, it would be very easy to earn back his capital. It's a pity that divine weapons are too expensive. The cheapest divine weapon costs a huge amount. If I have a divine weapon, the power of my deity tier cultivation technique won't be limited. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and spent 100,000 divinity points to buy the soul extinguishing saber. Once the soul extinguishing saber was in Lin Fei's hands, the pressure that could obliterate the soul shocked Lin Fei. 100,000 divinity points was more worth it. To be on the safe side, Lin Fei exchanged for a high-grade ruler weapon. It did not have additional attributes. It only cost 10,000 divinity points. This price was the price of cabbages in Lin Fei's eyes. In the outside territories, this kind of weapon was expensive and not everyone could buy it. Lin Fei bought a total of 5 high-grade ruler battle sabers. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to buy a mid-grade ruler battle saber. Unfortunately, there was no such saber in the God Pavilion. It was probably because the grade was too low. In desperation, Lin Fei could only set the battle saber as a high-grade ruler battle saber. This cost 150,000 divinity points. Next was Lin Fei's main point. Which type of cultivation technique would be more suitable for him? Little devil, do you have anything to say? Facing the different prices of cultivation methods, Lin Fei was also dazzled. After all, compared to the last time, Lin Fei could be considered to have turned over a new leaf. There were also more cultivation methods to consider. If I were you, I wouldn't be in a hurry to choose a cultivation technique. Instead, it is to improve your bloodline because your bloodline is too low. The little evil demon said. Lin Fei knew about the bloodline. The quality of your bloodline will allow you to easily master some special existences. If you practice cultivation techniques, you will get twice the result with half the effort. The stronger you are, the more important your bloodline becomes. This was the second time Lin Fei heard about his low bloodline. Lin Fei knew that this was because Little Devil had put it nicely. If he didn't, it would be an inferior bloodline. If he didn't have the leveling system, he would have been destined to never achieve anything great in his life. The improvement of bloodline was also a huge investment. If he wanted to improve his bloodline, it would be a huge number. This was also what Lin Fei had been hesitating about. If he really wanted to improve his bloodline, he would seem powerless and it would be very strenuous. Lin Fei pondered whether to improve his bloodline or not. Then what bloodline is the most suitable for you? This depends on your own choice. Moreover, the improvement of bloodline has to be done step by step. You don't have to be anxious. What you need to do now is to improve your bloodline. Then you will immediately realize the benefits of bloodline. Moreover, the level of bloodline will also determine the price you need to pay to decide on cultivation techniques. And noble bloodline will also allow you to master additional attributes. Lin Fei did have some thoughts about what Little Evil Demon said. In the past, young Master Fan and Venerable Su Feng were both extraordinary. In Little Evil Demon's words, their bloodline was nobler than his. As for the difference in strength, it was because they hadn't erupted yet. This time, these people with noble bloodlines would undoubtedly make great progress on the Divine General platform, and the gap between them would quickly close. Chapter 1576. Lin Fei decided to upgrade his bloodline. As he prepared to upgrade his bloodline, Lin Fei had a headache again. It turned out that upgrading bloodline needed to be done according to the level. It was like counting numbers. You had to start with 1, then 2, then 3, and not jump from 1 to 3. A headache was a headache, but upgrading bloodline was still necessary. Bye. This was what Lin Fei was doing now. Ding, refined 1-star ruler blood essence. Ding, obtained 1-star ruler blood essence. Ding, refined 2-star ruler blood essence. Since the lowest supply in the God Loft was 1-star ruler blood essence, Lin Fei started with 1-star ruler blood essence. Fortunately, this thing was not expensive and could be considered very cheap. He spent less than 150,000 divinity points in total. Lin Fei's bloodline smoothly upgraded to 9 stars ruler bloodline. In other words, Lin Fei's bloodline had become noble. Even if he did not use the upgrade system, he could cultivate to 9 stars ruler realm if he slowly upgraded it. And all this cost less than 150,000 divinity points. As soon as his bloodline upgraded, Lin Fei felt different. It was a very mysterious feeling, and the divinity points were worth it. Can I refine the God bloodline next? After 9 stars ruler bloodline, Lin Fei had his eyes on the God bloodline. The fiend devil chuckled coldly. Right now, you have the bloodline of a 9-star sovereign lord. However, if you want to refine the blood of a heaven god, you'll need to reach the level of a 9-star sovereign lord. Then, you can refine some of the unique bloodlines that come with them. The little devil was straightforward and brought Lin Fei to another corner. Here were all special bloodlines. Lin Fei glanced at them. The price was not expensive, on the contrary, it was a bit cheap. Earth Barbarian Bear Blood Essence, 10,000 divinity points, after refining can open Barbarian Bear Body. Sky Feather Bloodline, 20,000 divinity points, after refining can grasp the speed of 9 stars ruler limit. Lin Fei's eyes were dazzled by these unique bloodlines. It was really a good thing. No matter what kind of essence blood it was, the bloodline that was refined would create a peerless expert. Even if they couldn't become an overlord, they would still be a tyrant. Lin Fei was tempted, but he did not choose to make a move. He had to think about it carefully. For example, speed. Lin Fei himself cultivated the void evasion technique, which was very useful to him at the moment. He did not need to cultivate other bloodlines. Lin Fei didn't really need the powerful blood essence right now. With a cultivation technique like the Divine Tier 1 Blade Chop and an endless supply of divinity points, Lin Fei didn't need to cultivate for the time being. No matter how tyrannical the other party was, if 100 slashes weren't enough, then 10,000 slashes would do. Lin Fei didn't believe that the other party would be able to persevere. I should focus on the aspects of space and time. After pondering for a while, Lin Fei set his eyes on the space bloodline and time bloodline. From what the seven-colored sovereign had said, these two types of constitutions were incredibly rare. They rarely appeared, and at the same time, they were very special. Similarly, space and time were also powerful constitutions. Since Lin Fei wanted to cultivate, he definitely had to cultivate the most powerful physique. He didn't think too much about those divine beast bloodlines for the time being. Even if he had that thought, Lin Fei couldn't take out divinity points to exchange for it for the time being. That was a terrifying number. Lin Fei could only suppress this thought. This matter was not urgent. I'll start with the space bloodline first. This was easier to control than the time bloodline. More importantly, as long as the bloodline became a special bloodline like the space bloodline and merged space and saber techniques, its power would become stronger. At the same time, it would also become strange. Lin Fei could imagine the power of a saber technique with the space bloodline. There weren't as many space bloodlines as Lin Fei imagined. The price was not cheap. The cheapest one cost 200,000 divinity points. After seeing the effect, Lin Fei also took a deep breath. No wonder these bloodline constitutions were so rare. Once they appeared, they were born to be the darling of space. Those who were good at the space Dao had to lower their noble heads in front of these true darlings. Space saber technique. Instant teleportation. Space shift. These outsiders couldn't master a series of space magical abilities. In front of the darling of space bloodline, death was nothing difficult. Now you understand the benefits of the bloodline. The little devil flew out again. Lin Fei nodded. It's really strong. If I encounter a darling of space, it might be difficult to kill him or even kill the other party. Aren't you going to snatch the divine crystals? The space bloodline physique is the most suitable for you. When the time comes, even the rulers of the 9 stars can only be helpless and use treasures to imprison you. Your saber technique isn't to be trifled with. The little devil smirked. Lin Fei had to admit this point. The space bloodline physique was the most suitable for him at the moment. Snatching the divine crystals was not a small matter, but a big matter. It was equivalent to robbing one's food. Whether it was a big family or a big sect, they would not let him go. This physique was the most suitable for him. Lin Fei threw caution to the wind. He used 300,000 divinity points to exchange for the space blood essence, which was purified from a kind of space immortal beast. Coupled with time acceleration. Lin Fei used 100 years to successfully refine the blood essence and smoothly master a series of magical abilities of the space bloodline. It's worth it, it's really worth it. In a dense forest, Lin Fei came out of the void and was very satisfied. What Lin Fei used just now was instant teleportation. Instant teleportation was the most common kind of bloodline auxiliary function. It did not consume any energy to use it. It was completely relying on the power of space, which was equivalent to him being a part of it. It seemed simple, but Lin Fei was very clear that if he did not upgrade his bloodline, it would be very difficult to smoothly integrate into the space. At most, he would only be able to master a part of it. Now, Lin Fei had complete control. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It took some time. Maybe they all have a lot of divine crystals in their hands. It's time for me to make a move. I have to replenish the divinity points. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Moving alone, Lin Fei did not have any scruples. Lin Fei directly moved in the void. Coupled with the devil's wings, his speed reached the limit. As long as he encountered the heaven-burning beast, Lin Fei would kill it and collect the divine crystals. However, there were not many opportunities to make a move. The heaven-burning beast seemed to have been reserved. Along the way, Lin Fei did not see the heaven-burning beast, which confirmed his guess. Hee, reckless thing. This place is our origin returning sect's territory. How dare they barge in? These people are too arrogant. They really think that we don't know. After traveling more than 1 billion miles, Lin Fei found a dense forest guarded by sovereigns. Moreover, they were 7-star sovereigns. Lin Fei did not make a move. He swaggered over. The 7-star sovereigns did not react at all. They were still complacent and did not know that someone had entered. After entering this dense forest, Lin Fei quickly discovered that there were constant aura fluctuations in the forest. Chapter 1577. This vast area had already been reserved by someone. Lin Fei only chuckled and did not kill anyone. In his opinion, it was a waste of his talent. Lin Fei did not care about these divinity points. With so many people surrounding the heaven-burning beasts, ordinary people really can't interfere. I need to find someone to understand. Lin Fei observed for a while and had an idea. There were at least a few hundred rulers in this area. Lin Fei strolled in the void, his aura perfectly concealed. He found waves of people, but he did not find the real leader. Good chance. In a secluded place. Lin Fei found 5 rulers resting, and one of them was barbecuing meat. It's not easy to rest. These heaven-burning beasts are really hard to deal with. Yeah, if not for Milord's treasures, we would have to work a lot harder. It's hard to guarantee that we won't be killed by the heaven-burning beasts one day. Luckily, we don't need to attack the heaven-burning beasts. We just need to lure them out. The few of them spoke one after another. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. The rulers who spoke were not very strong. The strongest was only a 7-star ruler. They were all suppressed. A ray of light came crushing over, and they could only stare with wide eyes. Bang bang bang. Except for one 7-star ruler, the rest of the rulers' bodies exploded. Don't kill me. The only 7-star ruler trembled uncontrollably. He was a 7-star ruler, but he could not help but tremble in the face of this aura. The 7-star ruler chose to surrender immediately. You're quite obedient. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Fei. You killed 4 rulers in one go. If I don't surrender, I'll die. Soul search. Lin Fei's eyes shot out a cold light that enveloped the 7-star ruler. He searched his soul and looked at the relevant memories. So, the person in charge of the god crystals and god roots in the central area is called Boundless Ruler. He's an 8-star ruler, and he has 3 8-star rulers protecting him. After the soul search, Lin Fei learned some information. Lin Fei chopped out with his saber, killing the 7-star ruler and leaving the scene. In the central region of the mountain range, the people of the Gui Yuan sect arranged for experts to reserve the entire area and hunt down heaven-burning beasts. Using the influence of the Gui Yuan sect, they managed to obtain this place. The Gui Yuan sect's 8-star sovereigns were all smiles as they obtained divine crystals every day. When the deity general stage opened, it was very difficult for them to ascend to the deity general stage. However, if they could obtain enough divine crystals, the Gui Yuan sect would be able to continue standing. This time, in order to reserve this place, they had brought their sect's treasure. There were a total of 4 late-stage 8-star sovereigns, and 30 or 48-star sovereigns. Below them, there were countless 7-star sovereigns. It was precisely because the Gui Yuan sect had so many experts that the heaven-burning beasts in this area suffered a calamity. Our Gui Yuan sect is quite lucky this time. We've hunted a total of 353 divine gems. A senfu lay in the middle of the mountain range. Within the senfu, several hegemons were gathered together. The speaker was Hegemon Boundless, the person in charge of this mission for the Origin Returning Sect. He was a late-stage 8-star hegemon, and he carried one of the supreme treasures of the sect, a hegemon weapon. That's right, our luck is good. Even if we lost some manpower, it's still a great harvest compared to the divine gems. As long as we have divine gems, our Gui Yuan sect can stand for a few more chaotic years. These hegemons were all smiles. Only those who had reached their level would understand the importance of divine gems. This was also the reason why they had to clear this area. While there's still time, everyone, don't let down your guard. Who knows how many people are eyeing our divine gems? Hegemen Wuya said with a sharp gaze. They all nodded. Divine gems were too important. They should be inside the Senfu. With the memories from the soul search, Lin Fei arrived at this area. He avoided all the formations and restrictions and saw a Senfu. The sky above the Senfu was even covered with a flight restriction formation. They're really careful. They've set up formations and restrictions everywhere. If my bloodline hadn't improved, it wouldn't have been easy for me to sneak in. Lin Fei chuckled and snuck into the Senfu. Lin Fei avoided all the layers of formations and restrictions and entered the Senfu. He immediately sensed the aura of an 8-star ruler. Only Lin Fei would be so bold as to sneak in so easily. Not long after, Lin Fei saw a few rulers gathered together. That's him. Lin Fei's gaze fell on one of the rulers. Hegemen Wuya. He was the temporary controller of the divine gems. From that person's memories, even the divine gems were in this person's hands. Furthermore, this person also had the sex treasure. His battle prowess might have broken through to the level of a 9-star ruler. The way Lin Fei saw it, it wasn't just an 8-star ruler, but also a 9-star ruler. As long as he paid the price, it wasn't impossible to kill him. They were discussing something. Lin Fei knew that this was a good opportunity. Lin Fei flashed behind Hegemen Wuya. Boom! A terrifying saber light filled with a tyrannical aura smashed into Hegemen Wuya. Hegemen Wuya lived up to his reputation as an expert. His heart trembled, and starlight condensed into a silvery white armor. The saber light smashed into his body. Crack, 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 crack. The saber light smashed through. Everything in the immortal abode exploded and turned into fine powder. Hegemen Wuya didn't have it easy either. He was sent flying, and his ruler battle robes had already shattered. His heart was filled with shock, and he murmured to himself, "Damn it, what's going on? Someone actually managed to sneak in? Even my divine sense can't detect them." This thought flashed through his mind. The other 3 8-star rulers all came back to their senses, and their faces fell. Someone had managed to sneak in and launch a sneak attack in the Senfu. Kill him. Boom, boom, boom. As 8-star rulers, they were even stronger than ordinary 8-star rulers. When the saber light slashed past them, their bodies were covered in blood. They were all enraged, and they all attacked. Lin Fei didn't plan on killing them in a single blow. High-grade ruler battle robes. You really are rich. Let's see how many high-grade ruler battle robes you have. Lin Fei vanished, reappearing behind Hegemen Wuya. He swapped out a new ruler warblade and took out the Soul Destroyer warblade. A soul-shaking aura surged forth like a boundless ocean. Slash. 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 As soon as the top-grade ruler warblade appeared, all of the rulers coughed up blood. Their souls were instantly injured. A top-grade ruler warblade. Damn it. They immediately recognized it, and looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Hegemen Wuya's face paled slightly. The first saber light had destroyed the high-grade ruler battle robes. When the second saber light appeared, Hegemen Wuya knew that he had encountered a powerful foe. He immediately took out his disc and blocked in front of him. Spatial distortion. Chapter 1578. The members of the Origin returning sect were all dumbfounded. Hegemen Boundless had been teleported away by a spatial ability. He was the person in charge of the divine gems in the Origin returning sect, yet he couldn't stop a Hegemen whose cultivation level was lower than theirs. Immediately gather all the 8-star Hegemens and chase after him. We can't let anything happen to him. They were shocked, but they immediately made a decision. Chase. They had to chase after him. The distance of teleportation wouldn't be too far. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to catch up and rescue Hegemen Boundless, as well as kill that person. The area was in complete chaos. On the other side, Hegemon Boundless took out a round disc and placed it in front of him. This is spatial teleportation. Hegemon Boundless' heart trembled. Spatial abilities couldn't be blocked at all. When he reappeared, he was already in another area. You're very capable. I wonder which clan's expert you are from? Hegemon Boundless activated the round disc to protect himself. You can use spatial abilities to this extent. Spatial teleportation was one of the steps Lin Fei had arranged. With invincible defense, he needed to consume invincible points. Lin Fei would save as much as he could and teleport people out during the battle to avoid consuming invincible points. Hand over all the divine gems. Lin Fei activated the supreme quality Hegemon's soul-destroying blade. Boom! Boom! Blade after blade landed on the round disc, causing ripples to spread through the sky. This is impossible. Hegemon Boundless felt immense pressure. This was the sect's treasure, the Clear Sky Shield. It had extremely powerful defense and was the best way to stall the heaven-burning beast. After a few strikes, Hegemon Boundless realized that the opponent was extremely powerful. Since you won't hand it over, I'll do it myself. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei, who had mastered the Tao of Space, appeared and disappeared like a ghost, slashing at Hegemon Boundless. Crack! 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 The Clear Sky Shield trembled continuously. Hegemon Boundless thought that he could rely on the shield to block the opponent. As the blades slashed at him, each blade shook the Clear Sky Shield. Hegemon Boundless could no longer remain calm. Supreme quality Hegemon's War Blade. Wisps of soul-shaking power constantly affected Hegemon Boundless. Puppet giants, attack! Hegemon Boundless wasn't able to move at all. Not even his divine sense was able to keep track of this person's movements. Born in the Origin Returning sect, he immediately realized that this person possessed a rare bloodline. Space bloodline. His divine sense could not capture the other party's traces. In other words, how could he attack? Left with no other choice, Hegemon Boundless released a pair of golems. They were early-stage 8-star Hegemons, and they were one of Hegemon Boundless' most precious treasures. He wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. Two black shadows rushed towards Lin Fei. Get lost. Boom boom. Lin Fei casually struck the giant puppet with his saber, sending them flying. Hand over the divine crystal, and everything will be fine. You won't have to suffer any physical pain. I'm a very negotiable person. The two golems charged forwards once more, but they had lost more than half of their strength. Deep saber scars could be seen on their tough bodies, causing Hegemon Boundless to be stunned yet again. This was something he had spent a great deal of money to buy. He was actually so weak. Hegemon Boundless almost suspected that he had bought a fake one. Otherwise, how could he be so weak right now? He couldn't even take a single saber strike and was on the verge of being crippled. Sir, I am the ruler of the Origin Returning sect. If you steal the divine crystal, you will be making an enemy of the Origin Returning sect's patriarch. Once the patriarch is enraged, there will be no place for you to hide even at the ends of the earth. Hegemon Boundless was unable to extricate himself. That domineering saber technique was constantly attacking him, so he had no choice but to bring up the patriarch. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Your patriarch can't come in right now. If you don't hand over the divine crystal, the one who will die will be you. Don't even think about it. Before your people get here, I can kill you. Lin Fei slammed his saber against the disc again, interrupting all of Hegemon Boundless' thoughts. Hegemon Boundless knew that if this continued, his clear sky shield wouldn't be able to block his opponent's saber technique. This person's saber technique was simply too domineering. The Tao of Space could appear and disappear mysteriously. There was no way he could deal with such an enemy. Do I really have to hand it over? Boom boom boom. Another dozen or so saber strikes came, and cracks appeared on the clear sky shield, one after another. If nothing unexpected happened, his shield would definitely be broken in less than 10 strikes. Having cultivated to this point, Hegemon Boundless was unwilling to die just like that. However, he just had to encounter such a powerful enemy. This saber technique came one strike after another, and every strike had the power of an 8-star dominator. How could he fight? Hegemon Boundless still had trump cards with terrifying power, but he wasn't confident that he could seriously injure his opponent. Sir, since you want the divine crystal, you should at least leave your name so that I can answer to the patriarch. Hegemon Boundless said through gritted teeth. Windcloud Clan, Traceless Windcloud. Lin Fei threw out a name. Hegemon Boundless threw out a storage ring. Lin Fei scanned it with his divine senses and saw that there were more than 300 divine crystals inside. That was about 3 million divinity points. Awesome. Lin Fei exchanged for all the divine crystals. As the divinity points increased, Lin Fei felt as comfortable as if he had eaten honey. I hope we'll meet again next time. I'm leaving. Don't send me off. I don't like this kind of thing. Lin Fei laughed and flashed into the void. Traceless wind cloud. As soon as the enemy retreated, Hegemon Boundless immediately sent out his divine sense to search the area, but the enemy had already disappeared without a trace. Hegemon Boundless' face tightened several times. Windcloud Clan, Windcloud Traceless. Hegemon Boundless sighed. When he saw the cracks on the clear sky shield, he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This was a fine defensive treasure, but now, it had less than 20% of its original power. My lord. Not long after, the troops of the Gue Yuan sect arrived. Upon seeing that Hegemon Boundless was fine, they all let out sighs of relief. Where is he? Sir, are you all right? The sovereigns immediately asked. It was good that he was fine. Hegemon Boundless let out a bitter laugh. I'm fine, but the god crystals we collected for the patriarch were stolen. The sovereigns who had come with him all stared with wide eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Hegemon Boundless hadn't said it himself, they would have suspected that they had misheard. Someone had actually stolen all the god crystals from Hegemon Boundless' hands? Then wasn't this person incredibly powerful? This person left behind a name, Traceless Windcloud. I wonder if anyone knows his name. Hegemon Boundless wanted to know this person's background. The crowd fell silent for a moment. I know of Traceless Windcloud. He's from the Windcloud clan of the Yellow Springs Weave. He used to be a 5-star sovereign, but his combat strength is extremely powerful. He can often kill people above his cultivation level. He used to roam everywhere, stealing the deity roots of the various clans. A few days ago, the Windcloud clan was wiped out. Chapter 1579. Boom boom boom. In another region of the Divine Mountain. In a dense forest, 3 8-star sovereigns were attacking a black-robed young man. All sorts of treasures were bombarding his body. Hand over the god crystals, or die. The black-robed man growled. In front of the black-robed man was another 8-star sovereign. He was activating a defensive treasure, his expression extremely unnatural. Windcloud, we are, boom boom boom. In an instant, over 100 blades descended. The voice stopped. A pile of fragments exploded, including a storage ring. I told you to hand it over so you could live. It's too late now. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Once the storage ring was in his opponent's hand, the black-robed man disappeared into the void without a trace. Similar incidents kept happening on the Divine Mountain. Traceless Windcloud's name continued to spread. All the major forces on the Divine Mountain went from not knowing him to disdain. Now, they looked at each other and remembered Windcloud from the Yellow Springs Weave. He kept robbing the god crystals of the top clans and sections. What? The Murong family was robbed too? This Traceless Windcloud is truly audacious. How many great clans has he offended? I heard he robbed more than 100 god crystals from the Murong family. The sovereigns kept talking about this topic. Windcloud appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Rumor had it that he was born with a spatial bloodline. He could come and go without a trace. It was impossible to guard against him. No matter which clan was targeted, they could not come up with a proper solution. The most terrifying thing was that he was only a 6-star sovereign. His true combat power could threaten an 8-star sovereign. There were also rumors that he cultivated a god-tier cultivation technique and robbed god crystals to use it. Nobody believed this rumor. God-tier cultivation techniques were extremely difficult to learn. Even a chaosier might not be enough to learn them. Everyone believed that Windcloud only knew one powerful saber technique. God-tier cultivation technique? Far from it. After more than a dozen sects and clans were robbed, nobody dared to underestimate this Windcloud anymore. These sects were constantly searching for Windcloud. They wanted to kill him on the spot and take back the god crystals. According to incomplete statistics, he had at least 3,000 god crystals. This news made everyone unable to remain calm. The fact that a junior possessed so many divine crystals was equivalent to a moving treasury. None of the organizations that had monopolized the divine mountains could remain calm. While everyone was searching for traceless Windcloud, suddenly, he realized that the person was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. The people who had suffered at Windcloud traceless hands were all dumbfounded. How could that person suddenly disappear? No matter how they searched, it was as if he had vanished. After searching for a month, they had no choice but to temporarily stop searching. At this moment, Lin Fei was in seclusion refining the time bloodline. After snatching more than 3,700 divine crystals in a row, Lin Fei paid less than 500,000 divinity points. It could be said that the rate of return was unusually high. After robbing more than 10 sects and clans, Lin Fei obtained more than 30 million divinity points. This allowed Lin Fei to step into the level of a great landlord. The time bloodline had also become Lin Fei's latest target. After using more than a month, Lin Fei refined the time bloodline, which was equivalent to mastering the two powerful bloodlines of space and time. These two bloodlines are really rare. Once the time bloodline was formed, Lin Fei easily mastered time stop. This was much stronger than the eternal immortal emperor's eternal Xana, and it was more perfect when used. Slow down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Time began to slow down. The time bloodline is ultimately not easy to master. Now that I can only master time stop, its power has increased greatly. It's like I have another trump card. Snatching divine crystals will become even easier. Lin Fei came out of seclusion. He chose a sky-burning beast as his target. With time stop, he could stop the sky-burning beast for 10 breaths of time. Lin Fei followed up with another saber strike, killing the sky-burning beast. Not bad, not bad. Against those 8-star sovereigns, I can stop them for 3 to 5 breaths of time. As for me, my saber art also incorporates the Tao of time and Tao of space. After successfully refining the two bloodlines, even if Lin Fei did not use a god-tier cultivation technique, his saber art still contained the power of two great Taos. When the saber struck, space became chaotic, making it impossible to catch a trace. This was not something that anyone could look down on. The Tao of time suppressed the opponent, causing the opponent's attacks and movements to slow down. This level of saber art could only be achieved with the ruler's war saber, which had the attribute of time. It could be said that Lin Fei's saber art had improved by a large margin. This improvement was not something that just anyone could achieve. Perhaps it would be difficult to achieve in a lifetime. The advantage of a bloodline is indeed powerful. Boom! Lin Fei casually slashed at a tree. Space became chaotic, and the saber, which had originally been straight, was now behind the tree. It was truly unexpected. Hee, the time and space bloodlines are rare bloodlines. Now you realize the benefits of a bloodline. The little devil said proudly. However, this kind of bloodline is not considered too high level. If you encounter a higher level bloodline, it can easily resist the power of your bloodline. Lin Fei nodded to indicate that he understood. Another half a month passed. Lin Fei cultivated every day, becoming more and more familiar with the Tao of time and space. By the time Lin Fei wandered through the dense forest again, almost 2 months had passed since the last time. I trust that by now, they should have even more divinity crystals. There should be many more people near the summit. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lin Fei was extremely familiar with the region below him. Hegemon Boundless was still in this region. After what had happened last time, Hegemon Boundless had originally believed that they were the only ones suffering. However, as more and more people began to suffer, Hegemon Boundless felt a bit better. I'm the one suffering, you're the one suffering. That's only fair. Having over 300 divinity crystals stolen away, Hegemon Boundless naturally felt terrible. However, he just couldn't do anything to that fellow. Even his clear sky shield had almost been destroyed, causing him to feel heartache for quite some time. Right now, Hegemon Boundless was surrounded by more than 10 8-star rulers. Boom! Hegemon Boundless was wondering if he should move to a different location. The surrounding space suddenly became chaotic, and layers of space began to shift. Hegemon Boundless was in a different space, unable to sense the outside world. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Long time no see. Lin Fei emerged from the chaotic space. It's you. You still dare to come? Hegemon Boundless pulled out a pair of black boxing gloves. 2 gusts of black wind blasted towards Traceless Wind Cloud, not giving him any chance to attack. I want divinity crystals. Chapter 1580. Once again, Hegemon Boundless was defeated. Compared to the previous time, Hegemon Boundless was defeated even faster. He could not block a single attack from his opponent and was severely injured. He had no choice but to hand over the divine crystals he had collected. Shameless bastard. Spatial chaos rained down. The 8-star Hegemon protecting Hegemon Boundless emerged from the chaos and heard the scene he was most unwilling to hear. Goddamn wind cloud. This guy is too evil. He actually turned around and attacked us. They had heard of Wind Cloud's name before. They had never fought him before. They only knew that he was strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. One move had caused them to fall into spatial chaos. Not only that, but the spatial chaos also contained the Tao of Time, which slowed down their reactions. Hegemon Boundless looked helpless. He had been robbed once, but he did not expect to be robbed again. The people around him could not be of any use, and they were immediately caught in the spatial chaos. We still underestimated Wind Cloud. I wonder how much more trouble he will cause. Hegemon Boundless sighed softly. Sir, should we inform the other sects so that they can guard against Wind Cloud? Hegemon Boundless asked softly. Can we defend against him? He had mastered the Tao of Space and Tao of Time. There was no way to defend against him. Wind Cloud's name, after disappearing for a short while, spread once again. His infamy was even greater than before, and he robbed all the sects and forces he had robbed before. If the first time was anger, then the second time was anger. They had worked so hard for nothing. How could they accept this result? The Divine Mountain's range was limited. Dividing up the regions was something that had been discussed long ago. The number of sky-burning beasts was also limited. They had suffered one after another, and the number of divine crystals they could obtain could be counted on one's fingers. Now that they had all been robbed, it was equivalent to killing one's parents and robbing one's wealth. The name Wind Cloud was firmly etched in people's minds. In the middle region of the Divine Mountain, beside a blue lake, the originally peaceful place was now filled with auras. If Lin Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that these people were all targets of robbery, and they were all gathered together. Their target was the same: to deal with the shameless Wind Cloud. After robbing them the second time, Wind Cloud had no less than 5,000 divine crystals. This was a huge sum that would tempt anyone. The Wind Cloud clan is truly shameless. This Wind Cloud Traceless is even more shameless. Doesn't he know that his actions will cause public outrage? That fellow Wind Cloud Traceless had better not fall into my hands. I will definitely make him regret it. Everyone knows how to talk tough. The way I see it, finding that bastard traceless wind cloud is the key. More than 108-star sovereigns were gathered at the lakeside. Now that traceless wind cloud's name was mentioned, no one could remain calm. All of them were filled with killing intent. The great sects and powers of the territories had never been robbed 2 or 3 times in a row. They could even do something like turning back, but they had been robbed time and time again. A few of the highly respected 8-star sovereigns could not take this lying down. They took the lead and gathered everyone to discuss how to deal with traceless wind cloud. Originally, some sects had conflicts with each other. At this moment, everyone had given up on the idea of dealing with traceless wind cloud. The person was not important. What was important was the 5,000 divine crystals. If anyone could eat them all, the benefits they would reap would be unimaginable. I heard that traceless wind cloud has a god-tier cultivation technique. Does anyone know about this? I know about this. Traceless wind cloud once fought with an expert and snatched the god-tier cultivation technique, Heaven Severing Palm. After that, someone surrounded the wind cloud clan. Unfortunately, they did not find the cultivation technique. It seems that the kid is preparing to cultivate the god-tier cultivation technique, Heaven Severing Palm. If he is lucky enough to cultivate it, with the support of over 5,000 divine crystals, even the patriarch will have to be wary of him. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. When that time came, traceless wind cloud would not be able to do whatever he wanted. Lin Fei did not know that the people he robbed were now working together to find him. After killing them and turning back, he obtained over 1,000 divine crystals. It was not a small harvest. Lin Fei's divinity points also quickly broke through 50 million points. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this number. There shouldn't be any divine crystals left in the middle layer. I can change to another place and head for the upper layer. I believe that place will give me even more divine crystals. Lin Fei had a simple division of the sacred mountain. This place was divided into 3 regions, upper, middle, and lower. The lower region was the outer region. The middle region was where the heaven-burning beast resided. The upper region was actually the region closest to the divine general dais. After it, the heaven-burning beast is injured. We can't let it escape. Within a dense forest, a heaven-burning beast was rampaging through the forest, and a group of people was chasing it from behind. The result was very obvious. The heaven-burning beast was surrounded and attacked by over 10 people, dropping a divine crystal. The person who seemed to be the leader of the group was dressed like a scholar, and his body emanated a scholarly aura. Senior apprentice Brother Whitey's move is amazing. Of course. He trapped the heaven-burning beast with a single move. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken us. The scholarly youth's name was Hegemen Whiteflower. He came from a large sect in a territory, and although he looked quite young, he had cultivated for over 10 chaos years. He was now an early 8-star Hegemen, and he had been ordered to hunt heaven-burning beasts in this region. You'll learn this move of mine sooner or later. Don't be jealous. Although Hegemen Whiteflower said this, he still looked quite pleased with himself. He had been able to display his strength in front of his junior apprentice brothers and earn their adoring gazes. Senior apprentice Brother Whiteflower, I heard that someone has already made it onto the divine general dais. I heard that the geniuses of the younger generation have all begun to challenge the divine general dais. Is that true? Should we go take a look as well? Hegemen Whiteflower couldn't help but feel excited when he heard about the divine general dais. However, a moment later, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. You guys are quite well informed. There are indeed people who have begun to challenge the divine general dais, such as Hegemen Su Feng and Hegemen Brahma. However, I must warn you that this region has already been locked down. If anyone tries to force their way in, they'll be killed on the spot. Someone in the group immediately grew unhappy. Fuck. Who's so strong that they locked down that region? I want to go take a look and see how many experts there are. Chapter 1581. Traceless wind cloud, you won't be able to escape. Hand over all the divine crystals you have, hand over your cultivation method. We've prepared for a long time to deal with you, traceless wind cloud. We even set up a space sealing formation around us. Near the upper regions, this was the place for the exchange. At this moment, numerous powerful auras appeared. A heaven-burning beast had just emerged from a dense forest when it was attacked by countless sovereigns, leaving behind a divine crystal. Even the heaven-burning beast did not know why it had been attacked by so many sovereigns, but it had been instantly killed. These sovereigns were all 8-star sovereigns. All 4 directions were 8-star sovereigns. These 8-star sovereigns focused on the black-robed man in the center. Traceless wind cloud, who had caused them to lose face. In order to deal with traceless wind cloud, they had joined forces and paid a heavy price to find his location, then set up a trap to trap him. This time, they didn't attack 7-star sovereigns. This person was simply too powerful. If he killed an ordinary 7-star sovereign, it would be a wasted loss. If they wanted to deal with traceless wind cloud, they had to have the combat power of an 8-star sovereign. Traceless wind cloud, we meet again. You didn't expect this, did you? Sovereign boundless eyes flashed as he stared at the distant black-robed man. This was the person who had caused him to fall at traceless wind cloud's hands twice. If he hadn't handed over the god crystal, he probably would have died many times over. Sovereign Boundless believed that he wasn't the only one. Most of the people present had experienced the same thing. Lin Fei had been very careful, but he had still been surrounded. Now that he had mastered the Tao of space and the Tao of time, Lin Fei didn't care about the space sealing formation. It was very easy for him to break it. That's right. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. I wonder how many god crystals you've collected. Don't make me work for nothing. Lin Fei laughed. Traceless wind cloud, don't you know what kind of situation you're in? Another sovereign jumped out. This was also the sovereign that Lin Fei had robbed. Lin Fei didn't care. He said calmly, what kind of situation? With just the few of you? Although there were many sovereigns in front of him, and they were all 8-star sovereigns, Lin Fei didn't care. Lin Fei's words gave them a big fright. They were all 8-star sovereigns. When had they ever met someone who dared to speak so viciously? Furthermore, it was clear from the other party's words that he was looking down on them. It's not that I'm looking down on you. Since I dared to snatch your divine essences, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Fei snorted and pointed at a few of the juggernauts. You, and you. Do you believe that I'll be the first to get rid of you later? With the defensive armor you're wearing, I can finish you off in a few slashes. If you don't believe me, feel free to try me. The sovereigns who had been named had all suffered greatly at the hands of Lin Fei. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei had been kind enough to let them go, they would have long since died in the forest. When they heard this, they felt as disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly, but they couldn't deny it. Traceless wind cloud, you're too full of yourself. That's right. We have over 108-star martial sovereigns on our side. I'm afraid you'll be killed by us before you can even make a move. You've already fallen into our trap. Do you still think you can fly? The sovereigns were enraged. Who would be able to keep their pride after being robbed by a reserve? They had thought that by surrounding Traceless Wind Cloud, he would have to bow his head no matter what. Contrary to their expectations, however, Traceless Wind Cloud was a prick who didn't care about them at all. This was no different from a slap to their faces. Even an 8-star martial sovereign was fearless? Did Traceless Wind Cloud really think that he could dominate the world just because he had mastered a deity-class technique? Let's not waste any more words with him. He might be notifying someone else. Let's take down Traceless Wind Cloud first and split his divine essences. Everyone agreed with these words. Attack. This time, the 8-star martial sovereigns attacked with a completely different aura. All of them were 8-star martial sovereigns. The commotion here was simply too great. A single 8-star martial sovereign would have been fine, but now there were over 100 of them. Everyone nearby could sense the commotion coming from them. Senior Apprentice Brother White, something's happening over there. Hegeman Baihua's group was searching for the heaven-burning beasts when they suddenly sensed a ripple coming from a certain direction. Can it be that someone is hunting the heaven-burning beasts? This commotion is too great. Even my heart is thumping. Can it be that a major organization is making a move? Everyone began to chatter amongst themselves. Hegeman Baihua could sense that the commotion was even louder than he had imagined. You guys stay here. I'll go take a look. This was the upper echelon region. The lower-level organizations wouldn't dare to rashly come here. Hegeman Baihua felt the need to go take a look. After tossing out these words, he flew in that direction. The closer he got to the location, the more serious a look appeared on Hegeman Baihua's face. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Good heavens! So many 8-star martial sovereigns are attacking a single person. A short while later, Hegeman Baihua arrived within a dense forest and saw an inconceivable sight. If it was just 10 plus 8-star martial sovereigns, this wouldn't be too surprising. But this was a completely different matter. A 6-star Hegeman? Hegeman Baihua suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Since when had a 6-star Hegeman been worthy of so many 8-star Hegemans attacking him? This was completely different from what he had imagined. This speed. This saber art. Hegeman Baihua suddenly had an idea. An 8-star Hegeman had perished within the group of attackers. The 8-star Hegeman was completely unharmed. He was constantly moving about, constantly dodging the attacks while appearing behind the Hegemans, sending the 8-star Hegemans flying with each strike of his saber. Hey, why does this person look so familiar? Hegeman Baihua's jaw dropped. This 6-star Hegeman was definitely a supreme genius who could kill enemies at a higher level as easily as drinking water. His saber arts, in particular, were so powerful that even 8-star Hegemans would have to use their full power to defend against them. After this battle, Hegeman Baihua felt that the black-robed man looked rather familiar. Can it be him? Hegeman Baihua's body trembled. If this person really was that person, then this was definitely a major event. This trip had been worth it. He had actually discovered this person. If he told the main sect, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. In fact, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a high-ranking official within the sect. I didn't expect this person to be as powerful as the legends say. That's more than 100 8-star Hegemans, but they were unable to do anything to him. I really wonder what he did. Right, I think I heard something about God gems. If it wasn't for the fact that he had heard this news, Hegeman Baihua would have almost forgotten about this person. I have to notify the main sect right away. Hegeman Baihua took out a message talisman and sent the message over, then hid himself within the forest. Chapter 1583. At the peak of the Divine Mountain. Golden mist permeated the surroundings, and black platforms could be seen indistinctly. No one could see through them, and the divine light they emitted made it so that no one dared to underestimate them. There were countless similar platforms as far as the eye could see. Most of them were hidden in the golden mist. Apart from the outermost ones, the rest of the platforms formed a stairway to the heavens. At the end of the golden mist was a glorious golden stone platform. The golden stone platform was surrounded by a golden mist. Apart from that, there were also many divine patterns moving around the golden stone platform, transforming into many beautiful immortal realms. The golden stone platform seemed to be very close to them, but the top-tier powerhouses all knew that this golden stone platform was no longer in this space. Instead, it was moving between millions or even tens of millions of spaces. Even powerhouses skilled in the Tao of space would not be able to calculate its exact location in a short period of time. If they could, the golden stone platform would not be here. Not only that, but the black stone platform below was also moving through space without anyone noticing. A terrifying power enveloped it. When the great Tao of space was activated, not even divine sense could detect its every movement. This was the divine general platform that everyone paid so much attention to. These stone platforms were a test. Whoever could reach the top of the golden stone platform would be the final winner. Unfortunately, no one knew what was at the top of the golden stone platform. It wasn't that no powerhouses had tried to explore it, but as soon as they approached the stone platform, they would be lost in the endless space. No one had ever returned, including powerhouses skilled in the Tao of space. After that, no one had ever tried to explore it. At the peak of the mountain, the people of the 8 great sects had already taken control of this place. They were one of the top sects in the endless territories, and some sects would take millions of years just to get to their sect. Many of the sects had heard of each other's names, but it was still relatively rare for them to actually gather together. Apart from the 8 great sects, representatives of the superpowers that shook the entire universe had also appeared here. Even the people of the 8 great sects had to be courteous to them. After all, they had super weapons in their hands. One of the stone platforms in the endless space suddenly lit up with a beam of light, like a blooming firework. Good, well done. Cheers rang out from one of the regions on the mountain. Everyone was used to this kind of situation. Primordial Heavenly Demon Sect's thoughtless ruler is really nimble. In such a short time, she broke through another spiritual pedestal stage. Her strength is going to improve greatly again. No matter how fast he is, he can't be compared to the few before him. Even if he can't ascend the Divine General platform and obtain the Supreme Inheritance, he will still be a super overlord level expert in the future. In the area where the primeval demon sect was located, Senfu statues were erected at the peak of the mountain. In one of the largest Senfu, rays of light shot into the sky. There were 7 or 8 people gathered together, all of them exuding a heavy aura like a towering mountain. The primordial demon sect was a powerful sect in the endless territories. Wunyan is improving very quickly. This time, we will definitely obtain the qualifications to become a divine general. As long as Wunyan becomes an immortal general, even if she becomes a partial immortal general, our primeval heavenly demons will have a messenger to communicate with the upper world, and we can get the support of the primeval heavenly demons sect in the upper world. At that time, we can continue to expand our power in the territory. In the great hall of the Senfu, demonic aura shot into the sky, and the rulers were all smiles. Wunyan was the most talented child in the primeval heavenly demon sect. She was born with a noble bloodline, and when she was born, there was a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Her cultivation speed was twice as fast, and breaking through realms was as easy as drinking water. Now, she was already an 8-star ruler, and her battle prowess could already fight 9-star rulers. In the endless territories, she was also known as one of the 10 great young masters. Any one of the 10 princes could exchange blows with a 9-star sovereign. In fact, they could even kill a 9-star sovereign. None of them were weak. Let's not celebrate too early. Wunyan is not bad, but this time, it's not just our primeval heavenly demon sect. The geniuses of other sects are also gathered on the divine platform, such as the recently risen Brahman, Su Feng, Gue Yi, Do Sheng, and so on. Let's not talk about them, the other 10 great young masters are not to be trifled with. The great hall of the Senfu quieted down, and everyone was deep in thought. On the divine platform, there were people constantly advancing, attracting rays of light and causing quite a commotion. Those who could advance on the divine platform were all peerless geniuses without exception. They were famous in the endless territories, and every one of them had extraordinary battle prowess. The Heaven Illusionary Gate. It was a first-rate sect in the endless territories. As long as there weren't any major problems, it was only a matter of time before they became top-rate sections. Their foundations were also very strong, and they had a chance of becoming top-rate sections. Old Su, you've lost. Our clan's Wan Fu will go first. The ruler referred to as Old Su was an old man dressed in a silver-gray Daoist robe. His body flowed with a vast aura, but his expression was a bit unnatural. Going first might not guarantee that you'll be able to maintain your advantage. Until the very last moment, who would dare say that they're the final victor? Don't forget, the 10 great young masters are in front of us, and they're not people we can easily deal with. If we run into them, Su Wu said unhurriedly. As soon as he said this, the old man's expression became serious. No one dared to underestimate the reputation of the 10 great young masters. No wonder old Su had thrown out such a sentence. There was no way to retort. After all, no one could deny the strength of the 10 great young masters. Whether it was in terms of bloodline or personal strength, they were all peerless existences in the endless territories. Countless people had tried to challenge their positions, but no one had ever been able to replace them. He. The ruler could only laugh dryly. Su Wu was just about to speak when he finally managed to retort. His expression changed slightly, but then returned to normal. I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll be leaving first. We'll talk about this another day. He then disappeared into the senfu. Strange. Didn't old Su not say anything the last time he caught me? Why is he so nice today? The ruler was puzzled. Within a secret room in the Great Void Gate, there were a few rulers sitting cross-legged inside, all of them 8-star rulers. At the peak of the mountain, anyone who wasn't an 8-star ruler would have been chased off a long time ago. Space rippled, and Su Wu appeared in the secret room. Elder Su. Elder Su. The rulers all rose to their feet. Are you sure about what you just said? Su Wu's voice carried a hint of excitement. If it was true, anyone would be excited. That kid Baihua wouldn't randomly say something like that. It should be true. Chapter 1584. A major event. A truly major event. This was the reason why Hegemon Void Noon had hurriedly returned. That astonishing piece of news, that astonishing person, had actually appeared at the border between the upper and middle regions, and he seemed to be under attack. That person was in control of a battle fort. In this day and age, which of the supreme hegemons didn't possess such terrifying power because they were in control of a supreme weapon like a battle fort? And how many people didn't want to become a supreme hegemon? Becoming a supreme hegemon would result in limitless expansion of power and dominance. Thoughts were just thoughts. No one had ever become a supreme hegemon. There were only so many battle forts, and they were all in the hands of the supreme hegemons. Trying to take them from them was like trying to steal food from the jaws of a tiger. A few ambitious fellows had tried to attack, but they had all been killed by the supreme weapon. Since then, no one had dared to even think about it. When Hegemon Void Noon saw this news, he couldn't help but feel stunned. The battle fort had appeared again. This time, it wasn't in the hands of a supreme hegemon, it was in the hands of an unremarkable hegemon. This was undoubtedly good news. And now, the Void Sky Gate was the only one who knew of this news. This was their greatest advantage. As a first-rate sect in a territory, the Void Sky Gate had many disciples. When news of a battle fort appeared in a certain sky city, the other first-rate sects all turned up their noses in disdain. Battle forts weren't cabbages that could be found on the streets. They didn't just appear out of nowhere. The Void Sky Gate wasn't too sure if the other sects were upset or not, but they did pay attention and sent people to investigate. They had at least learned something. Anyone who came to the God Mountains, as long as they had a certain status, would know about this matter. The Void Sky Gate had sent people to investigate, but that didn't mean they would definitely find the culprit. They knew very well how dangerous the God Mountains were. Any random heaven-burning beast could kill a 5-star hegemon, and it was entirely possible that the hegemon would be killed by a heaven-burning beast. Who would have thought that they would receive news at a time like this? Hegemon Void Noon knew of Hegemon Whiteflower. He was a hegemon with decent potential. In the future, he might even become a hegemon of the 9 stars and become one of the pillars of the sect. Whiteflower also said that this kid's combat prowess is absolutely monstrous. He was able to fight against over 108 stars hegemons by himself. When he left, they had just started fighting. We don't really know what's going on. If we want to take him down, this is definitely a good opportunity. Hegemon Whiteflower's master, Hegemon Whiteflower's guide. Is there really such a freak? Wouldn't that be comparable to the 10 young masters? The 10 young masters were born with noble bloodlines, that's why they have such strength. Could that person also be born with noble bloodlines? They obviously didn't believe it. The Void Noon hegemon was slightly startled as well. This news was more or less the same as what he had heard. That person was very powerful, but not to this extent. Silence. Hegemon Void Noon snorted unhappily. It's not that there aren't people like the 10 great young masters, but they won't appear so easily. Now that the opportunity has come, the few of you, follow me and observe. Hegemon Void Noon was just a peak 8-star hegemon. He was on the same level as the others on the Divine Mountain, and his combat power was far inferior to theirs. Plus, this was no small matter. If they gathered all of their forces, there might not even be 100 hegemons present. If they really did bring people over, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't attract the attention of others. At that time, it would be difficult to hide the news, and it would be even more difficult to take advantage of them. The few elders of the Heavenly Illusionary Gate quietly left the upper region. Hegemon Baihua continued to watch from within the void. At first, Hegemon Baihua didn't believe that the black-robed hegemon would be able to hold on. These were more than 108-star hegemons, after all, and it seemed as though they had come prepared. The black-robed hegemon was only a 6-star hegemon. No matter how powerful he was, could he possibly be a match for the 10 great young masters? Hegemon Baihua absolutely didn't believe it. Bloodlines similar to the 10 great young masters were incredibly rare in the entire Chaos territory. Hegemon Baihua's only hope was that the elders would hurry over. Regardless of whether or not this person was a 9-star hegemon, as long as there was even the slightest chance, he wouldn't let it go. He had to capture him. But as time went on, Hegemon Baihua's jaw dropped. In his mind, the only word he could think of was monster. Hegemon Boundless, are you regretting your decision now? Right now, a black blur was striking out at Hegemon Boundless with one saber strike after another. Saber light flashed everywhere, and Hegemon Boundless was beaten into a sorry state. Countless pieces of his hegemon armor had been destroyed. Hegemon Boundless' heart was as cold as ice. I lost. I still lost in the end. The power of each saber strike was vastly different from last time, and it stabbed into his heart. This time, each saber strike was infused with the power of both space and time, causing his movements to slow down. How could Hegemon Boundless not be defeated? Windcloud Traceless actually mastered both the Tao of space and the Tao of time in such a short period of time? What the hell? Hegemon Boundless cursed bitterly to himself. He hadn't forgotten what had happened in their last battle, and now he was shocked yet again. His attacks were all sucked into the chaotic space. This was the equivalent of having no power at all. This was why hegemons who mastered the Tao of space were so terrifyingly powerful. Your attacks weren't able to do any damage to them at all. Before you could even land a blow, you would be exiled. I admit defeat. Don't fight anymore. Although Hegemon Boundless hadn't been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, it was still quite taxing for him. More importantly, why was Hegemon Boundless attacking him when there were so many people around him? Take out everything you have on you, and you can F***ck off. Lin Fei laughed. I'm not trying to bully you. All I can say is that you don't know what's good for you and insist on making trouble for me. Only after mastering the Grand Tao of Space and the Grand Tao of Time did Lin Fei understand the benefits of these two Grand Taos. For example, right now, the attacks of the other hegemons were directly banished away. When 100% of their power landed on Lin Fei, only 20% of it remained. When it landed on Lin Fei's body, it was blocked by his armor. Lin Fei was completely unharmed. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had killed more than 28-star hegemons, all of whom had spoken rudely to him earlier. He didn't show any mercy when killing hegemons like this. Hegemon Boundless truly hadn't expected that after allying with so many people, this would be the result. Those hegemons who had looked down on him earlier had all perished. He could be considered lucky that he hadn't been killed on the spot. Hand over everything he had on him? This would normally be impossible, but Hegemon Boundless had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Even if his heart was bleeding. Is there no chance for discussion? Either you die, or you hand over everything. You have two choices. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber again, throwing down his only option. The same goes for you guys. Killing them would be letting them off too easily. The hegemons all felt bitter. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? Chapter 1585. No matter what, they had still lost. When the 8-star hegemon saw the bedraggled hegemon Boundless, he couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness. Fight? They couldn't even break through their defenses. What the hell was there to fight? Didn't they see so many sovereigns being killed? Killing 8-star sovereigns was as easy as eating a meal for them. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would know which of the two choices Windcloud had thrown out. They just had to pay up some treasures and keep their lives. They had all suffered at the hands of this man before. At the very least, he was someone who kept his promises. He had not been killed for handing over the divine crystals. That was already good enough. However, some of them weren't too happy about it. Why should they hand over everything they had? Windcloud, you are indeed very powerful. You have the qualifications to catch up to the 10 princes. There are so many of us. Do you think you can kill us one by one? Windcloud, just because we can't take you down today doesn't mean others can't. Let's see what you can do when so many of us leave together. These sovereigns were unwilling to hand over their treasures. Of the remaining sovereigns, not all of them were willing to hand over their treasures, even though Windcloud was very powerful. If they didn't hand over their treasures, Windcloud wouldn't be able to wipe them all out. If they had the strength, they would have long since ascended the divine general platform. It was unknown who suggested that they leave. 30-odd sovereigns shot out. This was a show for Windcloud to see how many of them he could stop. If he couldn't stop them, the remaining sovereigns wouldn't obediently hand over their treasures. Windcloud's choice would undoubtedly become a joke. Hegemon Boundless was the happiest. He handed over all his treasures. Aside from his battle suit and his pair of gloves, he had nothing else on him. He had never fought Windcloud before, so he didn't know how powerful he was. Hegemon Boundless knew just how strong Windcloud Traceless was. If Windcloud Traceless wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. However, Windcloud Traceless had repeatedly tried to steal from Hegemon Boundless, and each time, Hegemon Boundless suffered a crushing defeat. For the sake of survival, Hegemon Boundless reluctantly handed over his treasures. Daoist Boundless, you're really not bad. I like good people like you. You're not like those arrogant bastards. Lin Fei looked at them with a hint of mockery. Good people? Hegemon Boundless let out a bitter laugh. Since when did I become a good person? If it wasn't for the fact that you're stronger than me, who would be willing to hand over the treasures on me? They're out of luck. Hegemon Boundless silently told himself that he would rather hand over the treasures than oppose them. He had never doubted his own judgment. This was also the reason why he had been able to survive until now. Apart from the 10-odd sovereigns who handed over their treasures, the remaining sovereigns were all watching from the sidelines. If he could avoid handing over the treasures, he definitely wouldn't. As long as they could escape, they would chase after them without hesitation. When that time came, no matter how powerful Windcloud Traceless was, he would be helpless. What a good plan you all have. Putting aside the fact that you surrounded me, Traceless Windcloud, you even dare to ignore my words. Since I'm giving you a choice, don't blame me for what happens next. Whoosh. Lin Fei sneered and disappeared in front of everyone. The divine senses of the hegemons couldn't detect any traces of this person. It was as though he had completely disappeared. It was this strange concealment technique again. Just now, it seemed like you were the one who caused the most trouble. Off in the distance, someone appeared in the air above a hegemon. They all recognized this hegemon, a mid-stage 8-star hegemon named Cui Hai. He was an elder of the sect, and they hadn't expected that Traceless Windcloud would be the first to catch up to him. Sure, kill seal. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a square-shaped seal smashed down from the skies. A desolate aura emanated from it, causing everyone to tremble. The seal smashed against Hegemon Cui Hai. Crack. 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 Everyone watched as the Hegemon Cui Hai, who had caused a ruckus, was smashed into smithereens by the seal. It had only been a single attack. Whoosh. Next, a saber light flashed out, and Hegemon Shui Hai's aura completely vanished. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This technique was simply too brutal. A single seal had been enough to kill an 8-star hegemon. If this technique had been used just now, how many of the people present would have been able to survive? Swoosh. Swoosh. Lin Fei once more entered the void, appearing next to a hegemon. He first attacked with the sure-kill seal, then used his saber arts to crush everything in their path. In a short period of time, all of the hegemons who had tried to flee during the chaos had been killed by Lin Fei. Their interspatial rings had become Lin Fei's spoils of war. The hegemon who had been preparing to flee during the chaos had his back covered with cold sweat. He was inwardly rejoicing that he hadn't left yet. Compared to death, he would simply have to hand over his treasures. As long as he was alive, he would have his treasures sooner or later. But if he died, he would truly lose everything. Only now did they realize how insignificant they were. A mighty 8-star hegemon was nothing in front of Traceless Wind Cloud. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Didn't he see those unlucky bastards? We're willing to hand over our treasures. Me too. With those unlucky bastards in the lead, the others all readily handed over their treasures. Just as Lin Fei had promised, so long as they handed over their treasures, they could leave. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the divinity points obtained from killing 8-star hegemons. Now that he had a large amount of divinity points, he didn't really care about these mosquito meats. In a short period of time, all of their treasures were in Lin Fei's hands. What a fellow! He had so many divinity crystals. These hegemons all had divinity crystals on them. In an instant, Lin Fei had over 200 divinity crystals on him. This was equivalent to over 2 million divinity points, or perhaps even 3 million. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed when he saw how diligently Hegemon Windcloud was handing over his divinity points. Daoist Boundless, please wait a moment. Hegemon Boundless had always wanted to leave, but he had been locked onto by Feng Lin's gaze, so he didn't dare to leave. Daoist Windcloud, there's something I need. Faced with this monster, Hegemon Boundless temporarily lost all thoughts of revenge. Unless the sex experts made a move, and they had to be 9 stars hegemons at that, they would have a chance of capturing Feng Lin. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Let me borrow your memories for a bit. Lin Fei's power enveloped Hegemon Boundless as he soul-searched him. Hegemon Boundless could only allow himself to be soul-searched. He couldn't resist at all. You cooperated well. Here are 10 divinity crystals. I believe they will be useful to you. Lin Fei tossed over 10 divinity crystals. Fortunately, everyone had already left. Of course they would be useful. As long as he had the divinity crystals, he could make up for his losses. If there are such good things in the future, you can inform me. I won't forget to reward you. Lin Fei said with a smile. Hegemon Boundless shuddered. You've already robbed me once. Who would dare to come up and be robbed by you in the future? However, he still said, Daoist, don't worry. If there are such things in the future, I'll definitely inform you first. Alright, you can go now. Chapter 1586. Lin Fei was very satisfied with today's harvest. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the sovereign's battle robes and sabers. After all, he had a supreme-grade sovereign's battle saber. Just that saber alone was enough to make countless people go green with envy. For example, the sovereign's battle robes and sabers couldn't block the Soul Destroyer saber's attacks at all. They were either cut in half or destroyed. And this was even with Lin Fei restraining himself. Otherwise, a single slash would have made them realize the difference in weapons. No matter how powerful a high-grade sovereign's battle saber was, it was still very weak in front of a supreme-grade sovereign's battle saber. A few slashes would probably be enough to break it. Lin Fei's attention was completely focused on the Divine General Daoist. He had just obtained a lot of useful information from Hegemon Boundless memories. Lin Fei also learned a few secrets. So this divine general Daoist is a connection between the higher realms and the lower realms. As long as I become a divine general or a partial divine general, I can communicate with the higher realms and obtain some inheritances. No wonder everyone is so enthusiastic. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the divine general Daoist. Right now, Lin Fei was most interested in the divine crystals. If he hadn't searched Lin Fei's memories, he would probably have continued to plunder the divine crystals. Unfortunately, Lin Fei had pretty much swept through the middle regions. After today's events, the people in the middle regions would probably be even more careful. After all, over 100 sovereigns had been unable to take him down. If word got out, they would probably realize how terrifying he was. Lin Fei's thoughts were much calmer now. There were benefits to being stronger, but it would only make people more cautious. It seems like I can only target the upper regions. Lin Fei gazed into the distance, as if trying to see through everything in front of him. According to Hegemon's boundless memories, the upper regions were the true source of divine crystals. The reason why they didn't dare to go up was because the upper regions were clearly divided. Many of the peak 8-star sovereigns overseeing the upper regions had 1 or 2 divine techniques. Now that they had the help of divine crystals, their combat prowess had greatly increased. This was one of the main reasons why they didn't dare to go up. A hegemon with a godly class technique wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Fei. The might of a divine technique was extraordinary, but it didn't mean that Lin Fei was afraid. Combined with the top-grade ruler's battle blade, the soul-extinguishing blade, it was enough to catch them off guard. Not only can I target them, but the geniuses on the godly general platform seem to have a lot of good stuff in their pockets as well. Furthermore, there are the 10 princes, all of whom have noble bloodlines and the battle prowess of 9 stars. If I can collect as many of them as I want, my strength will increase rapidly. Lin Fei was still not satisfied with getting a few thousand divine gems. Let's head to the upper zone first. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave and head to the upper regions, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of him. An old man appeared in front of Lin Fei with a group of people. Elder, he's Windcloud Traceless. An early-stage 8-star ruler informed the old man. Hegemon Void Noon was extremely fast. Although he wasn't skilled in the Tao of space, Hegemon Void Noon had the combat prowess of a peak 8-star ruler, and he was extremely fast. As soon as Hegemon Void Noon arrived, Hegemon Baihua gave him a report of what had happened. Judging from the residual ripples, Hegemon Void Noon could tell that a major battle had taken place here, and that this black-robed man had been one of them. He was a 6-star ruler. Sir, are you Windcloud Traceless, or perhaps D. Tian? Hegemon Void Noon asked while sizing him up. This person was able to call him by his Daoist name, and yet was a complete stranger to him? Lin Fei was suspicious of his motives. Heh, my name is Windcloud Traceless. I don't remember ever having the name D. Tian attached to me. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Might I ask who you are? Could it be that you want to profit from me, just like them? No matter who these people were, Lin Fei wouldn't admit that he was D. Tian. Fortunately, he had recently trained in a special deity tier technique. It was known as a high-level life form. It was this technique that had caused Lin Fei's aura to change. The ripples of his divine sense had completely changed as well, and the shape of his face had changed slightly as well, but not by much. No matter who it was, even those people from before, they wouldn't be able to recognize him as D. Tian. Hegemon Void Noon didn't plan on forcing the man to admit it, it was enough for him to have a suspect. However, the man before him was indeed different from the information he had received. In particular, his aura was genuine, not fake. Hegemon Void Noon had at least this much insight. However, this man was indeed rather similar to D. Tian. Hegemon Void Noon had no choice but to consider this carefully. In addition, he had learned that this man had a deity tier technique, a dominating saber technique, and a large number of divine crystals, at least a few thousand. It was impossible for him not to be interested in such a large sum of divine crystals. He wouldn't have come here for nothing. We are from the Heavenly Oasis Gate. We suspect that you once attacked one of our disciples. We would like to invite you to pay a visit to our heavenly oasis gate. One of the hegemons said arrogantly. A few thousand divine crystals was enough for them to make a move. In the upper regions, they had killed a large number of heaven-burning beasts, but they hadn't reaped such a large harvest. If they could get their hands on these divine crystals, the strength of the heavenly oasis gate would undoubtedly increase significantly. After all, divine crystals were top-tier consumables. The sect with more divine crystals would have the right to speak, and no one would dare to look down on them. A few thousand divine crystals was enough to tempt anyone. Lin Fei realized that someone must have been lying in ambush in the area, secretly informing the sect, and just happened to arrive at this time. Lin Fei knew about the origins of the heavenly oasis gate. A first-rate sect in a certain we've had 9 stars hegemons overseeing it, and the patriarchs of these sects all knew deity tier techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to maintain their position as first-rate sections. Even hegemon Wuxia's sect couldn't compare to the heavenly oasis gate. How could Lin Fei be happy that someone had come to rob him? It didn't matter if they had come for the battle fortress or the divine crystals, Lin Fei wouldn't agree. Your heavenly oasis gate sure is arrogant. I don't even know your heavenly oasis gate, and you have the nerve to say that I attacked your disciple? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Lin Fei laughed coldly. You just want my divine crystals. If you have the ability, come and try. Over 108-star hegemons can't do anything to me, and you guys dare to make a move? Only the elder at the front of the group had some strength. Lin Fei didn't care about the rest of the hegemons. The Void Noon ruler didn't dare to look down on Feng Yunwan. To be able to exchange blows with over 108-star hegemons, no matter which weave it was, would definitely cause a sensation. Although Feng Yunwan was still some distance away from becoming one of the 10 princes, he wasn't too far off. Although the Void Noon ruler was wary of Feng Yunwan, that didn't mean he would let him go. After all, Feng Yunwan was alone and had no background. Since the heavenly oasis gate had run into him, he belonged to them. The hegemons all revealed looks of anger. Normally, any hegemon who heard the name of the heavenly oasis gate would turn pale. Only this Feng Yunwan didn't know what was good for him and dared to speak to them in such a manner. Wasn't he just a clan from the Yellow Springs weave? A single sentence from the heavenly oasis gate would be enough to deal with him. 9 stars hegemons? So what if he didn't have a deity-grade cultivation technique? Daoist Feng Yunwan, regardless of whether you participated or not, the disciples of the heavenly oasis gate can't die in vain. I'll have to invite you to our temporary encampment as a guest. The Void Noon ruler said calmly. He then flicked out 3 fingers. The first finger shot out. The void completely collapsed, and it was coming at him in a ferocious manner. This was the attack that the Void Noon ruler was most proficient in. 3 heavenly shocks. As the fingers shot out, Lin Fei instantly felt as though his entire body was about to be torn apart and turned into pieces. This was an extremely tyrannical attack, and it was the strongest he had seen so far. This is a true 8-star hegemon. Those from before were too weak. Lin Fei's interest was immediately piqued. The 8-star hegemons that he had encountered before were indeed very strong. Now that the Void Noon ruler had made a move, Lin Fei realized how strong his opponent was. This person's strength was equivalent to the combined strength of tens of 8-star hegemons. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was more or less the same. The Void Noon ruler was already a peak 8-star hegemon. His true strength was equivalent to the combined strength of 100 ordinary peak 8-star hegemons. Otherwise, why would he be able to become an elder of the heavenly oasis gate? This was also the difference between realms. Once the 3 heavenly shocks was used, a single flick would be able to kill an 8-star hegemon. It was extremely terrifying. Daoist Feng Yunwan, what do you think of my first of the 3 heavenly shocks? The Void Noon ruler also wanted to size up his opponent's strength. If his opponent couldn't withstand his first attack, then he would directly take him down. A few thousand divine crystals was a huge sum, and the Void Noon ruler had to take it seriously. Now that Lin Fei's strength had increased greatly, why would he be afraid of a mere finger? He also wanted to see how powerful this finger was. It's very imposing, but I don't know how powerful it is. Lin Fei laughed loudly, without a hint of nervousness on his face. These words made the people behind the Void Noon ruler unhappy. The 3 heavenly shocks was their sect's top-notch cultivation technique. Only a few people had truly cultivated it, and its power was extraordinary. Lin Fei grabbed the Soul Destroyer blade and slashed at his opponent's finger. The Supreme Grade Ruler's battle blade's aura enveloped everyone, causing their ruler weapons to tremble slightly. Boom! The long and narrow blade light landed on the finger. Boom boom boom. The blade light and the finger continuously clashed. Supreme Grade Ruler's battle blade. The Void Noon ruler had underestimated this Feng Yunwan. He had actually taken out a Supreme Grade Ruler weapon, and it even came with attributes. Even the Void Noon ruler himself used a high-grade ruler weapon. Even the Void Noon ruler felt envious. If he had a Supreme Grade Ruler's battle blade, his strength would increase greatly. Second Heavenly Shocks. Third Heavenly Shocks. Chapter 1587. Void Noon ruler was no longer willing to underestimate his opponent. When he attacked again, he only had 2 attacks left. Terrifying finger shadows swept through the entire region. Even the hegemon standing behind hegemon Void Noon felt an incredible pressure. This was the true combat power of an elder. The elder is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid that Feng Yunwan won't be able to withstand the elder's next 2 attacks. Everyone knows that the power of the next 2 attacks will increase exponentially. I've only just learned the first heaven shock. I can barely use the second heaven shock. They did not believe that Feng Yunwan could withstand the elder's attack. Although the elder had yet to enter the 9 stars ruler realm, his combat power was not weak at all. With the combined power of 100 people, he could completely crush any peak 8 stars ruler. No one could underestimate him. Rumble. 2 fingers shadows swept across. The area where Lin Fei was directly turned into a black hole. Any matter would be torn apart by the finger shadows. If the space was not strong enough, Void Noon ruler could completely destroy the space barrier. This was the true strength of a peak 8 star ruler. It was also terrifying strength. Ordinary 8 star rulers would die countless times under this attack. No matter how many rebirths they had, it would be useless. Facing Void Noon ruler's attack, Lin Fei only used 2 saber strikes. The terrifying saber light collided with the finger shadows and continuously exploded. The saber light shattered and shot in all directions, tearing open many black holes. So strong. He really lives up to his reputation. After swinging his saber twice, Lin Fei left this area and appeared in another area. With this exchange, he could roughly understand his opponent's strength. He was indeed very strong. No wonder he could occupy a position in the upper area. Daoist Feng Yunwan is not bad either. You're really young and promising. When I was your age, I was far weaker than you are now. Void Noon ruler retracted his hand with a complicated expression. However, when he retracted his hand, his fingers trembled slightly. These 2 strikes were not easy to bear. Void Noon ruler had still underestimated his opponent's strength. He used the 3rd heaven shock, but was still blocked by his opponent. You flatter me. I have something to do today. Let's have a good spar another day. Lin Fei said this and directly disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone used their divine senses to search but could not find any trace of him. Such a high-level concealment movement technique. There's not even a trace. There is no trace of it in the space, as if it has completely disappeared. The Empyrean school's sovereigns were all dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't seen powerful concealment techniques before, but they had never seen one as profound as this. Hegemon Void Noon's face flickered over and over again. Clearly, he hadn't been able to find any traces of this person. Unexpectedly, this person had disappeared right before his very eyes. Elders of the Heavenly Illusionary Sect, I have something for you as well. Suddenly, Lin Fei's figure appeared. The Soul Destroyer saber brought with it a terrifying saber light and crushed towards them. How dare you! The Void Noon Hegemon was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He produced a jade green, crystalline leaf in front of him, which blossomed with light and enveloped everyone within. Boom! The saber light rumbled and crushed over. The people under the light all seemed to have lost their souls. They only came to their senses after a few breaths had passed, and their entire bodies became muddle-headed. Since your heavenly illusionary sect dares to attack me, why can't I attack you? Haha. Lin Fei's cold laughter came from all directions. The Void Noon Hegemon's gaze kept moving. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given him the chance to leave. I didn't expect this wind cloud traceless to be this powerful, and he even has such a concealment technique. He should be extremely proficient in the Tao of space. This isn't good for the heavenly illusionary sect. The Void Noon Hegemon, who felt that he was quite strong, felt very helpless at this moment. In this silent void, it was unknown whether or not this wind cloud traceless existed. However, the Void Noon Hegemon couldn't find him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, a few of the people he had brought might have died. If that happened, the heavenly illusionary sect would have lost all face. All of you, be careful. Don't leave my range. The Void Noon Hegemon didn't dare to stay any longer. The commotion here would inevitably attract people. As they retreated, the Void Noon Hegemon was at the back. A few cracks appeared on the leaf floating in the air, causing the Void Noon Hegemon's heart to ache. How did he end up in such a situation? After this, the Void Noon Hegemon felt a tinge of regret. He had only realized that this slightly stronger ant was extremely powerful after exchanging blows with him, and he had nearly flipped him over. The Void Noon Hegemon didn't know how he had returned. He had been very careful along the way, afraid that the detestable wind cloud traceless would attack again. The Void Noon Hegemon only relaxed when he entered the heavenly illusionary sect's region. Lin Fei had left after the first attack. The power of that saber strike was enough to kill an 8-star ruler, but it had been blocked by the jade green leaf. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed. He believed that the saber strike was enough to make the heavenly illusionary sect feel apprehensive. Without fighting a true peak 8-star ruler, one would never know the true strength of a peak 8-star ruler. To think that they could be this tyrannical. In the space leading to the upper region, Lin Fei advanced carefully, his mind still on the previous battle. In addition to the memories he had obtained from Boundless Hegemon, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of peak 8-star rulers. If I wanted to kill a peak 8-star ruler, I might have to spend 200,000 to 300,000 divinity points. However, it's not like I don't have a chance of winning. My Tao of space is my greatest weapon. Even the heavenly illusionary sect's elder couldn't see any traces of me. At least in this region, my Tao of space can be considered perfect. Lin Fei already understood how terrifying the upper region was. Not only were there the 8 great sects, but there were also supreme hegemons. Stealing their divine crystals was equivalent to stealing food from a tiger's mouth. Moreover, it would be done in front of a tiger. Now, Lin Fei was confident. Is that the divine general platform? After smoothly passing through the border, Lin Fei stealthily entered the upper region. He stood on a towering tree, and the lush branches covered his figure. The moment he entered the upper region, Lin Fei sensed surging auras. There were at least a few hundred of these auras, and they formed balls of light in the sky. In Lin Fei's eyes, they became extremely dazzling. Even the heavenly illusionary sect's elder doesn't have such an intense aura. It seems like they are peak 8-star rulers. Their true strength must be even higher, to the point of being heaven-defying. Looking at the balls of light soaring into the sky, Lin Fei took a deep breath and revealed a smile. Such a powerful opponent was truly exciting. Lin Fei's gaze quickly landed on the stone platforms.